Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Burning it up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Running wild.
Count that big bang.
Double kill turns to three. The TNT take him down. He don't have the damage. SBTC.
이거ต้องย้าย
It may be April 1st today, but we're all business here in the WCS PH because it's the first day of the playoffs. Watch Spice along with Riku and Autolose. Guys, I know we're all about the funny business today, but how are you guys feeling? Let's start with Autolose.
I'm feeling auto win today because it's the April 1st, right? Yeah, this is a very, I would say, a momentous moment again for WCSPH or Wild Rift Esports in general for the Philippines, because after 5 grueling weeks, the 8 weeks is now down to 6 teams. And after today, we'll be finding out really who is the better of this of the 4 teams that we have slated for today. It's a very exciting time to be a fan, and also a very good time to be very critical of the performance of the teams.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to talk about storylines and the journeys that they've been here. But let's talk about it, Riku. How you feeling about the playoffs today?
Playoffs. The playoffs is definitely going to be very exciting. Same sentiments as Autolose and Fudge, because you know, we saw how the regular season started, and there were so many upsets, and I feel like that's still going to continue. We still do not have clear top 3s, top 2s in the top 6 of the teams that we have for today. So again, anything can happen.
Oh yeah, and anything did happen in week number 5, day number 2. So let's look at the series highlights, because I think the storyline there, the big headline of last week, was the scramble to get into second place, and it was Fennel Adversity to take it over UDG. But guys, I want to throw it to you, because we got a glimpse of what to expect with this new patch. What are we going to expect today, Autolose?
Well, we saw Cerebrum Esports go for the Hullbreaker range champion in the Baron lane, something that I really am expecting to show up, at least for today. But then again, we talked about this off cam, that we just touched the surface level of patch 3.1, mainly because of the champions that has been locked last week that is now unlocked. And I'm talking about Karma, the favorite of Riku and Shen.
Woo! Yeah, for sure. Guys, imagine this meme, you know that car meme where, slaps roof of the car, and this champion can fit in so many compositions. That's exactly what I'm thinking about. I mean, Karma just fits, in standard front to back compositions, maybe early, mid to late games. She's just, her overall utility, she has this big team fight ult, shields and CC. She has it all. She also can be paired with so many AD carries. I'm thinking Varus, Ashe, just to compensate for their lack of mobility. So you give them shields with the movement speed. Also, I'm thinking of Lucian Ezreal, because Staff of Flowing Water works so well with her build path. So she needs those cooldown reductions, ability haste to take advantage of her passive. And that works so well with these 2 champions that I just mentioned. I'm also looking forward to her synergy with Jax, Olaf, and even Master Yi, because you can easily stick to them and buff them when they jump in. But, she's not all that powerful. I feel like she has this big weakness, which is she's very short range. All of her skills, especially her Tether, require to be up close and personal to be used at all. So how do you punish this? You basically outrange her. So I'm thinking the first champion that comes into mind is Seraphine. She does everything that Karma does: poke root shield, engage with Encore, except you can do all of those behind your team. So laning phase, you can basically beat drop whenever Karma wants to go near or poke you. But, she can't do that all the time, because Seraphine's cooldowns are really long compared to Karma. So that's what I'm thinking.
I mean, possibilities are endless, right? But I got to throw it to Autolose. What about the other champion that was just announced that can be possible today?
I just like to commend first Riku here.
I know.
Coming in prepared and coming in hot.
Bang, bang,
on
bang.
the Riku.
Points.
I love Karma so
on the
much.
Karma. And also just, just for the information of everyone, I believe Riku has achieved something that I would say is very, very remarkable. She has achieved top 200 for the server for the Karma, and that just goes to show that she knows what she's talking about the champion. It's quite amazing that we could refer to her, asking him about questions about this new champion. And on the other side, you did mention about the other champion that has been unlocked. We're talking about the Shen. If I want to meme around, I would say that's the troll champion of League of Legends, just because he's
A
a
ninja.
ninja, but he's a tank. Right? So that, my friends, is how Shen was built when it got, upon introduction here in Wild Rift. Many were speculating his impact from the ultimate alone. Stand United allows you to travel from one point of the map to another to really provide support to your team. Now the question is, will it be used in the Baron lane, jungle, or support? We'll find out today.
Yeah, I cannot wait. And you know what? There's just so much possibilities. And you know what? This event was made possible by PPGL,
There you
the
go.
largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
Another team that has made everything possible is our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And also have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Get wild with 7 days of 8GB data for all gaming apps, 8GB data for all sites, and only all net text, so you can always be prepared to take up the challenges in the Wild Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Woo! And Riku, I have to let you know that the consequence, I'm just going to let you know now, is if the loser for today would have to end every sentence with woo. So I think you got to
That's
pick.
tough.
Yeah, I know. I know Apple will be joining us soon in the panel, but yeah, even though it's playoffs, we still have the consequences here in the panel list. We're keeping you guys entertained. But again, if you guys have any predictions, just use the hashtag WCSPH, and you know what, maybe help us with our job. You'll definitely, we definitely like to know your insights, as well as you maybe even join us in the PPGL Discord. So let's talk about last week, because you know what, it's set in stone already. We have our top 6. I think one of the biggest headlines was Fennel Adversity. And also, we finalized the brackets, so let's transition into it, because not only did we solidify the Fennel Adversity is up there, RRQ is still one of the teams that has a good matchup against Grindsky, and Oasis seems to be the kryptonite of Team Secret. Autolose, what are your thoughts on looking at this bracket?
And luckily for them, they did not cross paths with each other, right? I mean, looking at the brackets that we have right now, Team Secret is going against RRQ. Looking at the history of the matchup of Team Secret and RRQ, this seems to me that this is Team Secret favor. On the other side, we have Grindsky Esports versus Oasis Gaming. Oasis Gaming used to own them during the CBO qualifiers, but Grindsky Esports all throughout the season has been turning things around and has been turning heads of people. And I would say that Grindsky Esports is the clear favorites, at least in match number 2.
Riku, anything else to chime in with here? Because again, we don't want to get it too ahead of ourselves, because we will see the schedule for today. It's going to be Team Secret versus RRQ and Grindsky Esports versus Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, there's so many possibilities, right? Fennel Adversity and Underground are just waiting for who will they have to face, either any of these 4 teams, right, that we're looking at our screen. And either way, you know, when we look at Fennel Adversity, they have history of having a hard time against Oasis back in the CBO qualifiers, but things have been slowly changing. So I'm also looking forward to that potential rematch in the bigger, you know, best of 5 this time around.
True, because that's something we got to acknowledge here, because we do have data on these guys facing each other, but now it's going to be a best of 5. So, Otto, how do you think the mentality of these players are going to be coming in now to a best of 5?
Well, I would say that when it comes to drafting, at least for games number 1 and 2, you have leverage to really test the waters, to test the limits. But if there's one thing that we know, at least here in the Philippine broadcast, if there is a team that gets the game 5 buffs or best of 5 buffs, that's Team Secret. A lot of times before, especially during the C Championships, their record when it comes to best of 5 has been skyrocketing high. And that really is something that we have to talk about as well, especially as we talk their matchup against RRQ. Will RRQ have enough fuel against Team Secret? That's the question.
Ooh, and I like that you led us into our series intro, because that is our first match of the day. It's going to be Team Secret versus RRQ. Now, Autolose, I want to pick your brain here a little bit. We've seen a lot of Team Secret, but let's try to highlight the strengths that they bring into this match.
Well, Team Secret's overall strength falls under 2 things: macro and experience. With a very interesting change to their roster to start the season, so many questions were raised against this team. The all-important one, quote-unquote, where is James? James was the captain and brains of the team and was severely missed during the first round robin. Luckily for Team Secret, they were able to turn things around during weeks 3 to 4, getting a 4-series win streak in the process. Azar in the Baron lane, Trevor in the jungle, Tatsuri in the mid, Brox as their support, and our solo player highlight will be Chewy in the Dragon lane. Out of the 34 games Team Secret played during the regular season, Chewy was selected as the game's MVP in 12 of those 18 wins. So, I mean, looking at Chewy, he's very underrated, but he leads the team in KDA, damage per minute, and kills per game. Chewy's playstyle isn't flashy. His role is to remain safe in the backlines and be the consistent damage dealer for Team Secret. And his preferred champions, as you can see on the screen right now, that's Ziggs, that's Varus, that's Lux. It unlocks the playstyle that Team Secret really want to play. And when it comes to, you know, who can protect Chewy better or who can protect their marksman better, I believe Team Secret fits the bill.
Hey, and you know what, Chewy being a consistent player of the game, always a pleasure to talk to as well. He's the one that also gave a little secret to who the best dancer was in Team Secret, and the twerk buff. I wonder if that will play into the best of 5 we have today. But Riku, let's shift gears here and talk about RRQ. You've been there since last year to witness their journey. Now, I want to ask you, like a brief history lesson, how does RRQ manage in this type of stage in playoffs?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because when we look at RQ, they were dubbed the All-Star team, especially when we looked at WCS, especially after acquiring EXO for the mid lane, who has years and years of experience from League of Legends. They had a pretty rough start, but after rearranging the puzzle pieces in week 2, moving EXO to support, Helios top, back to mid lane, and pulling Devil J out of the bench to resume his role in the Baron lane. And after that, boom, you know, when we interviewed them, they mentioned that this arrangement that they have at the moment is better for them, and they're going to stick with it, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. And I have to commend them because that's pretty crazy considering changing rosters mid-season ain't easy. But you're talking about history, right, Poch? Because we're now in the playoffs, and when we look back, historically speaking, RQ doesn't have the best track record. They were 7th, 8th place in the fall season, and 5th and 6th during the summer. And on top of that, they always struggle against Team Secret. They got 2-0 twice in the regular season, and also during the summer season. So this is going to be a really tough hurdle for RQ for their first playoffs match.
Yeah, this could be the redemption arc that they're looking for, because history dictates it favors Team Secret. So let's move on over to the highlight we have here, Marky. So we did highlight that Chewy on the back line's real good. Talk to me about Marky, Riku.
Look, it's identical. We saw Chewy, and now it's Ziggs, Lux, and Varus again.
Exactly.
So they're there for being that consistent backline wave clear, just to make sure the positioning is safe. So I love this sort of mirror matchup that we're going to see. Who can do it better? Who can do the utility better? Who can do and assist the team when it comes to managing the waves and making sure everything is fine? And being also that when it comes to utility, we talked about landing all these key ults like the Chain of Corruptions or even Light Binding to gain access, enable all these fights. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I can't wait to move on over to the head-to-head matchup, because Autoluz, you mentioned that if there's a series today that can go the full 5, it could be this one. Talk us through this head-to-head matchup we have between Chewy and Marky.
I know that we have selected Chewy and Marky as our solo player highlights or the key matchup, but we also have to talk about the whole dynamics of the team. Again, when we talk about Team Secret and RQ, the fact that Chewy and Marky shares the same champion pool says a lot about these teams. They play the same way. They play for the side lane. They have utility in their junglers. Although Chaz has, you know, a different version of himself and could go carry jungler at times. Also Trevor, right? Do not forget that Trevor could also carry games on the jungle role. Now, Chewy versus Marky is very, very intriguing because they have the same set of responsibilities for their teams. They weren't really as flashy as last year, but make no mistake, Chewy and Marky is doing their roles very, very well. That they were able to help their team really clinch the playoff seats.
Hey. Rico, anything else to add with this player matchup before we head into the, our favorite part, the predictions?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this could, because we're in a new patch, because we've unlocked Shen and Karma, there is a big possibility we might see them in traditional AD carries because, of course, if you have to ban something like a Shen or Karma, who's going to be open? Is it going to be Lulu? Is it going to be Vayne or something like that of that sort? Is the Kai'Sa going to be finally unlocked? Because Marky and Chewy have been both iconic Kai'Sa players last year. So that's a big potential that we could possibly see in this series.
Hey, and I know yesterday, Autoluz, we were talking about certain power spikes of each team, and looking at the stats that we made, Team Secret really popped off in week 3, and RRQ really found their footing in week 4. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to be managing, especially with a new patch. A lot of anomalies here. But do you think that the new power spike is enough for them to handle Team Secret in their, I would say, in their not really final form, but playoffs form?
Again, it's very intriguing. But when we talk about experience and having to deal with the number of game of 5s, just looking at last year, Team Secret has it in the bag, right? There's a lot of best of 5s in where even they dropped the first 2 games, they were still able to reverse sweep their opponent. So they're not really, I don't think we will be in any position to count out Team Secret regardless of how games 1 and games 2 go. Now for RQ though, again, we're still talking about the experience that they have on their roster. You have Exos and transitioning as the support of this team. You have Kaiju, you have Three Fingers. We have a lot of players that we can talk about when it comes to experience for RRQ. And again, as I mentioned during the regular season, RRQ really planned to defeat Team Secret. They're not willing, or they're not content in reaching the playoffs. They really want to be the representatives of the Philippines. And to start that quest, they have to defeat Team Secret.
Yeah, and that's a tall task, and honestly, it made all the more harder for us to give our predictions, because we're going to flash our predictions on screen, where there is a consensus to how this will affect us, guys, because we're all in agreement. It's Team Secret, and Riku, I know that also your prediction is that Team Secret will go all the way here. So I'm guessing you think that Team Secret, like, history will repeat itself in this matchup.
Yeah, I have a strong feeling. Like, even though when we look at last year with their experience against RRQ, even with the new roster that RRQ has and the new addition, which is Rox in the support role, it didn't change. It's still a clean 2-0 against RRQ. So that's why I'm leaning towards Team Secret. And plus what Autolu said, they really shine in BO5s. They really shine in prolonged games, or long series rather. So yes, Team Secret.
All right, Team Secret all the way. I agree. I think the history has bitten me in the butt before, and you got to look at how this matchup goes. They faced each other in the regular season. Mind you, 2-0 always in favor of Team Secret. So they're always the one to be able to spoil the win streak of RRQ. So it's hard to argue with those numbers, but I'm going to throw it to Autoluz. How long do you think this series will last? Because this is a best of 5, so they could definitely go the full 5 on this one.
Then I'll go with the full 5. Just
full 5.
because of how close these teams are on paper. I mean, let's look at them position by position, or position per position. We have in the Baron lane, we have Azar going against Devil J. Okay, I will give it to Azar. But on the jungle, we have Trevor versus Jazz. That I will have to put my nod over to Jazz. In the mid lane, we have Helios and Tatsuri. So far in the season, Helios has really cemented himself as the best mid laner that we have here in the Philippines. But Tatsuri used to have that spot last year, right? So you can see that the dynamics of this 5v5 squad, that if you actually put them side by side, it's really hard to guess as to who really is going to take the win. And that's the reason why I'm going with Team Secret, just because of the historic narrative that we have, that Team Secret always gets the upper hand against RRQ.
And Riku, I have to ask you, because we did talk a little bit about the patch, and Azar said it heavily favors them. So how much of this patch is going to affect this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, when we look at both of these teams, they have a lot of really good solo laners, right? So both of these teams are very capable of activating a 1-3-1 and possibly, getting the Hull Breaker on the board and And therefore, with this kind of configuration, I wonder who's going to actually do it, or unless they default into the big 5v5 front to back sort of thing, because it's highly possible. And I remember when we looked at the Dragon Lane, right, there's a little bit of that mirror with Chewy and Marky. And when we were discussing together, right, even Rox and EXO has a little bit of a similar champion pool. They both played Thresh. They both play those tanky, heavy engagers. So the Dragon Lane in general is a big mirror, and who's the better mirror is going to be a huge question in this series.
Oh yeah, and I can't wait, because definitely styles make matchups, and this stylistically on paper, these guys would definitely bring out the best in each other. And follow-up question, Riku. So you think it's going to go the full 5, or what's the score here? Because we're all in Team Secret here.
Yes, it's gonna go the full 5 because this is gonna be very, very close. RQ has a lot of improvement. Team Secret hibernated for 2 weeks and then they woke up after that, after adjusting with their new roster. So I think this is gonna be a full game 5.
Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit different here. I think it's 3-1. I think it's gonna be 3-1.
3-1. All right, game 4.
I have a feeling Team Secret, yes, finally woke up, but I have a feeling maybe RRQ might stumble a little bit. It's just that it's so hard to go past history because it's 2-0. So we'll see, 2-1. And for those of you that don't know, the consequence is that the loser will have to end their sentences with "woo." Really good for online casting, really bad for the lungs. I'm not sure about the throat. But Autoluz, I believe we also have a little bit of a headline. Yeah, an update. So
definitely.
Would you like to...
If we have unlocked champions, we have champions that has to be put in the cage. There is a technical ban that is against Yuumi. So guys, no Yuumi whatsoever, at least for the entire duration of the playoffs. Well, both the teams doesn't really play Yuumi that much, so it won't really be impactful, at least for this series. But I would like to get it out in the bag that the cat cannot join us.
You get it out of the bag. You put it back in the bag. Not allowed to go out. It's a feral cat. It's a danger to everyone. Let's just not have it. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you guys want to join in the conversation, please use the hashtag WCSPH. Let us know your predictions, because this is going to be a very spicy one, I would have to say, between RRQ and Team Secret. And also, the predictions are out. If you guys could check, like, the talents did give their predictions. I know Riku has her Team Secret's back. So I'm super excited to see this series. I think the casters are ready. Is everyone at home ready? Chime into the chat. Let us know your thoughts. Anyway, here we go. Team Secret versus RRQ. Casters, take us into the rift.
Team Secret built the kingdom during the last split, and it's now in the brink of falling. The fortress is at least up and ready for battle because of the Vikings. RRQ won't stop until they got this fortress in their hands. The battering rams are up on the gates of Secret. Would they be able to defend their tattered fortress from their adversaries? We'll be your history teachers, Dash and Crazy Apple, to teach you about what transpired during these warring times. Team Secret raised their fears from all of Wessex. Shield walls are up. RRQ is charging, and let's watch this match unfold.
That's such a vivid description. That's just a great painting of the scene right here, Dash. And indeed, it's gonna be Team Secret defending their fortress, because they were the champions from last year, from this very same tournament in the Icon series, and now they are, I would say, weakened, in a more weakened state compared to what we felt with them last year. But at the same time, it still feels like they have those moments where they could really get back. So Team Secret versus RRQ, we're here today for our first day of playoffs. And Dash, I'm just super excited to see what we're gonna see here today.
Yeah, and Crazy Apple, it has been, history has repeated itself during the round robins. I hope that right now RRQ has an answer to Team Secret, because during the group stages, we have seen Team Secret defeating RRQ on a 2-0. So now they need to change things up. They need to up their game. And in a best of 5, everything could happen. And like what we said during the whole time, if best of 3s, at least best of 3s are easy to change. The momentum could shift anyway. But in best of 5s, it's much more, it's not as forgiving as what a best of 3 would be. If you lose 2, that's a lot of ways that you need to travel just for you to get onto the game 5 and for you to turn things around and go for a comeback.
Yeah, in that perspective, indeed, it's gonna be very difficult for you because you feel like you need to take back 2 more points away from the other guy. But at the same time, when you are down 2-0, you have nothing to lose. You can throw everything, even the kitchen sink at them just to see what sticks. And I think in these kinds of scenarios, specifically between RRQ and Team Secret, I feel like it won't matter as much because both of these teams are comprised of veterans, especially RRQ has a lot of League PC experience, not only in their coaching staff, but also the players themselves. While for Team Secret, they have been through a lot of adversity. They have gone through, they're probably the roster right now have gone through the most best of 5s, best of 7s in this league. And they do know what pressure feels like. They've been under pressure the whole tournament with their new roster, Rocks being in the support position, replacing James. They have been in that pressure that sometimes when you're in some intense pressure, you're gonna get diamonds out of them. And this might just be the series where we're gonna see the diamond shine.
Yeah, and as we said a while ago, the picture that we painted for you guys is that this fortress is now tattered because of all the battles that it has been in, and Team Secret needs to defend it. And now, we're going to the picks and bans from RRQ versus Team Secret. RRQ on the blue side, so they have the chance to... Look at the bans right here, Crazy Apple. We are seeing a lot of bans. Respect bans. Even for Chu and Marky, most of these champions are both of them, and also Tatsuri and Helios. These champions are all onto their side, so it's really the same champions all over the board. I hope that they ban the Karma. Now, I'm not seeing any bans to the Karma. I hope Team Secret bans the Karma, because Karma, as Riku said a while ago, is very flexible and is gonna work on almost all team compositions.
Right. We'll see if that's... okay. It's not banned by Team Secret. It could very well be picked up right now by RRQ. But just looking at the bans as well, there is a clear distinction with what RRQ has picked compared to Team Secret. RRQ has picked a lot of specific bans against specific players. Zed against Tatsuri, the Varus against Chewy, and Galio against Rocks. While for Team Secret, it's all strong flex pick bans on the set, on the Camille and Jay. So you're seeing here the idea from both of these teams. But Karma has not been picked yet here, Dash.
Yeah, they don't have any priorities to Karma just yet because they still don't know where to put it right now with the team composition that they're building. They want to prioritize some other champions that could fit well on the compositions that they're trying to build in their minds. What they secured is Marky and Shui's champions. They want the security of the wave players in the bottom lane or the dragon lane right now for both of their sides. So this is going to be tricky. Both of them have great wave clear, so for sure later on they're just going to be defending mid lane for the longest time because they can wave clear so easily.
Yeah, and I think that's the playbook for both of these teams. Okay, we're in for an exciting game. We're in for a barn burner of a match here, Dash, because there's still a third pick that could just be an enchanter for RQ to supplement that Master Yi pick.
Oh, there you go. Okay, that made it better. It better. This pick off from RQ just says a lot that they want Chaz to carry. With Chaz being the hyper carry of the team and some CCs helping him up, and also the Stand United from Shen, he won't be afraid to go in, even though that it's a Jax on the side of Team Secret. Because, you know, the typical counter for Master Yi is the Counter-Strike from Jax. That's why it's called Counter-Strike. But still, I mean... it's still possible for Master Yi to make it work. I mean, during the Counter-Strike, you can just use the Meditate, and also, with the help of your teammates, you're not gonna get stunned with the Black Shield in the Stand United.
Right. There's just so many things now to complement this Master Yi. And if I'm Team Secret, I am kind of scrambling right now with what I have on my side, because it's just the Ziggs, just the Thresh, and also the Jax, as you mentioned. Jax Counter-Strike nullified. Thresh's Hawk nullified with the Black Shield. So if I'm Team Secret, the bans would be a lot of the solo laners try to take as much control over the side lane, so you can put a lot of pressure on the jungle of RRQ. Now the key thing that Team Secret needs to get here are some good lane matchups for the mid lane and for the Baron lane to at least try to get those advantages and stop this Master Yi from snowballing out of control.
Yeah, what's great about this though is on the side of Team Secret, they banned the Garen, they banned the Darius because they don't know still where the Shen could go. This could potentially be a river Shen if you ask me. That's why they just wanted to go for the safer route. And now with the Fiora getting picked to their side, they have a solid base on the top side. They have some damage on the Fiora, they have some damage on the... Oh, okay. They have a lot of single target CC on their side. They have the Dark Binding to their Charm, which is very basically... What are these picks though? I'm just getting surprised every step of the way, so... Okay. I'm all up for this game, Crazy Apple, because honestly, having the Yasuo on this one was kind of a curveball for me. Having the Yasuo with the damage that you can have. You have the play and you have the Dragon's Rage to set you up anyway. If Chaz gets Dragon's Rage out of the way or played, you at least have some CCs to make it work just for this Master Yi to not move around. What's great about this though is the CCs are easy to pull off, which is what you need against a Master Yi.
Yeah, that's true, but there's the Black Shield dash, and I am now having a hard time seeing Team Secret burning through this Black Shield if RQ does decide to put it on the Master Yi, just because they only have the Ziggs. Ziggs has a lot of AoE damage, yes, a lot of magic damage, but they're all skill shots. You need to hit it on the Master Yi. And what does Master Yi do well is use the Alpha Strike to dodge a lot of that damage. And if you see a Ziggs throwing his bombs, you can just use the Alpha Strike to mitigate a lot of that. So I think the idea right here from Team Secret is try to deal as much damage as they can when they're facing the Master Yi. But I'd like to put it also on a different light here, Dash, because I think the match that we're gonna see is a match of split pushing. And it's gonna determine on which team would be better at manipulating waves and getting a stronger side for their split pusher, and that would be the key to win this game.
What I love about this is that they, as you said, they both have ways to go for that. They have the Fiora, they have the Jax that could potentially be great at 1v1s. Even with what they have, they can easily push some lanes for your side. But what's great about this though, you only do need to focus all your shields onto one person on the side of RQ, which is easier to pull off. That's why RQ could potentially snowball this Chaz out of control unless Trevor would find a way to make Azar strong on the top side and make sure that Azar has an advantage against Devil J.
Definitely, on the side of RQ, they do have an easier composition to run, but a fight here in the bot lane, both level 1.
Taunts onto rocks. Dealing some damage. Exosen, they have a lot of different targets though, so they put everyone on low HP, but the Ignite has been burned already on the side of rocks.
Yeah, but on the side for RQ, no summoners have been burned yet. Both supports are very low, but with the XP denial that Team Secret has done, Exosen is still at level 1 on this Shen. But another fight here in the top side.
Yeah, top side really fighting it out. This is a typical top side matchup right here, Crazy Apple. They're just gonna be leaping strike damage and to go with the barriers on Devil J. Already the Ignite has been popped, and now he needs to get the Honeypoo.
Okay, from what we've seen so far, small wins on both ends of the map. If you look right here, Team Secret has more control over the bot side. That's because they have been able to trade more effectively against this Morgana Shen. And on the other side, you did see Devil J needing to cede some of his lane pressure. So he is now slightly behind in experience against Azar. Azar could have a better back, but doesn't seem that will be the case for them. So in terms of the both sides of the map right now, Team Secret have an advantage. Trevor looking for this gank.
Oh, they have seen them though, so now Trevor could go in if he wants to, but they do have flashes on the side of RQ, so Trevor needs to go for the safer route if he wants to at least survive this, but they're losing a lot of their waves on the members of RQ in the bot lane. You know, this is very telegraphed. The Ziggs and Treasure lane would be easier because Marky and Exosen at this point doesn't have any kill potential yet.
Oh, look at the pinks though. Helios is running to the top side of the map.
Oh, wants to go for it. There you go, the ultimate from Chaz, and he can Alpha Strike in onto Azar, and that's the first blood onto the top side.
Alright, great map movement right there from Ark. You can see the idea immediately running to the top side because they did see Trevor hovering around the bot side looking for that dive, but the great disengage from the RQ Dragon lane to take away some of that pressure with the answer from RQ. Now they have relieved the pressure from Devil J, who was hugging his turret because there was a lot of
Yeah.
pressure being thrown by Azar. Now it seems like RQ can breathe a bit with that first blood. They also have a bit of the momentum at this point, putting a lot of deep wards into the jungle of Team Secret.
Yeah, crashing the wave on the top side just made it sure that Team Seek Azar would have a hard time there. And also the matchup between the Fiora and the Jax is potentially hard to actually grasp on who has the better win because there's a condition in both of them that one has a counter strike, one has riposte. So whoever pulls off the the counter first, that would be better.
Right. And the thing is, I think in terms of that matchup, Fiora is a bit on the back foot because she can't cancel, she can't lessen the channeling time of the riposte. While counter strike, you can press it again just to chop the stun. So you can have that
anytime he wants, right?
Yeah, right. Anytime he wants. So in terms of that matchup, Jax is a bit of the advantage in that mind game, but overall, Fiora has a lot more potential for the pokes into the matchup. So it evens out in the end.
Yeah. It's just that Azar just needs to go in if he needs to go in. Because honestly, going full in to a Fiora would be better rather than letting the Fiora poke you. Especially on, you don't really have much range as a Jax. But here, looking at the overall win conditions of both of our teams, right now on RQ, you just know that it's Master Yi. But on the side of Team Secret, at least they have some works on Tatsuri and as Azar, so that they're gonna be waiting for them to get their power spikes first before getting into this battle. So as we said, Team Secret has been known to love their Rip Heralds.
Right.
And it is showing right now in this game.
Yeah, classic Team Secret, prioritizing the Rip Herald as you mentioned, while on the other hand, RQ is looking to start out that Drake. I think Team Secret has enough time to get here though, but the fight's starting.
Oh, the Charm was able to hit onto Helios already. Good thing he has some barriers to help him out, and this is going to be the Mountain Drake taken already by RQ. No answers whatsoever from Team Secret. They did some damage, but not enough whatsoever.
Nice flash.
Marquez is going to be flashing away with the Stand United onto him. And they're just going to get the hit onto the Rip Herald in the mid lane. Trevor flashes away. The taunt would be able to hit. The Alpha Strike comes in. Trevor is going to fall down. Another kill onto the hands of RQ.
Yeah, I was just about to say if that fight didn't happen right there, it would be key on what Team Secret would be able to execute on that Rip Herald summon because they summoned it so close to the turret, so you already know that they want to get that turret, immediately take it down to be able to open up the map and try to choke out some of the resources that this Mastery could take. Because as you mentioned earlier, Dash, Mastery is the win condition here for RRQ. So it's on Team Secret to really limit the amount of gold that this Mastery could get. But with that answer from RRQ, that's why I praise as well the flash from Marky, playing very safely so that there is no domino effect for Team Secret to be able to capitalize on. Even getting that kill, just letting that first tower fall, not ceding more resources, more control over this map is a win for the moment for RRQ.
Ooh, that is kind of scary for Team Secret. RRQ does have, as we said a while ago, it's a good thing that RRQ does have some champions that can help them accelerate the power spike of Chaz. They have Helios to give them some pickoffs with some taunts, and they have a lot of CC to work with that to potentially get them some pickoffs just to help out Chaz, at least get some assists, get some kills. It's just unfortunate that he wasn't able to get the 2 kills that they were able to get, but still, that helps him. So Team Secret does need to time it right onto the 8-minute mark on the next objective before they go on to this fight. They need 2 items on Azar and Tatsuri. Right now, it could potentially be hard.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're looking at the 2 items for Tatsuri and Azar, Chaz also has that his own terms of win condition. But looking at the map here, Dash, it seems like RQ really also wants to push their own tempo because they also know that that is the win conditions for the Jax and for the Yasuo. They need to get 2 items. They also need to be at least on par with this Mastery, because even though there's the Shen and also the Morgana that gives him a lot of protection, doesn't give him a lot of offensive stats if you think about it. Unlike having a Lulu, having a Yuumi, gives him a bit of that movement speed and attack speed. This is quite different. It's just pure protection, so a lot of the offensive stats that's gonna come from the C is still gonna come from the item. So it's still gonna rely a lot on the gold generation, the amount of gold that will be going to the hands of Chaz.
Yeah, there you go. The exhaust has been popped. No follow-up from Team Secret, but this is what's hard about fighting a Shen, right? Because when you're
Oh,
fighting
Jazz.
anywhere, look at that, the stand united. As I'm saying, there's the Shen threat right there. Tatsuri now gonna be the target. Taunt was able to hit,
my
but
God.
the last breath was able to get the kill, and Chaz almost gonna fall, and that's gonna be the answer back from Team Secret. What was that play from Tatsuri?
That was okay, to break down that fight, the key ability used there by Tatsuri was the dash. He dashed through Master Yi as Master Yi was near the turret, so he could get more turret coverage. And also, it was just before Shen came in. If you look here, the timing of when Tatsui's gonna use his dash, he's gonna come through as soon as Exosen came in. So Exosen is a bit disoriented, giving a bit more of that time to throw the tornado, get the knockup, and just allowing Rocks a bit more time to be able to get there to get the counter kill.
Yeah, and they needed to get close to him though, so that's why it was just so hard for RRQ to just make it work. Chaz was able to get the kill, which is great, but Tatsuri got 2 out of that. I mean, 1 and 1 assist, but still, that is still enough for Team Secret to just decelerate a bit of RRQ's advantage right here. This is what I'm saying a while ago. The threat of Exocent is all over the map, and that's why it's kind of hard to go for pushes if you want to topside though. Black Shield has been popped. They want to take down the top turret, but here comes the reaction from Team Secret. I think it might be too late, but the Mega Inferno Bomb would come forward. They had the last breath. Tatsuri wants to, but not going to continue.
Yeah, a lot of members still here. Mid lane is being shoved right now, but a charm?
Okay, Charm wasn't able to hit. Rocks, waiting for the death sentence, was able to get first play, and there you go. There's the damage coming to their side. They're not going to continue. There's going to go. Chaz is low HP. He might fall. Here comes the counter strike, and that's going to be it. One fell down. A 4v4, still not a fight in favor of Team Secret. RRQ is going to fall down. Marky's down, so this could be good for Team Secret. It could go great, but look at the backside though. They're being taken down by Double J. He's taking a lot of damage. He's ignited to the brink, but Chewy is also going to fall, and Team Secret are still up the board, and they got the double kill right there. A 4-for-3 in advantage of Team Secret.
That was such a messy fight, Dash, but at the end of that fight, 4 kills did go to the way of Team Secret, while 3 went to RQ. Rift Herald was secured by Trevor, and it all started with them just flirting around that Rift Herald pit, but RQ was pinched between two groups of Team Secret. Azar and Trevor were in the mid lane, and they were able to get the jump on Chaz, chunking him down. Looking at the replay right here, it all started with Chaz is already very low, using the meditate to get a bit of that HP and HP back. But the end of that fight is just Team Secret going back in and just cleaning this up. Great last series of plays from Devil J to be able to get a couple more kills into his belt.
Yeah, Double J just made that work for them. That could have went bad to worse for RRQ, but at least Double J was able to get 2 kills of his own. But now, RRQ positioning right into Dark Binding was able to hit the stasis is on the right side. They were not able to hit their CCs. RRQ are getting punished because they don't have a lot of their skills already, and they are chasing down. Chaz is running away, nobody to help him, and he falls. That's going to be 3-4-0 in favor of Team Secret.
And honestly, Dash, the Team Secret we're seeing today is a lot cleaner than the Team Secret we have been seeing in the group stages. Just that play right there with Rox's play and the last breath coming from Tatsui has allowed them now to get a couple of kills, take the second tier turret, and Shelly's gonna get the tackle and the inhibitor mid lane turret.
Yeah, and what's great about what's happening for Team Secret right now, though, is that they know their target. Every time that they find ways to go for fights, Chaz is gonna die. No damage is gonna come through from RRQ. And that is the problem with RRQs. That is like a 50-50 of what RRQ's composition is. If Chaz would be able to pop off, that would be good. But if he dies, you don't have much damage sources anymore except for Devil J. And it's also hard to pull off because you know that this Fiora just wants to split push at any step of the way. Because right now, 5 towers are down on RQ. And Team Secret, they still have everything.
Right, and I think the key here for RQ's composition is that they need to be the ones who are starting out these fights. They need to be starting out with picks, with the charm and with the dark binding. But if you saw in the last fight at the Drake pit, it was Rock starting it out with the Proto Belt Flash and Flay on 2 members, getting the last breath, stun locking the Ahri. So Ahri couldn't throw her charm, couldn't throw any supplemental damage to help out Devil J and Chaz in that fight. And that's just, as you mentioned, great target selection from Team Secret because they just really need to stop this Master Yi from snowballing in this game. And how do you do that? You stop the orchestra. You stop the supporting members from being able to unlock this Master Yi, and that's what Team Secret is just doing beautifully in this game.
Yeah, the underrated thing that what happened on the fight in the bot lane was Rebel using the stasis. And that is the reason why they lost all their CC topside though. This is the time that Azar would just get the advantage. As you said, the counter-strike is easier to pull off like, rather than the riposte. Riposte needs to get the right timings, but here, EV4 wants to go for the fight. Trevor would be the target though. Chaz chasing him down, no flash from him, so no follow-up whatsoever from RQ.
Yeah, and it would have been hard to follow that up. Black Shield was already used with the timing.
Yeah.
The Team Secret was backing away. It could have been burned, and he could still have been thrown a lot of crowd control on his way. And I think that was a great decision right there from Chaz to just back off, because that wasn't really the fight for them. At this point in time, though, Dash, with the 8,000 gold lead for the side of Team Secret, we saw earlier in terms of items, Hullbreaker was already finished for the side of Azar. At this point in time for RQ, they just really need to start things off with a good pick on Team Secret. And my eyes right now are on Trevor and Rox, because these two guys have been the most far forward for Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret are just making sure that they keep Chaz in check every time that they start the fight. Even with a Black Shield, though, they're trying to... Okay, our Rox and Nexus are just feeling up on each other on the top side of the map. But now, based on what happened, what transpired during the past fights, RQ was able to stack some dragons for this side, which is great. But Team Secret, because of the Rift Herald stacks that they got all the towers. Now they don't have any map pressure on the side of RQ, so TS can just take the next Drakes on their hands.
And with that, with a lot of pressure right now from Team Secret, they are choking out the members of RQ. This is not a great position right now for RQ, because a lot of the damage for Team Secret is very effective in tight spaces and tight corridors. And a good thing, I feel like RQ could have just gotten caught right there, but at the same time, Team Secret still threatening this Baron if they can get a member of RQ. Rock starting it out.
Oh, Rox was able to get the Proto Belt and the Flash. Now that could be used by RQ for them to get advantage, because Rox doesn't have the Proto Belt. But because of that, they started the Baron, and there's nothing on RQ. There's no vision in this part of the map, so this would be easily taken.
Yeah, and because they've also burned the Flash from Helios along with his ultimate, so there is no more safety for this Ahri. And right now, it's just a handshake in terms of at least giving out the Baron for Team Secret. The Infernal Drake will be going towards the side of RQ along with the turret in the bot side. That is a bit of gold infusion on themselves. But the siege right now for Team Secret, if RQ can't get back here in the mid lane, the tower could just fall.
Yeah, they can take this. Yeah, they have the satchel charge on Chewy, so if he gets close, and if this... Oh yeah, the cannon minion is getting close, hitting a lot, so he can get the satchel charge here if he wants to. This is a tower down for sure in the mid lane. That's a tower down. Oh no.
Oh, yeah, I thought it wasn't in range.
I thought too. So our Team Secret got the Infinite Turret in the mid lane just because they got the Infernal Drake. This is what's great about Team Secret. They know the timings. He'll has the death sentence, and he's gonna fall. Now it's gonna be a 3v5 down to the last HP. Mega Inferno Bomb. What a big play from Team Secret.
My
This
God.
is gonna be the game. No members fall, and Team Secret takes game 1 against RQ.
And what a statement right here from Team Secret, Dash. Team Secret bad at the start of this of the draft, just a lot of power picks, but not specifically the Master Yi, which we have. It has been alluded to us as the current strongest pick, because even though the jungle got nerfed in terms of auto attack champions, he did not get nerfed because of the buff on his Alpha Strike. He still has about the same damage output, same clear speed, and yeah, it's just Team Secret right here showing us that before, when they had these kind of harder to execute team compositions where it relies a lot on the Thresh and the Yasuo having that connection, it felt like before there were moments where the execution wasn't as crisp, and here in game 1, it was almost perfect in a lot of those executions.
Yeah, and every time during the start of the match, it was a bit iffy. They gave a lot of kills to RQ, but because of that, they challenged themselves. After this, we're gonna get some kills for ourselves, and it started with this fight right here on the top side. This is when Team Secret actually got their groove. They got 2 kills on the top side. They gave it to Tatsuri, and Rox was able to get the 1 kill just for them to secure it. And that is how it all started. Team Secret, just every step of the way, when they got the repel, they just got the advantages. They got the tower pressure. And this is what's bad when you stack the Drakes and just give the repel to a team like Team Secret. You need to contest it. Because if they get the referral, they know how to use it in order for you to get pressured and trade something around the map. Every time you take a kill against them, they're gonna take at least one tower against you.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're the team, like as you mentioned, Team Secret is the team that really loves to take the referral, and they have always been contested. They're gonna be the team most experienced and countering that contest, and that was what Team Secret showed as well as the second Rift Herald fight.
Yeah.
They put a lot of points of pressure against RQ, and RQ needed to make the calls, and it was just so hard here for RQ to be able to react when Team Secret was the team who was able to set things up in the lot of the start of those fights, especially in those objective contests. And in the end, it's just Team Secret having a very statement of a game one.
Wow, this is Chewy. Honestly, Chewy was very underrated on that fight. This Mega Inferno bombs were very massive. Honestly, because he was able to hit them at every time. He was able to hit a fat Mega Inferno bomb. Was able to get like 3 people every time, and even getting them on the sweet spot. So that's why he was able to rack up this amount of damage during this game. It didn't look as easy as I thought it was, but I love that Team Secret is now as clean as they could.
Yeah, I think in terms of Chewy is obviously going to be our player of the game, and I think he's very much enabled when his team is also doing very well. He has been, as the panel have mentioned, very stable, have been the most source of damage for his team, has the most kills as well in terms of the group stages. And if you're that kind of player who just is very consistent at doing your job, and then your team does well, it just meshes so much that, and when the execution comes together, that is, I feel, the best form that we're gonna see, and we're gonna see a lot more games between these two teams.
Yeah, and I also forgot to point out though that every time that Trevor gets this Lee Sin, he's just investing on everyone, and he always makes it effective. So I hope on the next one RQ bans the Lee Sin, because Trevor has been with his soy. Every time that you give him his soy, he's gonna play with you. So they need to be respectful of that Lee Sin pick from Trevor. But now we're just gonna be taking a short break, everyone, before we head into game 2. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
The fortress has been defended on the first night of battle. On this next day, on the first light, a new battle emerges. The game 2 of this game between Team Secret versus RRQ. Game 1 was kind of really clean for the side of Team Secret. But now, let's take a look at what's going to happen, because we're going to be your casters again, or history teachers, Dash and Crazy Apple.
Yeah, Professor Dash. That was indeed a clean game for the side of Team Secret. They have successfully defended their fortress, and it's gonna be another test for them here. Night 2 will begin soon with our pick and ban phase between these two teams, and it's the onus is right now on RRQ, because they had this composition. They threw out, okay, let's do Mastery, guys, and didn't exactly work with a lone warrior that they really relied upon. So maybe some adjustments here from RRQ, because from what we know for RRQ, they do have one of the best junglers here in the WCS on Chaz, but at the same time they have some of the strongest solo laners as well on Devil J and Helios. And I think an adjustment for them for game 2 is that maybe try and put Devil J and Helios on more of the carry packs for this one.
Yeah, I can see that Helios could potentially carry the game if ever he was given the chance to, because honestly, Helios is probably, I mean, we have a lot of superstars on RRQ, so that could also happen on their side. But again, Team Secret just looked so clean during that game. It was the Master Yi 2, I mean, it was the Yasuo 2 by Tatsuri who started it all. The chaos started when Tatsuri emerged on the battle. So RRQ, I think RRQ needs to put... Master Yi does have a two-handed sword, right? So maybe he needs another weapon. He probably needs a one-handed sword and a shield to actually help his team out, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they went against Jax. He doesn't even need a real weapon to deal damage.
He's using a lamp or a lantern.
Yeah. He's using a lamppost, I think.
Yeah, a lamppost, sorry. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, if Master Yi can hold more swords behind him and just show it up there, maybe it could work. But yeah, as we get into the pick and bans here, Dash, the sides has been switched between the two teams. Team Secret now on the blue side, while RQ is gonna be starting things off on the red side.
I'm kind of seeing a trend here for Team Secret. They're banning a lot of the bruisers or the juggernauts against RRQ. They don't want to deal with the set today. That's why they don't want that to come out. RRQ, because they banned the Jax, that just tells me that they want to double down with what they did a while ago. They can really use the Master Yi again with this team composition, but at least they secured Marky's Ziggs right here that could help them wave clear. Because a while ago, the Morgana versus Ziggs matchup was just easy for Chewy because it's easier to wave clear with the Ziggs.
Yeah, and also with RQ not banning out the Galio this time around, and I know in terms of statistics, Galio has been the most winning support in the hands of Rox. Now it's going to go into the hands of Exos, and along with that Ziggs, at least they have secured a very solid Dragon lane for themselves there in the side of RQ. And I also want to talk about this Camille pick from Team Secret. At least they have taken this one, essentially trying to bait out the Master Yi again from RQ and said, we're just gonna take this Camille flex pick. Could be in the jungle, could be in the Baron lane.
Yeah, what's great about this is that RQ just took what worked a while ago. Double J's Fiora was solid, so they just need to use that again. And the Ziggs from Chewy was very, very hard to deal with. That's why they wanted that on their side. Now, with both of these champions on their side together with the Galio, that could enable potential wombo combos, especially if the Galio gets a big hero's entrance, if Devil J goes aggressive. And that just really shapes on what RRQ wants to do with this composition. They have a lot of AoEs already.
Yeah, a lot of AoEs, a lot of ways to deal with Team Secret, and also like the flexibility of the Ziggs and Galio combination, because you can add a lot more elements. You can still make your team into a 1v1 composition, could still be a team fighting composition, could still very much benefit from a 4-1 setup right now with this Fiora. Fiora could be building a Triforce and a Hullbreaker to really push a split push threat from the side of RQ.
I like that the Zara and Devil J are always just given the chance to just go 1v1s. With this Fiora and the Camille, I can see it going to both of them. And Chaz and Trevor are going to pick some different champions because the Lee Sin is still open for Trevor if ever they want to pick that off. So RRQ does... There you go. Team Secret ban it for themselves. So they don't want Chaz to be holding it.
Yeah, they don't want Chaz holding it, and Olaf has been the ban for the side of RQ as well. A lot of bans as well coming from RQ that are very much in terms of the flavor from Team Secret, some of their comfort champions in the Jax and also the Yasuo. So this is going to test right now what Team Secret could pick. I think one of the contested picks we will be seeing between these two teams is the Ahri pick. Both Tatsui and Helios has shown that. Helios has played that earlier, and with the composition right now for Team Secret, they could add that Ahri as more of a pick composition right now, but doesn't seem like it's going to be a mid lane Ahri right now for Team Secret.
Okay, I can see this going to Trevor now and going to the top side, or maybe because of the Darius pick, that could go to the mid lane. Onto Tatsuri. The Irelia could go there. Chaz with his trusty Kha'Zix also on his hands. So this is a very skill-based matchup on our solo laner. So I like what I see right now. And I hope that there's a lot of flashy dashes that we're going to be seeing here, Crazy Apple.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about where is the more appropriate placing of this Renekton at this moment, and I feel like it's gonna be in the mid lane. It's gonna go against Tatsuri so that there's just be an even lane there. While it's gonna be a Fiora against Darius matchup in the Baron lane. So again, one of these more skill matchups, as you mentioned, a lot of skill match. We're gonna see a lot of these players just duke at it 1v1. But let's look at the overall team compositions and the win conditions for both of these teams. Just thinking about late game potential, RQ has that a bit more just because they do have the Ziggs and the Fiora. They both deal a lot of damage, but right now, Dash, seems like Helios wants to tussle against Tatsuri, putting that
Really?
Fiora in his hands in the mid lane, and that is a different kind of skill matchup now with the riposte
Yeah.
and just trying to time out the stun coming from Aurelia.
That's a much more untelegraphed matchup, so you don't really know who's gonna win. Whoever just pulls the trigger and whoever just hits their CC would be the ones who will make it work. It's just a battle between the flawless duet and also the riposte from Helios again in the mid lane. But we both know Tatsuri and Helios are very great mid laners. So this is a matchup that I'm really into. I wish that we would see some skills popping off from both sides.
Oh, but already a bit of a fighting here in the bot lane, but just the customary start, as well as you mentioned, Tatsuri versus Helios, and there is already a clear difference in what they're bringing to the table. Helios has the ignite, while Tatsuri has the exhaust. They've been spotted on that ward.
Yeah, so not the right timing for themselves. But at least on the top side, Azar would get to level 2 a bit faster than Double J. The ignite has been popped already, but with this, he can just get the honey fruit. Maybe he has disadvantage as the early stages of the fight because Double J does have full HP.
Yeah, and also Renekton's a big bully in the top side. Yeah, Darius is also a bully in his own right, but Renekton is the classic bully champion there. So we'll see how this is gonna pan out. Azar will be in a bit of the back foot for a while. We'll have to wait if he can get an advantage for himself or if Trevor can influence that lane to take it back in favor of Azar.
Yeah, remember where Trevor padded? So most likely the bot lane is gonna be where he goes after this. So Azar would potentially have a hard time in the top side, especially that there's a slice and dice already onto Double J. But looking at the setup, Chaz could go for a gank here. But it's a good thing that Azar knows. Chaz does have the flash, he goes in with the lead, gets the kill. First blood onto RQ.
Great flash from Chaz, limiting the options for Azar. If Azar burnt his flash right there, that would just been a wasted resource. And all right, now top side has been won, at least for the start here for the side of RQ. The kill did go to the hands of Chaz. Chaz could snowball this lead right now on the Kazakhs, but he has been denied that Scuttle Crab with the rotations of Team Secret. No Scuttle Crab's gonna go to the side of RQ.
It's also all because of the rotation in the mid lane a while ago that Azar got to low HP. So Double J got the advantage just because he had the ward. So everybody use your wards. That is how you get advantage. So RK just got that. The first blood again onto their side. Team Secret again on the back pedal. So this is a comfort zone for Team Secret.
Yeah, viewers, please, friendly reminder from your Professor Dash of History, use your wards. And looking at the wards as well, Exocen had a very long trip into the red side jungle of Team Secret. He does have the ward right now just behind that red buff pit. So if Trevor would path there, there is a huge chance that they will be spotted out by the RQ members. And thank you, observers, for highlighting that ward. Right now, RQ has good control over this early game. It's where we think they should be in terms of their composition, but still things could turn around pretty fast when you get to the objective fights because a lot of these champions could still get their first items. The Luden's Echo will be the target for Chewy, while it seems like it's gonna be maybe a Black Cleaver for Azar. So we'll see how these fights pan out because a lot of outplay potential can come from all the champions that are in the Rift right now.
Yeah, on the first Rift Herald fight, but top side, Chaz has been popped dominance right there. Slice and dice gets the kill. And now Haruki again gets another kill onto Azar. And Trevor can't even help out Azar on the top side. He's probably a sacrifice right now at this point.
Yeah, he's playing the weak side at this point, and that will cascade towards the win condition that Team Secret likes, and that's going to be the Rift Herald. With their top laner behind, with Azar behind, Team Secret's going to have a harder time to contest this. RQ right now looking at this Rift Herald.
Outside?
Double J getting gapped.
What a great flash, but Devil J was able to dash another explosive cast. Here comes the Hero Centers, but the Noxian Guillotine would be able to get the kill onto them. 5 stacks onto Exocent, but the hit right there with Ignite ticking on the head of Azar won't be able to get the kill, and the Noxian Guillotine was stopped on the air. And that was what we were saying a while ago. Great advantages, Azar on a 1-3 right now.
Yeah, but at the same time, going back, Rift Herald still being taken by Team Secret, but what was that play from Devil J? The fancy shoes on this man, dodging the body slam with the flash, dodging the explosive cast, just sticking himself towards the wall and eventually getting apprehended. Just why he also died. But still, it was a 1-for-1 at the end with Exocent getting a kill, and that was all that RRQ could ask for because all of the resources from Team Secret went to the top side. They were able to get that Infernal Drake essentially for free in the bot side of the map, and has been an exchange down objective for both of these teams.
And what I was about to say a while ago, Crazy Apple, was that the wave states are favoring RRQ to be getting the Rift Herald, but because of that rotation from Rocks, they again were able to secure the top side, was able to secure the Rift Herald. And this is just the Team Secret that we're showing, that they're showing their colors right now. On the mark right there, Rocks knew that they need to take the Rift Herald, so they need to take action onto Devil J, even though that the Azar is on the back pedal. And even if they got the kills there, they got what's important. The Rift Herald is much more important anyway.
Yeah, and they're very creative with the usage here. Trevor, though, almost starting out that fight with Devil J, but doesn't look like it's gonna pan out in any way. Just also wanted to say about the items for Azar. Doesn't seem like he's gonna go for the Black Cleaver. Looks like he's gonna go for the Divine Sunder. So that's gonna be more on the 1v1 route. As we mentioned earlier, he is playing on the weak side of the map right now with Team Secret, really focusing them a lot of their attention more in the mid lane and in the bot lane. And Trevor, there might be two fights on both ends of the map.
Oh no, he just fell again. Another kill for Chaz, and that's not what you want to happen, especially for a Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix just wants to snowball. If he does get the snowball, but what was that final spark? Now they can't get the tower in the top side.
Great play right there from Chewy to at least clear the way. Another fight here.
Okay, Hero's entrance onto the light binding. Brox was able to get step out the way. What was that cast onto Devil J? He's now taken down, and that is Team Secret slowly ramping up. Even though that they got the kill onto Chaz. Chaz now low in HP, was able to get the Hex and cultivate the Banger. Sash wasn't able to hit, but the Mega Inferno Bomb almost getting the kill on Trevor.
Yeah, and both teams playing both sides of the map here, Dash, with the bot lane turret falling for the side of Team Secret. First turret did go their side. RRQ right now trying to answer, but Azar is here for the defense, so no towers will be going to the side of RRQ, but just chaos across the map at RRQ. Hold across the map here, mid lane getting siege.
Yeah, they're getting the siege in the mid lane, and they know how to rotate around the map because they got the tower in the bot lane anyway, so there's not a lot of priorities there. But take a look at this Crazy Apple.
Yeah, the replay right here starting off with how Devil J died right there. He wanted to get away from tower range, but he didn't have any more choice after getting hit with that explosive cast, getting hit with the Lux right there. And just this fight went to the side of Team Secret with a lot of great plays from Rocks. And game 2 so far, early game, has been a story of the supports playing their part in giving their team more kills. Exocent started off in the top side earlier, and now again at the top side, more action happened with Rocks as well, making his own set of plays. 1-0-2 right now on the ground, so far 100% kill participation for him.
I like that they're solving the Azar problem by going to getting the ganks against him every time, right? RRQ is very smart on that point because Azar, if he gets ahead, he gets ahead. And that's why with the advantage that they got here, Team Secret does have one of their legs cut off, but they have the other leg very strong that could hold the balance even. Because Tatsuri and also Trevor are ramping up slowly on there, and that's what you want. You just need to have one sacrifice, and the late game is secured by Trevor and Tatsuri.
Yeah, at this point, the late game will be secured by Tatsuri, but let's also look at where the kill distribution has been for RRQ, because late game can go to the side of Team Secret, but look at that Kha'Zix. It's already 3-1-0, and it's not going as out of control as we could think of, but with this good start from Chaz, with this start from Chaz, as well as the objectives coming up, this could be a fight right here where Chaz could take advantage of.
Yeah, they want to go for a fight here on their Rift Herald. Now, this is smart for RRQ. They can contest us, but they're not going to contest it. They're just going to take the Drakes on their hands, and it's taking a bit of time. It's very fast. They can contest the Cloud Drake on the side of Team Secret.
Right, and this is a bit of an off timing right now. This is very awkward for RQ. They might be fucked here.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of players. Look at where Helios is. He's not in the right timing. Already a fight is going to happen. Team Secret Vanguard stairs onto the backside. Market is going to be able to hit. Wallace was able to get it, but the Stasis wouldn't be able to buy some time. Hero Senses comes in, was able to knock up a lot of the members, but there you go. There's the man jumping on everyone. Azar is just taking them all down. 5 stacks on their hands, and the Stasis is there to buy some time, but Chaz needs to leap away the launch onto Helios, but now that is a 3-4-2, and Azar is back on the board.
Yeah, Azar is back on the board indeed, but there's still 2 members from RQ. Doesn't seem like they have any indication of trying to contest this. Already though, they're running in. There's still only 3 members of Team Secret here.
Yeah, 3 members, but they can contest this. Helios goes in. He's gonna fall down. Riposte comes out, and he will be able to launch away. Chaz does have low HP, but Team Secret is smart, and they're not gonna continue this fight.
That was so close. I saw 15 HP on that dragon, but it was in the end secured by Team Secret, allowing them to have that Cloud Drake. Now their composition will be moving a bit faster in terms of getting a bit of that movement speed. Will allow them to have a lot more of these rotations, which has been very key so far in Game 2 of our series, wherein both ends of the map have been having different fights, and teams just rotating across the map to answer any of the ganks coming from the other team.
Oh man, if you shut down Azar, he'll always find a way to come back up, especially when he's holding the stories. The Noxian Guillotines there was so pretty. Getting the 5 sacks was so important, and he was able to get it even in the brink of those chaos that we've seen in the bottom side of the map. And now another chaos onto Helios. He's gonna fall down, the Riposte gonna come out, but the Noxian Guillotine is rightly tied. That's a kill already, but the top side, Double J comes in. Exocen is low with HP. He has been CC'd. Body Slam comes out. Mega Inferno Bomb, no damage just yet. And here comes Tatsuri. Oh no, that was a misstep. And now he falls. And now make it the 1-for-1 across the map.
Yeah, but it seems like Team Secret is just buying time right now for the Camille and for the Darius, pushing the Dragon Lane. 2 members right now from RQ are backing away. They could go for the defense right here.
Yeah, they can take this bottom lane turret. This is second tier, everyone. So Team Secret just got that. And they got nothing out of it. They just got Tatsuri, but there's a trade of Helios a while ago. So this is just so smart from RQ. Now RQ reacts in the bot lane. Top lane is now going to get taken down.
RQ is just being given options wherein they're too late on deciding on any of them trying to defend right now. They're being pulled towards different ends of the map. And still, Team Secret earlier, they were behind in Gold Dash. And right now, looking at the gold graph, it's 1,000.
Slowly,
slowly for Team Secret, 1,000 in the lead, but still, a lot of that gold that they have in the lead right now are on towers. If RQ can get them, they could even this out.
Side, Hero's entrance already. Rocks won't be able to get out. Stasis has been popped. The tower is going to go down, and Tatsuri is going to be flashing away, but it's going to fall down. 1 HP gets taken down. The Grand Challenge has been popped. Rocks is gonna get chasing down. The Body Slam was able to hit them to 2, but still this is a 4v5. A fight that's gonna happen. Final Spark not gonna be able to hit on the Double J. He was able to survive, and there's a lot of members jumping around, but still not enough. Exo send 1 HP, but he got the kill onto Azar, and now Team Secret falling down one by one. The Stasis are making it work, and now they're gonna run away, but still another kill onto Marky. Helios is just gonna make it so that Trevor is not gonna be able to get the kill. 1 member fell, but 3 on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, and you could see right there the team fight from Team Secret. They need Tatsuri to be in those fights, because without Tatsuri, they don't have any sustained damage. They can only come back in and out and try to deal damage towards the side of RQ. And they just essentially ran out right there. There were a lot of low health bars for both both teams, and I felt like if just slightly went to the favor of Team Secret, it could have gone totally in their favor. But as we were saying earlier, Dash, with the standing gold that Team Secret got on those towers, RQ could easily turn this around. And after that fight, 1,000 gold right now in the lead for RQ. Only 2 turrets for them. If they still take 2 more, it could easily go into their favor.
Look at Trevor. Trevor has 11k already. And you know where they're investing the resources on the side of Team Secret. Having the Guardian Angel, having the Death Stance. This man is tanky and does pack a lot of punch. So RK needs to be careful whenever they tackle the Trevor problem. They need to take him down as easily as they can, because it's going to be hard for them to do. The Final Spark has been popped just for them to get the vision on this man. They thought that RQ was starting it, but it's a good thing they were able to rotate.
Yeah, and also just a bit of poke damage as well, because Baron got aggro. They hit a couple of members right there. But Mountain Drake though being started right now by Team Secret.
Yeah, what's a good thing here is though, even though that they lost a lot of towers, RQ still has the gold advantage just because of that last fight. They got a lot of shutdown golds there. But now the Mountain Drake has been taken, and RQ, slowly but surely, are just gonna balloon this gold lead onto themselves. Because look at that, Helios was able to take a tower on the top side. Team Secret needs to make a decision right now, because if not, RQ would just find ways like what they're doing a while ago. There's a Helios factor, there's a Fiora factor, so you know that someone's gonna split push.
Yeah, he doesn't even have the Hullbreaker at the moment yet because he has been
there you
playing.
go.
Okay, yeah, he just built it outright after that recall. So he's gonna be a menace now in the side lanes. Yes, it doesn't feel like as worth because 2 turrets are down, but just the pressure can have. Oh no, he's here in the jungle. Saw a lot of members of Team Secret. Team Secret right now forming themselves into the jungle of RRQ. There could be a fight brewing here soon, Dash.
Yeah, Exosan would be the target. Flawless Duet comes in, not enough time to get the stasis in. He fell down without using any of it. Marky was able to get the stasis, does have the flash and the exhaust, but he's still gonna fall down. Team Secret now has some space for themselves. They got 2 kills, they can take this Baron.
Yeah, perfectly timed Vanguard's edge as well to really trap Marky. Another pick right here.
Oh, another light binding. No vision on RQ. That's why whenever they go to the jungle, nobody is there to save them out because of this no vision problem. Team Secret are just getting everything. They get the CC, they get the light binding. Chaz is in a great position, and they can contest this even though it's a 3v5. Chaz needs to see lit if they want to contest this fight. Level J has now been exhausted. Stasis is not up. He's gonna fall down, and now 3 members are down. Chaz just does need to steal this if he wants to. Would he be able to? He's being zoned by the losing singularity. There's a lot of CCs going out, and he needs to run
being
away.
hunted down.
He's repositioning himself. Rocks is just getting out of the way of the body slam. No flash.
TP?
Right here is gonna help him out. Vanguard's edge is gonna go, and there you go. There's the damage coming into their side. Shubi was able to get them down. The AoEs from RQ just turning a fight around. The last member standing is falling, and Trevor has been popped. Helios is gonna be 1v1ing him. This is the ace that RQ needs. Trevor needs to run, and this Baron is now on the hands of RQ.
They took too long. Team Secret took too long to take down the Baron. They flirted with the idea of taking down Chaz first before taking the Baron. They didn't want to take the 50-50. And what was it in exchange? Almost all of them fell down. I think all of them fell. And now Baron goes to the side of RRQ. This game just turned itself around in favor of RRQ heavily at this point. 7k to gold lead. Look at the replay right here. It all started with the teleport from Marky.
The TP.
Yeah, they were all trapped there. The AoE damage from the Ziggs just hit all of the members of Team Secret. And looking even farther back before that TP started, just really Chaz moving around the edges of that fight. Team Secret was never able to catch him, so they always felt the threat of the steal from the smite. And I feel like Team Secret played a bit too scared, or they could have made the call to back away, but still, right now, they're still looking for ways to get back into this game.
Yeah, and also the reason why was the Void Spike is just making them feel awkward. Every time that he throws the Void Spike, everybody's now afraid because they have vision on their heads. And that is what Chaz used in order to get through for them to get the pressure. Buying something. Even Marky. I was surprised that Marky TP'd in front of everyone.
Right.
Like, what? Do you do that? Like, and he got, and he got rewarded because of it. What was that? That was great. That's a very, very great play from the side of RQ. Like what I said, they're Vikings. They're not gonna go unseen. They're bloodthirsty on the side of RQ.
They will not go quietly into the night, Dash, here in game 2. They are coming in, guns blazing, axes up, swords out, and really wanted to fight. The supportal combat right here, Dash.
Yeah, and look at this. This is support fights, and Exosen is just zoning him out, and he doesn't even have any damage, but he's making it work. Now RQ starting off on the Elder Ocean Drake, so if they get this, that just gives them more room for Helios to just pop up. Look at the top side. Tatsuri can't even fight against Helios. He's going to be taking this towers. The Baron buff is just making it so that it's going to be hard. There's a fight coming into the side. Chaz goes in. The Hextech Ultimatum won't be able to do anything as much right now. Hextech Ultimatum would be able to do something, but the Hero's Entrance won't be able to hit anyone. And the game has been ended by Helios while that all is transpiring on the bottom side.
Yeah, that team fight right there, Dash, was just the distraction. The main dish was the fight between Tatsui and Helios on the side. The Fiora was just too strong now. to handle for the Irelia. Had the Hullbreaker, had the Triforce, had the Blade of the Ruined King, handled anymore but a late game scaling Irelia, so he was just able to end the game outright and destroy the Nexus. Game 2 goes to RRQ. They have evened out this series.
Woo, RRQ is just so good at those fights, and where if they know they have the advantage, they will push it every step of the way. And also, the turning point of that game was Marky. All I can say was that Baron fight with Chaz, then Marky came in. That was the turning point in where Team Secret lost their ground, and after that, it just snowballed in favor of RRQ. Now RRQ, those have the momentum on their side, and this is what we're saying about best of fives. You can't let the enemy get the 2-0. At least now it's close for both of our ends.
Yeah, it's close. It's now back to a best of 3, essentially.
Yeah.
And this is the main comfort that they have, especially in the group stages. As we get into the highlights right here, the kills really shows where the attention of RRQ was at the start. It was at the top lane, and the Baron laners have been the key focal point for Team Secret when it comes to these wins. Azar getting a lot of these 1v1s, and he was just not given this chance here in game 2.
Yeah, and also the pressure that Helios just gave during the whole parts of the game. Like, every time that he goes for the split push, and we said that a while ago, there's the Helios factor that they need to always think about on the side of Team Secret. So if they want to contest the fight, if they want to go for a fight, they need to go as long as Helios is not there, because Helios is just gonna take all their towers if the fight is just gonna take as long as they can. And that's what they did. That's how they ended the game.
Yeah, and earlier, Dash, in game 1, I said that was going to be the game of split pushing, and unfortunately it wasn't. It was actually game 2. Haha!
Yeah.
RRQ gave me that chance for redemption to see it as split push, and even though it wasn't really won by the split push, because still a lot of fights happened, and it was really on the Baron fight. This was the start actually of when Team Secret positioned themselves on this Baron, getting that pick on Exocet. I think that was too much of an overextension on the Galio, but that was a great answer here from RQ was to really prolong things out, to be able to get Marky with that TP to really influence that fight.
Yeah, and also we said a while ago that Trevor was fed during this game and he wasn't even able to pop off. So yeah, Marky, again, another Ziggs coming out of the game. The style right there from the teleport was what set them apart, was able to get Helios the space that he needs. After that, it was like he went in with the teleport, the damage from the satchel and the bouncing bombs, and then Helios was there to clean up. And that's what you want to happen. Even a 3v5, you can make it work if you have enough AoE damage to get them to low HP.
Right. And yeah, right now, so far the past 2 games, Dash, it seems like Ziggs is the key champion for both of these teams. Chewy earlier on the Ziggs, untouched, was just able to throw all the damage he can. Here, Marky, I wouldn't say he was untouched, but he had a lot of risky plays. And a lot of those high risk, high reward they did get for that game. And right now, if both of these teams maybe either have high priority in picking this Ziggs, making it their first pick if you're on the blue side, or maybe just outright banning it out so that there could be a different flavor that we're gonna see in this next game.
And we said a while ago, even in the drafting phase, that Fiora is a key champion that they don't want to give out to Team Secret. And Devil J, even though it's not Devil J holding on to that, it was still made effective by Helios, and that's what I love. So if they want to ban something on the side of Team Secret, they need to ban one of those. The Fiora or the Ziggs has been very detrimental on getting the win from the side of RIQ. So now, yeah, as we said a while ago, we're back on a best of 3. So yeah, this is just how it's gonna go right here in the WCS PH. But before we go on to Game 3, everyone, we're just gonna be taking a short break. We're having your casters again, Dash and Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
And Wall Maria has been breached. This is the time for RRQ to breach the other walls. They're not Vikings, they're Titans. Right now, we're inside of RRQ. They were able to get the Wall Maria breach. That's 2 more walls, and they would be able to get to the center of this of Team Secret. And now we're gonna go on to Game 3. We are gonna be your history teachers again. They're casters, Dash and Crazy Apple. And tell me about Game 2, Crazy Apple.
Okay, Game 2 felt like you could say the armored titan right there. The breach wall, to breach the first wall was really in the top side of the map. WJ having the time of his life against Azar. It all started with Azar and Tatsuri trying to go for a cheeky topside gank, but were spotted on the ward of the river, so Azar was chopped out. And from then on, it's just really the advantages in the top side ballooning towards the side of RRQ. There were moments where Team Secret was being bailed out with Rox's play in the top side, was able to get more advantages and kills, and they were still able to get the Rift Herald, which is the favorite objective right now for Team Secret. But still, at the end of that, when the Colossal Titan with Ziggs was able to just burst through the members with the teleport at the Baron, and just really went towards the side of RRQ for Game 2.
Yeah, and just RRQ, after that, even though that Team Secret always finds ways to get towers and also get some kills on their end, RRQ didn't let them get the gold lead, didn't let them get a big gold lead against Team Secret. It's the great thing is RRQ always had the lead. And that's why Team Secret wasn't able to snowball the lead that they have. They have the tower leads. Then they can't translate it into a win.
Yeah. Yeah, you could get all the towers, you could get all the gold, but if you lose a single team fight, it's still not going to go into your favor. And it was just really that Baron fight where Team Secret took too long. They don't have a composition to take down Barons that fast. And with the split attention that they had on trying to chase down Azar and taking down the Baron at the same time, just gave enough time for RQ to take them down.
I like the priority. I like the priority for Ziggs here on both of our teams because they do want to secure. Marky and Chewy uses the Ziggs a lot. That's why they don't want to give it to the other side. But now, Team Secret denies the Fiora. Yes, you're going to get the Ziggs, but we'll get the Fiora just for us to answer back on the split push potential of this one, like what Devil J and Helios did during the last games. This is something that Team Secret needs to hold. This power needs to be in their hands.
Yeah, at least taking one away. Yeah, Ziggs looks to be the most influential champion right now in both of these hands. And with the quick 2 picks from RQ as well, getting that Riven and the Rakan. Riven has been one of the comfort picks for RQ as well. Could go into the hands of Chaz on Helios or Helios for them. So definite flex pick right now.
Yeah. A big chance that this goes to Helios because Helios has been performing so well with this Riven, so he needs to use this, especially the Team Secret. If Team Secret pulls an assassin on this competition, that could come out right here. Because for sure, I'm really looking at it. The Akali could potentially come out during this game because a while ago it has been banned twice. So Team Secret on Azar could potentially get it.
Oh, we'll see, because they already have the Fiora, and usually we do see Fiora in the top side. And yeah, as you called it, Akali will be picked up by Team Secret. It's gonna be the Divine Sunder Akali in the hands of Azar.
Especially that most of the team compositions that they pull out are very tanky. The Darks could come to the side of RQ, getting it to the hands of Devil J could also be good, and getting another assassin just for them to have more damage potential on their side could be good for RQ.
Yeah. Usually, I think we could see a...
Let's go!
Oh, maybe, just maybe. Dash, I know you're excited for the Hallbreaker Graves. But we're still waiting if it's gonna be a different champion. So it'd be Fizz.
Yeah, it is.
It
could potentially come out.
Could potentially be Hallbreaker solo lane topside.
Or would Chaz get this?
Or would... I'm having a hard time on that prediction so far, Dash. But let's talk about that, the potential of that Hallbreaker Graves when it's locked in terms of being in the Baron lane. Let's see here what's going to be the last pick for Team Secret. It's still going to be the Irelia for Tatsuri.
Yeah, they really want to go for the Irelia. If they want to change things up, they could give this to Trevor. Yeah, go for the jungle just for it to be easier for Irelia. We all know Irelia has a hard time to the early to mid game until she gets a Divine Sunder or until she gets the Blade of the Rune King. So it's easier to make use of her in the jungle just for her to have a safe day farming. And the jungle, if the jungle is gonna be the Graves anyway, they're just both gonna farm. So that is good for the Irelia if that's gonna be the case.
Yeah. At the same time, though, it's so hard to be an auto-attack based champion when you're going against a Graves, because he does have the smoke screen, blocks a lot of your vision. You can't see, you can't hit anyone if you're still inside of that unless the other guy's also in there. At the same time, you're just gonna get bursted down if you get into melee range against Graves. And I guess if you're in Irelia, you don't have as hard of a time. You don't get bursted down as fast. But still, the potential is there right now. And it's not going to be your Hallbreaker, Baron lane, Graves. I'm sorry, Dash. But it's going to be the standard jungle Graves. So it's also going to be the jungle Irelia for Team Secret.
Yeah, it would be good also. Because that rotation that they did. Because honestly, the Graves versus Akali matchup would be quite really hard for the Graves. That's why they went to the safer route. Let just Chaz farm with this and Double J have the better time against Azar, because you know the amount of AoEs that the Double J could give against it, even with a Twilight Shout, you can get CC chained by a Riven even right there. So that is maybe the angle that they're looking for here in the side of RQ.
could be. But as we start in the game here, Dash, it looks like this is going to be default setups. Not a lot of those invades. A bit of a scuffle already in the mid lane just to take some dominance between these two laners. But seems like Tatsuri would be getting the first shove so far here. Just thinking about as well matchups to allow these champions. Oh, actually Helios does get the first shove, so he does get level 2 first. It's gonna allow RRQ to maybe have a bit more control here in the river. They can choose which Scuttle Crab to get first because of Helios getting that level 2 first.
Ooh, that damage from Helios is just disgusting against Tatsuri. You know how the Fizz is, especially against fighters. He would just get the advantage every step of the way. He can clear waves and get the AoEs. And right now, especially with the Sea Stone Trident, it just makes it super hard to shove the waves if you're a fighter. But now, right here in the game, both of our junglers on different sides of the map. We're not expecting them to go for ganks, but Chaz is going to go in the mid lane. Does have the smoke screen. Not going to continue because they don't have a lot of CC.
Yeah, but the timing right here for Chaz is great because Scuttle Crab's going to come up in a second. Yeah, it's up right now and Chaz is already moving towards it. But Trevor looks like he's just going to choose to go, the handshake on the Scuttle Crab. We're really highlighting this because of the junglers. Both of them are farming junglers, so they are needing all the gold they can get. Having that bit of an advantage in gold could go a long way for Trevor and for Chaz.
Can you see the way that Azar could use the Divine Thunder, right? But right now, is it the right situation? Because there's not a lot of HP on RRQ. So what do you think, Crazy Apple?
Honestly, I think in terms for Akali, it's okay because she already deals a lot of damage. And Divine Thunder is not necessarily something you buy on her to get more damage. It's more survivability and regeneration you get, the lifesteal you get in between skills. And that allows her to be such a menace in the back line. So even though there's no tanks, I think it's fine. And essentially, Devil J on that Riven is a bit of an off-tank on the build. But Trevor, though, in the bot lane right now.
Arky knows that they're here, but there's the Justice Sponge coming out. The Satchel charge perfectly timed for Marky. Here's the Vanguard's Edge onto the backline. Marky falls down, and the next one is Exo Sen. Tatsuri's also here to join the party. Now they're left alone on 2. Chum in the Waters will be able to hit onto Trevor. Flashes out of the way, would be able to shield himself out, and here comes the Hero's Entrance. The Flash comes out, and no more kills coming in, but the 2-for-1 in favor of Team Secret.
Yeah, 2-for-1 in favor of Team Secret. First Blood did go to their side. Great timing right there on the Vanguard's Edge from Trevor because he knew Exosen can't stop himself from using the Grand Entrance to defend Marky, and when he saw the animation, immediately throws the Vanguard's Edge so that it won't miss. Those are some of the key things right there. And yeah, First Blood goes to the side of Team Secret. A bit of the early game momentum on their side. As we approach the 4-minute mark, it's going to be the Mountain Drake first.
Yeah, and right now with the Mountain Drake coming out, it takes a long time to get the kill on the Mountain Drake. So if ever RRQ would be getting this, Chaz would take a bit of time before he gets this Mountain Drake. So the Rift Herald is gonna be easily secured by Team Secret.
Yeah, as usual, it's gonna be Team Secret going for the Rift Herald. Most probably, that's why we already see Rox and Chewy in the mid lane having a bit of that rotation. Rox though putting a ward on the Drake pit so that they know when RRQ starts it out, but doesn't seem like any objective being started out for both teams at the moment.
Yeah, not starting out just yet because they know both of their junglers take some time to ramp up and they don't have the item yet onto Trevor, so it's quite risky. That's why Team Secret doesn't want to start it unless they have the security that they need. Yeah, now they're gonna start it flawlessly when it comes out. But RRQ wants to contest it. Here comes the quickness to the Grand Entrance onto Rox, and he's just gonna fall down because of that collateral damage. And RRQ are gonna contest this. This is smart. They want to take this against Team Secret so that Team Secret can't fulfill their win condition. And what's good about this is because it's an Irelia, it's hard to contest this. They need the Flawless to win. They need the Vanguard's Edge to hit. That's a lot of situations that could potentially not happen. That's why Team Secret did not risk it.
Yeah, and also I think this is the symptom of playing with the team for a while now. This is currently the 3rd game. They have read that when Team Secret goes for these objective takes, they don't necessarily group up and put down vision. it's all rocks.
Yeah.
It was only rocks, so they were confident in them getting the pick. But Mountain Lake being started right now, looks like the contest is here for RQ.
They can contest this, and here comes the Chum the Waters, Defiant Dance to stop the damage from happening. Vanguard's Edge, 1-5 HP on the Mountain Drake, still would survive. Hero's Entrance comes out the backside. They were able to get the kill, and that's going to be the steal onto RQ side, and they back away in style.
Yeah. Steal, getting away with a 1-for-1. Team Secret did get a bit of gold in their pockets, but all of the objectives right now going into the hands of RRQ. Rip Herald is gonna be still the top side, could get the tackle right here. Team Secret wants to defend, but RRQ wants to push this Herald.
Yeah, they can take this tower if they want to, but because the presence of Rox and Lazar is already here, they're just gonna take their losses. They got the playthings anyway, but they still want to push the limit. They want to push the script, so RQ might go for it. Azar doesn't have the items just yet, so yeah, they're just not gonna contest this.
And yeah, it's just this is gonna be no contest right now. The tower in the top side, very, very low for Team Secret. But look at the items dash. This is a very different item build for Tatsuri on the Fiora. Went for the Divine Sunder. We saw earlier Fiora's building Triforce. But let's get into the replay right here on the Mountain Lake. As you mentioned, it's a very slow take for Team Secret, so they weren't able to take it immediately. It was eventually going to be stolen by RRQ. But that fight all started with Helios on the Chum the Waters, able to
No
take...
smite even. They stole that without any smite. That was the surprising one right there. The Chaz was just walked in and he got the buckshot, and yeah, it's done. It's mine.
Yeah, it's just, you know, unfortunate in terms of timing, but at the same time, great contest right there for RQ.
Yeah, and that was great for RQ, able to get it. And now they got both of the objectives in the earlier stages of the game. And it's also because of the Irelia factor, that the Irelia won't be able to contest a lot of the objectives at the earlier parts of the game. And because of the champions that they have, they don't really have a solid base for early game. That's why Team Secret is just giving these objectives to RQ.
But as usual, these two teams not really the fastest, but another pick-off here.
Yeah, quickness to the grand entrance, and he can still back away. Tatsuri would be able to survive. Riposte would be able to mitigate some damage with the topside. Jazz is now low on HP, and here comes the party. Here comes the hero's entrance. Won't be able to hit, but still was able to get some damage out of the way. And there you go. There's the Trevor that I'm looking for.
I was just about to say, these two teams, not really the fastest in terms of kills, but another pick right there. RRQ set it up, tried to get Tatsuri, but Tatsuri had friends. Trevor was there, Rox was able to get there in time, and Chewy's ult, the final spark onto Lux, was just able to get one more kill. 2-0-2 now on this Lux, and even though Lux is not the biggest of carries, when she does get the damage in this early game, she can just tear through a lot of the members from RRQ.
Yeah, and you're not going to be expecting the damage from what? From one map away. So, yeah, that's why Team Secret was just able to push their limits right there in the mid lane. And Trevor right now is performing stellar with this Irelia. And what's hard about the Irelia is that in the late game, because everybody has damage, it won't be easy for you to weave around the fight. So that's the risk that they're willing to take. And now, the bot lane, bit of them, fighting Double J and Azar, but are not going to back away.
Yeah, Azar just going for the recall, probably going for his haunting guys, the half of his Leandri Storm, and Tatsuri might be getting picked off as the Rift Herald is being started right now by Team Secret.
Yeah, there you go. They're confident now because they have the items already on the Trevor together with the Sheen, but Chaz gonna contest this, does have the small screen, won't be able to get it. Oh, they were still able to get it on the side of Team Secret. Now it's gonna be good for their side. Now Chaz is not in a position to fight Trevor, would be able to get the stasis, and Chaz is also gonna pull down. Never mind! He was able to take one with him, and now they're gonna continue the fight, and Team Secret are still making sure that they're gonna be winning just because the 3v4, they can make sure that Azar is just gonna go in. Marky, still low HP, flashes in, gets the kill. Another Shuriken with the life fight thing, and that's gonna be the kill onto the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, and Team Secret making magic happen right here, Dash. They got the Rift Herald, they got a lot of kills, and now with the Rift Herald on their side, they're also going to be able to take down this mid lane outer tier turret. And one thing I wanted to commend in that fight is Chewy on the Lux. He was able to throw the light binding on two members of RQ near the blue buff. So when Devil J came in, there was no follow-up for the side of RQ. They were able to pick off members of RQ one by one as RQ came in. And right now, with the Rift Herald on their side, they have done the classic Team Secret, summoning at their base, while there's another objective on the other side of the map, which is going to be this Ocean Drake.
Okay, yeah. For the Ocean Drake, now Team Secret has the advantage, and this is not what RRQ wants. RRQ a while ago, they always have the gold lead in their hands. And now without it, Team Secret could contest this Ocean Drake, and this is what Team Secret wants. Getting this Ocean Drake is very crucial because they need that extra sustain, especially on Trevor, on 3 people, on the solo laners and Trevor. That's why this is one of the best dragons that they can get.
Yeah, and with the third Drake about to coming up in 4 minutes, Dash, it's gonna be Infernal. Helios though, getting caught out.
Helios has been caught out, and this is not gonna be great for this man. The fish has been eaten. RQ, I mean Tatsuri, and gets another kill.
Yeah, unfortunate right there from Helios getting caught out, but still 2 members of RQ here. Actually, 3. It could be a 3v3 here.
Yeah, they can go for the flawless duet and the grand entrance, but they chose now to gets it. Riposte in Vanguard's edge onto the backside, and ExoSen even used the quickness just for the safety measure. Now they back away.
Yeah, that was just a very awkward series of events. Both, a lot of them really wanted to get the fight, but they wanted to get it in their own terms. And that's a smart play right there to at least to get away when you know you don't have the most optimal of engages. So nice deterrence of aggression from RRQ. But looking at the gold, 5k right now in the lead for Team Secret, having 2 towers in their pockets as well as 1 Drake, the Ocean Drake. Looking at the items as well, Azar has finished 2 items on his belt, has the Divine Sunder, has the Leantis Torment, the usual 2 items we see on this Divine Sunder Akali. It's going to provide her with a lot of damage as well as a lot of durability. It's going to give her this huge split push presence right now, which RRQ would need to always look at. And the only member right now I think that they could really put on top here would be Devil J.
Yeah, Devil J just he needs to make sure that his CCs would hit, because there's a lot of members that are melee on Team Secret, so it's easy enough for him to do that. And also, Helios doesn't need to get the Chum the Waters onto Tatsuri, because he's just gonna riposte out of the way every time that would be hitting him. That's just free CC for Tatsuri every time the Chum the Waters hit.
Yeah, right now, no kills happening yet. No pick-offs at Team Secret with the destruction of the mid lane outer tier third. They have some control over the jungle right now. Looks like red buff will be contested here.
Look at Trevor just contesting this. He's not even afraid of taking the red buff rocks. He's just walking around and even in front of Vexus.
Quickness,
and they don't have the towers. Here you go. The quickness onto the Grand Entrance onto Trevor. Does have the stasis to back himself up. And there's a lot of CC going into Vanguard's edge. Would be able to hit on ExoSen. But Team Secret, nothing is translating just yet. Low HP on a lot of members. Helios is going to be able to get the kill. And now the backside Helios is just making sure that they're not going to get anything out of this Tatsuri. Chasing him down. But wow, gets the kill anyway. And they're going to chase down most of the members. Chaz wants to get this kill.
Oh, Devil J.
He wants to go in. Double J comes in. Here's the key burst. No damage whatsoever. He has been CC'd to the brink, and he's gonna fall down. Perfect execution himself. The dash comes out. The exhaust comes in. Chaz is gonna fall, and that's gonna be it. Azar is the next one. Marky, oh no, left alone, and here comes the ace. The ribbon, the red ribbon onto Team Secret.
And ace right there. Team Secret still defending their fortress here in Game 3 of the series, getting the ace against RRQ. And that was a bit of a overextension from Devil J. He ran from the top side and was being followed closely by Azar. I was wondering why he went for the engage right there in the bot lane when he could have just regroup up with his team, because there wasn't really a fight that was about to happen, but the fight was forced on RRQ when Devil J came in, and that resulted in more of his members falling. And with that, Team Secret has more pressure now on the map. 15-6 in kills, and with the Infernal Drake about to come up in less than 20 seconds, it looks like both of these teams will have their eyes on that objective. It will be the next point of contention.
This is like the 50-50. Whenever you have a lot of champions that could pop off in the late game, yes, you're not going to be able to invest all your resources on all 3 of them. You need to equalize that. But when it comes down to you find a way to get them all strong. And also, the bonus is Chewie is also strong at this point. Yeah. Everybody's strong on the side of Team Secret. So even if you kill just one of them, there's still 3 that you need to answer back to. And RQ, even going to the top side, Team Secret is just taking this Infernal Drake pretty easily.
Yeah, and I was wondering why they're all going to the guy with the teleport right now, but they're leaving Devil J all alone here. Don't think they will go for the dive.
Yeah, goes in. Just have the shield of the run to get the taunt onto Devil J, but no fight still. So, Team Secret just got a free Infernal to Ocean Drake. the best combo in the game. I mean, the best combination of Drakes in the game right now. Getting
Oh,
that extra
Stasis
damage,
was
getting
forced.
that extra sustain is just really great. And as you said, yeah, Stasis has been forced already onto Chaz, so he doesn't have any getaway cards anymore. He doesn't have any flash anyway. Look at that, Rocks onto the backside, was able to get a grand enter to stop them from getting more. Chaz is gonna fall down, no more damage from the members of RRQ. They were able to get this, but they're not gonna be able to continue the fight. Azar is now low in HP. They're chasing down onto the backside. Look at Hatsuri. He's now ignited on the brink, and that is Azar. This might be a chance for RRQ, but the light binding was able to get them both, and that is the final spark, the final end. 6 feet under onto Helios and Double J.
The last thing they saw was a final spark there, Dash, the flash, the light binding, and all the skills being thrown right there by Chewy. Great series of plays right there. It felt like Team Secret was about to lose that fight with the overextension, but still, Baron being taken. A lot of members right now. Team Secret, another fight.
Yeah, still going for a fight. Final spark has been thrown out.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
again, another light binding. Wow, Chewy. This man's crazy, and they took down 2 on a 2v2 in the bot. I mean, Dragon Lane fight, they got the 2v2 in. I mean, Chewy's fed, but man, that is a crazy light binding.
Can we check that light binding? Did it have a drone on it? It just homed into 2 members of RRQ, and another great series of plays from Chewy. This guy right here, Chewy. We always talk about Trevor, Azar, and Tatsui on the side of Team Secret, especially Tatsui and Azar being some of the strongest members of this team. But throughout the year, throughout the group stages, Chewy has been the most consistent member of Team Secret, always dealing the damage. And after game 1, Dash, we talked about if you're that kind of a consistent player, you're gonna shine more when your team plays very well. And Team Secret still going for another kill.
Yeah, Rocks is just gonna get onto Double J. He does have the Justice Punch, but they force already the flash onto Double J. Just pushes the limit right here for Double J now with the Baron on their hands and also with the Drakes on their hands. It's easy enough for them to go for pushes that most likely they can't if they don't have the advantage. Just 10k gold lead is just making sure that Team Secret gets the advantage every time. A Tatsuri, they don't want to get this, but they need to invest a lot of resources just for them to get 1 shutdown or 1 kill.
Yeah, the split push is very dangerous right now for the side of Team Secret, especially that they already have the Baron, and another tower is about to fall on the side here, the top side for Team Secret. Tatsui though, getting engaged on.
Yeah, goes in, Hero's Entrance to save his life, and now they got the HP already onto Tatsuri, but look at the other fight right there. They were able to get the kill onto Exosen. Double J gonna go in. Azar is low in HP, but was still able to survive, and that's the last 2 standing. Marky and Helios, what are they gonna do? Because this is a 5-man strong team. They have the Magic card, united we stand, and together we fall. They tip down 1, but not enough. This is gonna be Team Secret taking game 3.
Whew, what a back and forth series we have here, Dash. Team Secret takes game 1, lose game 2, and takes it back here in game 3 with immaculate plays from Chewy. The light bindings have been on point, and just being able to burst members down. This has also been a very different team composition for the side of Team Secret, having Trevor on more of a scaling champion, not the early game champions that we think he is more adept at and getting his team ahead right now, using that Irelia to perfection as well. Team Secret right now, game 1 was good. Game 2, RRQ was the one who fought back. Game 3, again, Team Secret is the team who has showed up. Yeah. I'm very excited right now, Dash. I know we're just getting into the highlights, but my head right now is so prepared for game 4.
Yeah, Wall Cena. I mean, Wall Bros can't be breached just yet. That's why they were able to get the win here on the side of Team Secret. This is I like that even though that they failed onto the Aurelia pick a while ago, they gave it to Trevor. Then Trevor made it work. And now with this, that just make you think, what does RRQ need to do during this next game? This game, they needed to get the advantage in the early game, and because they weren't able to, because at this point, even Team Secret gets a lot of kills, gets the equalizer in the gold, even though that they have champions that should be strong in the late game and not during the early stages, and when they gave that to the members of Team Secret, it felt like dominoes on the side of Team Secret.
Right, and also I think just looking at the highlights again, I think I've been highlighting Chewy so much in this game, and it showed the stats. But look at his positioning in a lot of these fights. I would say a great Lux player or a very confident Lux player is not the type of Lux who's always far behind in terms of where he's positioning. He's positioning himself in the middle of the fight to be able to hit these light fights even better. Look, wait here. for the flash light bindings gonna do to be able to burst down members RQ. This was a fight that was gonna go into the favor of our RQ because of overextension, but that clean flash double binding was just Chewy playing out of his mind, salvaging that fight for Team Secret.
Yeah, those light bindings, even on the 3 mages that you always put in the bot lane, Morgana, Ziggs, and also the Lux, that is one of the flashiest things that you can do. The light binding onto 2 people. He didn't just do it once. He did it a lot of times during this game, and getting that 20k DA, that was super well deserved. And what's great about this though is that he had the Rabadon stat cap onto the second item, which made him much more of a threat during the mid stages of the game.
And Dash, Chewy, our Globe prepaid player of the game, not only has 20k DA, he has 1,531 DPM. That's insane! I know it's an AoE champion, I know it's an AP champion, I know it's a poke champion. He has been using the final sparks across the map. But still, I don't think we've seen 1,531 DPM on a player of the game graphic so far in this tournament.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, and this is just a statement from Chewy. He really deserves this, and especially if he takes the AP carry role every time that he would be able to get it. During game 1, yes, he was still able to get the MVP, right? So that's just Chewy things on Team Secret. He'll perform whenever you give him his champion.
Yeah. We were talking about Ziggs earlier as the most pivotal champion. Ziggs has to move aside now because Lux, both of these players also has Lux, Marky and Chewy. And even though it has been really a fight between the AP carries in the Dragon lane, a lot of the action has always been started at the top side of the map. So coming into game 4, I think we're still gonna have those same expectations, especially on the ban side for Team Secret. They're still gonna take away a lot of the juggernauts, but now it's gonna be on RRQ because I believe there would be on the red side on the next game if they're just following the alternation so far. And if they have elected to be on the red side, they could leave Akali open as one of their first 2 picks.
And yeah, remember everyone, Wall Rose is still up for Team Secret. They need to strengthen this wall. The Colossal Titan and the Armor Titan on the side of RQ wasn't able to breach it just yet. So it is a very, very strong wall on their side. The people right there onto Team Secret are just great defenders, and they're using all their gears to take down all the Titans on the side of RQ. Now, let's take a look onto Game 3 later on. We're just going to be taking a short break, everybody. We have been your casters, Dash and Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
The kingdom is not yet tattered. Team Secret still is standing strong right now. Even if we cut one of their foot, it's still okay. They're still gonna stand. It's still balanced. So right now, RRQ needs to take down the other foot so that they're now in balance on the side of Team Secret. Now, we're still gonna be your casters. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple.
I'm trying to picture a balance without the foot. It's like, Anyway, right now, Team Secret are on match point. They have taken the lead here 2-1 in our best of 5 series. Team Secret just needs one more win to close out this series, while RRQ needs to get game 4 to extend this up to a game 5 and hopefully still have their chance to win the whole series.
Yeah, remember, Tysons regenerate. So RAQ needs the chance to recuperate, recover, so that they can turn things around onto the next game. I mean, a while ago we said that it's easy to catch or snowball the momentum on the best of 5, but because it became a best of 3 out of nowhere, like because they both got a 1-1 during the first 2 games, now nobody has the momentum, but at least Team Secret has one game up their notch.
Yeah. As we get into the picks and bans here, Dash, it's all on RRQ. The pressure, as you mentioned, feet could regenerate, foot could regenerate for Titans.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that regeneration, they need to get more time. They need to get the win here. And it's all going to start off in this pick and ban phase, because both of these teams so far has had a certain formula when it comes to the picks and bans, wherein Team Secret has been focusing a lot of Baron laners and strong flex picks, while RRQ loves to focus on more specific strong champions that Team Secret has been using.
Yeah, most of these champions, even RRQ banned the Ziggs, even though that they can get the first pick on the Ziggs on the side of Team Secret. They don't want Chewy getting that Zig. So yeah, Chewy and Marky does only have the Morgana and the Lux on their ends right now, so that's the only choices that they have. But they also do have the Varus still if they are gonna pick it. Now the Galio has been the priority for both of our sides, but Marky does want to have the safety of a Morgana on his side.
Ooh. Okay, has a Morgana. Also, they have picked this Jax, and I have heard that Jax is not the best right now when it comes to the jungle in terms of the wave clear. He is gonna be slow now in terms of clearing camps. So we might see this Jax on the hands of Devil Jade. They're just taking it away from the hands of Azar.
Yeah.
Also, this Morgana pick feels like they're locking in Marky already with the Morgana. But still, it remains to be seen what other picks will RRQ go for, because I feel like it just opens up a lot more picks now for Team Secret.
Yeah, they have a lot of those priorities that they can go for. They can pick the Darius here. It would be safe anyway, because the Fiora has been banned and the Camille has been banned, so no potential for the hyper carries to go for the Baron laners. So at least they get the Juggernauts on their ends. But RRQ, this looks like game 2 RRQ right here. That's why the Morgana, game 1 RRQ, having the Morgana, the Jax, and then the Vaster, you would come out onto the third pick. But I'm hoping that it would not come down to that.
Yeah, if it's game 1 RRQ, it would be a Shen, but it's not coming down to that.
Yeah.
It is the Renekton. I really feel like if they like going these kinds of compositions, they could swap out the Morgana for a Karma because of the Mantad Inspire, but they haven't really seen any Karma play today so far, even not really being banned. So not a high priority for both of these teams. Shen has had a showing earlier, but with what both teams have shown right now, feel like in terms of bans, RRQ will need to ban out some of the Chewy champions at this point.
Yeah, banning the Lux, banning another AP champion on their side would be very great, just so that Chewy could be forced to go for an ADC, which we haven't seen as much as he does. The Akali also onto Azar has been banned. They don't want the safety of what Game 3 was for Team Secret.
Yeah, Akali is just a very comfortable pick for the side of Azar, and also allows 2 assassins, which will have a lot of backline access against RRQ. And that is a main ban. Yeah, interesting. I don't think it's one of those bans you throw against Team Secret, but it just might be more of a scouting report right now. Maybe they know that Chewy has been playing a lot of Vayne recently.
Leona could come out for RRQ if they want to get those CCs together with the with the Morgana, because they just need another hyper carry or a hyper carry on the side of RQ to make this composition effective, because they have the Jax anyway. And there you go. That's still okay. Morgana All-Star is good in the bot lane for them to just lock down on those targets.
Yeah, it's also a very safe lane as well. As a Black Shield, also when you get to level 5 on Alistar, just pop your ultimate, you can get away from any fight. Good supporting characters as well for the Jax and for the Renekton. So yeah, as you mentioned, could be a hyper carry at top for the RQ for RQ. I'm trying to think what they could pick as a hyper carry, but looking at Team Secret, another pick right there that is very comfortable for Shuya. The Varus is going to be on his hands.
Yeah, this is where Varus is good at. Against a Morgana, yes, Morgana has the safe lane, but they don't have a threat of a kill unless the Dark Binding would be able to hit. So it would be easier for him to ease in to the laning phase. But going back to it, Tatsuri, Helios was the one holding it a while ago, but now he goes in for the phase himself. So that is the immediate answer. The Riven, just for them to have that CC onto the end. So this is most likely, if ever they're gonna go for the jungle here, I hope that it's gonna be the Riven on the hands of Chaz.
Yeah, same thoughts on the side of RRQ. I'm just thinking right now in terms of composition, RRQ is going back to a very old RRQ style, wherein they have Marky on the supportive champion along with Exosen having this tech support. I do believe Alistar before was mostly used when they still had mains in the lineup, but now Exosen will be their support player. Has shown that he's also very adept in a lot of these engaged kinds of supports. Alistar is just right up his alley on that part. On the side of Team Secret, I do like that they flex their last pick into a Fizz. Gives them some of that magic damage and allows them right now to have that double assassin set up. Immediately take the Morgana out of the fight, or even just assassinate this Jax. And Jax is actually going to the jungle here, Dash.
I like with what the RRQ did is that they have winning solo lanes. That is what's good about what they did. They have win the Riven to the Fizz is a winning matchup for the Riven, and also the Irelia to the Renekton. You know how it's gonna happen. But still, with Chaz having a disadvantage against Trevor, this is what a Kha'Zix wants. Fighting against a DPS champion, or rather a basic attack champion in the jungle, and that is where he thrives the most.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, with the winning lanes for RRQ, one of the key strengths from RRQ is when their solo laners get ahead, it allows Marty a lot of space and allows Chaz as well to have a lot of space. And if you give these solo laners that winning lane, it could just be the space that RRQ needs to get Chaz to that point as the Jax to really scale ahead.
Yeah, I can see that Helios could be the one who is the access to the early game for the members of RRQ, even Double J, so that Chaz could pop off later on, because you're not going to be expecting Marky to deal a lot of damage with this Morgana anyway. He's just the wave clear option and also the CC option for the side of RRQ. But on the side of Team Secret, Azar is now having a hard time at the top side. That is very telegraphed.
Yeah. It's the usual. Irelia doesn't really have the best early games, especially she just got nerfed in her early game here in the current patch. So she's really gonna have a hard time. She's being hunted down so much by Devil J, even getting into the tribush as a look for him. But a bit of an early visit here by Trevor, just allowing Tatsui to have that shove. This allows the waves to bounce back into the middle of the map and might allow Team Secret actually to have time to dive the bot lane of RQ.
Yeah, goes into the bot lane. They shove the wave so that they can go in here. No damage from the members of RQ, but they do have a lot of CC. The Pulverize wasn't able to hit, and not enough damage just yet, but the Shield of Durand would be able to get it. The Piercing Arrow, Marky ticking. Ignite is coming. The first blood was gonna come on the side of Team Secret, and that is big advantages already for the side.
Yeah, great play right there from Team Secret, able to convert, getting the first blood into their hands. The answer right now from Chaz is the invade into the blue buff side jungle from Team Secret, but it could very well be answered by Trevor if he just choose to get the blue buff. Doesn't seem like it, so there's not going to be a trade for blue buffs. In terms of the jungle caps, it's going to be an advantage for Chaz. Azar though, getting pinch.
Azar, the target, doesn't have any of his... He has the Divine Dance to at least do something. The Flawless Duet won't be able to do anything, and that's going to be the trade kill from RQ, which is is great.
Yeah. It seems like Team Secret didn't have any information on Shaz. Didn't even think about that. He was already there in the blue buff. So just a free kill right there going to the side of RRQ. But with the gap in the bot lane, this has allowed Chewy to have a lot more space, already having the Tear of the Goddess. So he can stack that up very early, as well as the first blood does go to the side of Team Secret. Unfortunately, it did go to the side of Rock. So not going to be as much of a snowball for Tatsui or Chewy.
Yeah, and still going great for their side. This is just a slowdown of the game that we're seeing right now, because we don't really have a lot of potential for kill at this point in the game, except for Helios and Double J. They can pressure the lanes whenever they can, but Trevor, he does know that he needs to invest onto Azar onto the top side just for them to really catch the laning phase down as fast as they could, so that Azar would have a chance to fight back against Double J.
Yeah, great respect as well being shown by Double J as well, ceding a bit of the lane, knowing that he won't be really giving away that much, not even the tower plate going to the side of Team Secret. So at least playing safe right there. Does allow Azar for a recall, but still he only has 2k gold, and as we approach a 4-minute mark, it's not going to be a lot in terms of items for the Irelia. We do expect Team Secret to still focus that Rift Herald when it pops out, but with a weaker Azar, this will rely a lot on Rocks, maybe getting a jump on one of the members of RRQ.
Yeah, getting the jump, now getting it into the mid lane, now slowing it down. 5 seconds at the clock for the Rift Herald and the Ocean Drake. They're both preparing on both sides to go for it before they continue to get this. Helios does have the priority on the bottom side of the map, but right now the Chum the Waters is much more of a threat. So Team Secret, this is a bit of a change here. KZ Apple, that they're starting the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, definitely a change, and they have already started it. RRQ has spotted it out. He was going in.
Okay, going in, and is not gonna get it. And the Ocean Drake comes out. Helios is now low in HP, flashes out of the way. They're still continuing with this fight. They do have the pulverize. Here comes the party. Here comes the Hero Centers coming into their side. And Rox wasn't able to hit anything, but Natsuri is gonna fall. Azar is gonna fall after, but Neville J, now low in HP, get taken down by Exosen. And Trevor is just cleaning house right now for the members of Team Secret. Marky does get their life binding onto Rox, but there's the shield of Grunt to get them the kill. And RRQ just get taken down one by one, and Team Secret reigns supreme.
Yeah, Team Secret gets the objective, gets the kills, double kill going to the side of Chewy, already completing his Manamune with that recall. Also 2k advantage for them. Pings, I think we're on the Rift Herald right now. Team Secret running towards it, and RRQ doesn't seem like they have any members near that. Going back into this replay, Helios did try to steal or at least delay Team Secret, throwing a lot of damage, but the re-engage coming from Team Secret was just enough to be able to take down the members of RRQ pretty low. Double J just suddenly got popped right there, but a lot of damage coming from Chewy, and yeah, in the end of that fight, right now, if you're looking at the picture-in-picture, Rift Herald is being started out by Team Secret.
Yeah, they start the Rift Herald again, but the bot lane is ticking, and Luke Tatsuri is just gonna back away, was able to get the bait and switch right now. The Chain of Corruption was able to hit, and Helios is running away for his life. Team Secret gets it. And now 1 kill, and the Rift Herald is also on the top side, and they want to take the tower in the bot lane.
And Dash, RRQ feels a bit out of sorts in this game. They're not putting members where they should be, knowing that the Rift Herald was up. They could have gone there immediately. Devil J might be taken down here, and a kill.
Oh! Yeah, the Taster Fear was able to just get the kill because he's also isolated at that point. So Team Secret are just capitalizing on all the space that RQ is giving them, and the 5k gold lead is just showing. It's just Team Secret is just showing their teeth right now.
Yeah, Team Secret is out macroing RRQ. Not exactly a sentence I think I would say coming to this series today, because both of these teams are very knowledgeable on where they should be on the map, as we saw that the past 3 games where each team would answer each other, having trades in terms of objectives. And in the opening salvo of game 4, RRQ seems a bit out of sorts here. They were gotten off tempo when Team Secret did not go for the Rift Herald. When they spotted Team Secret on the Dragon, they were caught off guard. That's why they had a they had the force engage trying to contest that Drake. And then when Team Secret won that fight and went back into the map, immediately we saw members of RQ running to the bot side of the map instead of the Herald, which you would think they would try and contest, because you know Team Secret is the type of team to go there. They gave that for free, even giving a couple more kills, and because of those series of exchanges, 5k, almost 6k I think, is the gold right now in the lead for Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret is just making it work for themselves. That this is just this is just not the RRQ that I was expecting right now, that they're gonna be on a disadvantage against Team Secret, because during the game that they won, they always, every step of the way, they get the gold lead onto their side, and it just balloons in their favor. The Team Secret can't even take any other objectives against them. But because of this, Team Secret is just Team Secret can make sure that they can do what they do best. Take towers, take objectives, get kills. I mean, give kills somewhere, it's okay, but at least we take some towers for ourselves.
Yeah, also the redemption right now on Trevor on this Kha'Zix. It's not the stasis, so it's more of a team play. And chat right now, knowing that they really want to push the tempo. They want to force fights, put down the redemption, getting some vision, getting some healing, but Rock's getting jump.
Okay, Rock's getting jump. He's very tanky, man. You know he does have the stone plate on his hand, so yeah, it's not gonna happen. RRQ, even though how tanky they are, they're just getting taken down. Look at the burst from Chewy. The piercing arrow is just dealing so much damage that they can even comfortably go for this fight. Look at Chaz. Now he's half HP. He can't contest anything right now, but almost getting taken down by the piercing arrow. Tatsuri goes in. Slice and Dice won't be able to hit, and the Hero Centers is just there for the safety match.
Yeah, but did you see the amount of space that Tatsuri was able to form for Team Secret? He was just the bait right there while the Infernal Drake was secured by Team Secret. They're so much in the lead at this point. You see that piercing arrow taking away 1/3 of Marky's HP. It's not done yet. He's almost hitting Marky right there for Chewy. But yeah, at this point in time, with the lead that Chewy has, with the lead that Team Secret has, you can just chunk down members of RRQ, and RRQ is basically one man down each time these arrows hit a member of RRQ.
Yeah, and also going forward, RRQ just can't even find the space for themselves. As we said a while ago, it takes a long time for a Jax to get stronger, and he's the win condition of the team here. Helios and Devil J needs to find ways to give space for themselves, but RRQ, here's what they do. They find ways to get a 5v5 and consider on the time that their Team Secret is not on the better positioning. This might be the chance. And still at their 4v5, they need to force fight, but because Chewy got Marky on half HP already, this is an awkward position for RRQ. This is not the fight that they want to go for. Trevor goes in onto the backside, point assault for him to save his life, and to jump the waters is just going to continue them to pummel on the members of RRQ. They're falling down one by one. Trevor is just going to follow through the termination. The man, the myth, he's just going to jump. He's waiting for the right timing. Marky is going to be the target. He's going to fall, and that's going to be 2 members down, and Rip Herald is on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, and that's just a beautifully executed fight right there for Team Secret. They did not go in one by one, which is the bane of their existence, but Exosen might be getting caught here.
Yeah, Exosan goes in, and that's the kill. That is what you want from a member like Tatsuri. And now Rip Herald got taken down. I mean, the tower in the mid lane got taken down, and this just gives more pressure to RRQ. What do you think is something that RRQ needs to do here, Crazy Adam? It's gonna be hard here on.
Okay, I was thinking about it for a bit on what RRQ can do, and the thing is, they need to. I think the start right there was from the Herald. They saw the idea from RRQ. They wanted to force the fight on Team Secret, but they wanted to force it wherein there were 5 members of RRQ and maybe just 2 or 3 from Team Secret. And that's why I praised Team Secret in that fight, because they did not take the bait. They waited for all of their members to get there before they started the fight. And at that point on, Team Secret was in the lead, was really having a more of an advantage when that fight started. Now, how can they get back into this? We're 11 minutes into the game, almost 10k in the gold lead for Team Secret, and RRQ needs this Jax to get ahead. RRQ needs some counter punches right now for Team Secret, and this is a good start. Trying to look for kills. Team Secret's just not giving it to them.
Yeah, no spaces whatsoever, and there you go. RRQ goes in. I mean, Trevor goes in. Nothing follows, but still, they're gonna take this tower in the bot lane without any contest from RRQ, because they still don't have the firepower to do it. But the top side, oh no, the flawless was able to hit, and the shield of the ground comes in. The dashes are gonna come through, and there you go. Look at the Tsar. He's so healthy, and Rock is so healthy. Devil J is ticking, and he's gonna fall. He's just waiting for the flawless to hit cooldown, and Exo Sen, oh no, they're just buying some time. And Exo Sen, he's just dead.
Yeah, Azar getting some steak for dinner right there, taking down Exosen on the Alistar, and that's just going from bad to worse at this point for RRQ. They were the ones who were trying to set up that bait, trying to set up that gang, but with 2 members down, this top lane turret is gonna go to the side of Team Secret at the end. 6-0 in towers right now in favor of Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret is just getting all the towers, and RRQ can't even get some space for themselves. One answer that I'm thinking of, Crazy Apple, is for them to get one person to go for towers, but there's no one on RRQ that could do that,
Right.
Because they don't have a Fiora, they don't have a Camille, they do have the Jax though, but at this point, Chaz is still, I don't want to say the word, but he doesn't still have the item right now to make sure that he can do that. So
Right.
RRQ are just on the point in where they have to make a choice. They need to get some picks or shutdowns just for them to chase the gold.
It's so hard though. If right now, if you're thinking about RRQ could have a lone member on the side lane, because if you look at the gold, Rox on the support position has more gold than 3 of the carries on the side of RRQ. And that's just a bad spot to be in. The enemy support has 8,100 gold, and Chaz has the same amount of gold than Rox. And and it's just so hard right now for RRQ. They need a miracle in this game. They need a miracle to get something, get some breathing space. And Team Secret is not really allowing that with the split push right now from Tatsui. They need a lot more members to answer this Fizz.
Yeah, and we can see right now that Team Secret just is rolling around the map, and RRQ can't even find space for themselves, which is really hard because Azar used the flash, but it's still okay. It doesn't really matter because they still have the pressure onto the top side of the map. He goes in. He doesn't even get a lot of damage against Double J. She'll just shield up the one coming in. Exosen would be sacrificing himself, but nobody is just going to be taken down. Exosen is going to fall. He forced the flash out of the way. They thought of getting a kill, but they can't still get it.
Yeah, Exosen went for the knockoff, but they traded places. And the guy got into the bush with a force fight right here from RRQ.
Oh, Chaz goes in, low HP onto Rox, but he has the gargoyle. And now the Hero's Entrance is just going to save Azar. Oh no, the timing onto Marky.
Oh no, Trevor.
But he still is alive. A lot of members are low in HP. And oh no, they need to get away. Azar is going to fall. That is what they want to do. They need to take down members of Team Secret one by one.
Yeah, they need to take them one by one. They need to get some of these bounties to get some gold into their pockets. But the exchange for Team Secret was so much pressure in the bot lane that Tatsui was just able to take the inhibitor turret outright, while Helios was just able to watch this Fizz taking all these turrets. Yeah, bounty gold could have gone to the side of RRQ, but that's still a 14,000 gold lead night now for Team Secret. And with the Baron up, is gonna force RRQ in a bad spot.
Rox goes in with the Shield of Durand. You all know how tanky Rox is. He's not going to pull anytime soon until Chewy was hit by the Dark Binding here. That could have been a chance for RRQ. So they do need to ways for them to open doors for themselves, because right now all the doors are locked. They can't be open because Team Secret has like 3 locks or 5 locks on this door. So yeah, they can't open it pretty easily. They need a bigger battering ram on RRQ's side.
If RRQ is the Titans here, with the Colossal Titan being 60 meters tall, Double J, you're... Oh no.
No, Double J. The crocodile is exotic, but it's still for dinner. They're going to be taking this crocodile for dinner, and that's going to be it. They killed the piercing arrow, even a stick, making him a barbecue onto the top side.
Have you ever tried Crocodile Seasick Dash? It's pretty good.
Nah. Really? Oh.
It's pretty good. And Team Secret's having that dish right now, taking down Devil J with Tatsui. 4v1ing right now.
Yeah, they got the pulverize onto Tatsuri. Tatsuri almost getting the kill a while ago, but he's gonna get stunned. Look at this. He's just buying a lot of time for them to get the Baron. Oh no, Team Secret just takes it pretty easily.
Yeah, and... okay. More pressure. Tatsuri. Oh no. How about the damage he did to Exosen? This fish is just so obnoxious right now.
Yeah, Fizz is just... Tatsuri is just making sure. He's just stat checking everyone. Like every time someone gets close, oh, here's a Sea Stone Trident for you, and that's exactly what he's doing right now on the bottom side. He just gives up so much pressure that they need to invest a lot of resources just to get the kill onto him. Look at the damage onto Devil J. He's now low in HP without even batting an eye. Just jump the waters. If that was there, he could have died. And now RRQ doesn't have any space anymore. The top side is the last structure on this fortress. The wall is still up, and the Titans are falling down one by one. The gears are here, and they are just running the base. Team Secret are just taking them down. Rock is just going And going forward, Tatsuri goes in with the dash. And this is Game Trevor. Hero's entrance onto 4. He falls down. But here comes the Nexus. The towers are down. The Nexus are in. And they are. Team Secret gets the win against RRQ.
And what a dominating end to this series, Dash, for Team Secret. Look at the players. They're so it's a bit business as usual. It's still the start of the playoffs, but you could see the smile on their faces. This is the start for them in this playoffs. This looks to be Team Secret's playoffs form that we're seeing here, Dash. A lot more cleaner in their play, a lot more punishing for enemies that make mistakes, and it showed in that last game where RRQ made some pivotal mistakes in that last game, and Team Secret just rolled over RRQ.
Yeah, that is just a statement from Team Secret right there. I mean, during game 2, yes, it was kind of shaky, kind of rocky, but still, they were able to make it work during the next 2 games. Anyway, they knew their mistakes, they just adapted onto it, and even game 2 was almost on the hands of Team Secret. They just let it slip up with just 1 game. But this game, it was just so much to take for RRQ. They can't even go for the split push route because their composition wasn't made for it.
Yeah, and looking at the highlights right here, it all started with, first blood did go to the side of Team Secret, but it was still a winnable game for RRQ because they did have an answer immediately, getting that gank on the top side of the map. But the later this game goes, when the Rift Herald fell, it just felt like we're in RRQ made a couple of weird decisions, and this fight right here was really the turning point wherein the snowball just went so much in favor for Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret just made sure that even Tatsuri and Chewy were just having that they have a lot of early game pressure with the composition that they have though on the side of the Team Secret, and Azar was the insurance for them to get to the late game. They didn't even need to use the Azar card. Because even this trio without Azar could just make things work for themselves. This is just the time that the Azar card was pulled and summoned, but it's still not as much as I was expecting. They just needed the first 3 right there from Team Secret.
Yeah, and we are now seeing a more prevalence of the Irelia pick has been seen play in almost in mid lane, jungle, and in the top side of the map, and this just could be the sign of things to come here for the WCS, especially for the playoffs, where we're going to see a lot by Irelia as a bit of an insurance policy for the late game. But so far, I feel that jungle has been the better option for Irelia, just because there is a bit of a safer option where you can really go towards your Divine Thunder and just have more of an impact on the game.
Yeah, all roles can be flexed on the Irelia, right? And also, they use it on all 3 lines for Team Secret, right? They all use it as Azar, Tatsuri, and even their jungler used it during the whole game, and it was just so much. Tatsuri, very well deserved that he's the low prepaid player of the game right now. He was stat checking everyone. Every time someone gets close, here's a C-Stone Trident, here's a C-Stone Trident, and he just made sure that nobody could go and aggress on the members of Team Secret.
Yeah, and also the split push. Tatsuri has been the menace in terms of the split push and also the distraction for his team. Has been doing that ever since he was also playing the Zed before. And I do see why a lot of teams try to really slow down Tatsuri, because when he gets ahead, he has a very obnoxious way, a very, I would say, cocky way of playing the game. Will always try to go forward, try to deal some damage to you, even at his own expense. And there were moments where he was being bailed out by his team, but it didn't matter if he was being bailed out, because the advantages he gave towards the members was just enough for them to just keep on putting the pressure against RRQ.
Yeah, and what's great about this is that Team Secret now has a chance to take on UDG on the next step of the way for them, because RRQ are now going to be sent to the lower brackets. But still, right here, we can see that Team Secret is on form. They're pretty solid, they're pretty clean, and they have played this series so well. They just slipped up a bit. I mean, after the slip up on Game 2, they stand up stronger. And that is exactly what I love about Team Secret right now. They're just a lot more confident than they were on the start of the group stages.
Yeah. A lot of praises for Team Secret, but we also need to talk about RRQ. It was really close. And RRQ, I feel like the first 3 games could have gone either way for them. and it really highlighted and showcased the strength of this team. Game 4 just had a kind of just that one moment, that one mistake was where it all tumbled down and all went in favor of Team Secret. So if I was RRQ, I do believe that these members will still have their heads up high. They still have another day to fight back in the lower bracket, and I am so confident that this team will perform going into that lower bracket match.
Yeah. And we still have high hopes for RQ, even if they sent to the lower brackets. They can still prevail because of how strong most of their solo players are. And even the market factor was scary during the whole series. And now this comes down to this. Team Secret would be able to get forward to the playoffs. But before we go on to our next game, we still have our next game, everybody. It would be Grindsky versus Oasis. We're just going to be sending you back to the panel. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit for the panel to talk about what transpired during this game.
Feels right. I can't lie. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, where Team Secret makes history repeat itself, taking things 3-1. Auto lose, Crazy Apple. Crazy Apple was actually in front of the action, calling it. So let's get Auto Lose's thoughts first. Well, Crazy Apple, kind of breathes with such an intense match we just witnessed. Auto Lose, what are your initial thoughts on what we just watched?
3-1, right? And in terms of series score, and I saw the same pattern over and over, at least for RQ. They're commanding the early game, at least for games 1, 2, and 3. But there are some mistakes that is heavily punished by Team Secret to a point that RQ wasn't really able to come back. I know that game number 2 went in favor of RQ, but that was because of an overstay by Team Secret in the Baron Pit. Not to mention that, the draft, I'm looking at their draft right now, how Team Secret drafted against RQ, and this could actually be a good preview against their series tomorrow with UDG. Remember that whoever wins this matchup will go against UDG on game number 1. There you go. Master Yi got unlocked. We have been so well documented of the strength of Master Yi, at least in solo queue, and in competitive, it's actually a lot harder to pull off. Now, that was unlocked by the priority on the Morgana, because I feel that, Master Yi plus the Morgana is actually a very good combo. Unluckily for Riku, no karma as of
Luckily,
yet.
unluckily.
Unluckily for Riku, exactly. And this was actually the fight that, went in favor of RRQ, just because of Helios not surrendering the fight at all. A 2v5 going into their favor really shows the prowess of Helios himself. But in game number 3, we saw Azar on the Akali. We saw the light binding of Chewy, and again, flashback moments over and over again.
Yes.
I still remember Crazy Apple just being super elated by the Lux pick here by Chewy. And on game number 4, it just felt that RRQ run out of fuel. The Dragon fight didn't really pan out, and I didn't really like the decision making of RQ come game number 4. I feel that the draft is there, but they have to fix the decision making really fast.
Yeah, wanted to add as well. Yeah, game 4. I agree. RQ felt a bit out of sorts. They felt like they were out of juice essentially, and they had that just one bad decision in the early game. In the past 3 games, it was super even between these two teams, and it just small things that really went in favor of the other team. Both teams could really see how closely matched they are, and whichever team would have won today would have also have a great showing tomorrow against UDG. But it just so happens that today it was more favored toward Team Secret.
Yeah, I think Riku and Autolus highlighted the experience. They're very familiar with this type of best of 5, and they only get stronger. I know, as the saying goes, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. They did stumble a little bit in the second game, but it still went in Team Secret's way. So congratulations, Team Secret. Their weekend is not over. They will go up against Team Underground. And RRQ, they're definitely not out of the woods. I mean, they're not out of the competition at the lower bracket, so they need your support more than ever. But what an amazing game we got. And looking at our predictions, we got Team Secret right, but 3-1 in favor of Team Secret is still something huge. Crazy Apple, we have to talk about the consequences later on. But I believe we have our interview with Team Secret ready. We got Chewy on the other line, so let's talk to the Lux player of the game. So let's head on over to the interview. Chewy, there he is. Congratulations on the amazing game. So, kamusta? How are you guys? Did the game plan come into? Did you plan this out? Like, was it supposed to be a 3-1 in your favor? What are your initial thoughts on that?
Dapat po 3-0 talaga yun. Nagkaroon lang kami ng mga routine mistakes nung
okay. I like that you're able to call out the mistakes, but yeah, it looked like you guys were very confident in the play, and I'm so excited to see you guys tomorrow. Crazy Apple, do you have any questions for Chewy here?
For me, Chewy, ang question pa is, me and Dash, when we were casting the game, naramdaman namin that you guys were so on point. Ang crisp ng laro nyo. Is this, would you say, ito na ba yung playoffs buff nyo coming into this from this series and for next week? Kung ito na ba talaga yun?
Sobrang confident lang po talaga namin kasi yung group stage po hindi po nakabawi sa amin yung RP. So, doon po nanggaling yung confidence namin kaya mas malakas po kami sa play.
Nice. Okay. Thank you for that. Otto.
Speaking of bawi-bawi, di ba pare? Tomorrow will be the battle between... Actually, yeah, bukas yan. Bukas mangyayari ang laban sa pagitan ng Team Secret at Team Underground. Bigyan mo kami ng prediction pare or message para dun sa mangyayaring serye na yun. Ano sa tingin mo yung magiging score at sino sa tingin mo mananalo?
Since nag-change roster po sila, mas mataas po yung confidence namin labanan sila ulit kasi nakabawi naman po kami sa kanila sa group stage and alam namin na kaya namin silang labanan. Tapos I think mas kumina sila nung nag-change roster sila ng biglaan. So, I think kaya namin talunin yung UBG bukas.
3-0?
3-0, 3-1, 3-2.
3-1.
3-1. That's still majority.
Okay.
Yeah, Chewy, thank you so much for the time, and I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Any message you want to give to your fans and people watching you guys?
Shoutout po sa fans ng Team Secret. As always, laki po ng tulong nyo sa moral namin. And thank you sa mga friends ko na nanonood, sa ate ko na nanonood from Canada, and sa family ko na support pa. And shoutout din kay boss dyan nasa Pilipinas.
Hey, all right. Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Chewy, thank you so much for the time. The playoffs buff work. The twerk buff, we still have to see that, but we can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Local CEO buff. I did not know that Mr. Janya is here in the Philippines.
The boss buff. The boss
Hey, the boss buff. Hold your applause. The boss is here in the Philippines. I'm so excited. You know, and it's always a pleasure talking to Team Secret because they kind of give a little, they peel the curtain back a little what's going on with them. So there's Chewy of Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen.
Specifically Chewy. Because I feel that if there's one player that I know that will not really go fully reserved on his words, it's Chewy, and that's the reason why I wanted to get the the straightforward answer. What will be their series score tomorrow? And he said it himself. 3-1.
Okay.
He was a bit
Shooting
conservative. I felt that he wanted to say 3-0.
3-0, right? He was like 3-1. That's fine. But if you guys feel like, you want to be able to participate, because PPGL, if you're on the Facebook page, there is a pinned comment there for you guys to win a chair. So 2 chairs giveaway right now. So there's a pinned comment in the Facebook page. Just follow the mechanics here, and you guys can win an amazing PPGL chair. Look at that. Look at the back support on this. You guys can flex that. So please head on over to the Facebook page of PPGL and join this contest. Again, the winners will be announced on April 5. So do that today. This is it. It's not a prank, guys. It's not a prank.
It's not a prank.
Sana
It's
all.
definitely not a prank.
Sana all.
That's a prank.
It's not a prank.
If
So there will
everyone
be, I
gets
believe, 2 winners.
Yes.
If I heard it correctly, one for this week and one for next week. So guys, what are you waiting for? All you have to do is to follow the instructions on the pinned comment in the PPGL Facebook page. Okay,
Yes.
Facebook.
Yes, and what are we waiting for? Because our next series is ready. We got Grindsky Esports versus Oasis Gaming. You know what? These guys, these teams have definitely had a tried and tested story. But let's talk first about Grindsky. Autolose, you know, we thought about them as the underdogs, but they've proven us wrong. How would you rate their overall performance in the regular season?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say 8 or 9. Because for Grindsky Wild Rift, we have to talk about the overall improvement over time. After solidifying their spot in the tournament as the 3rd seed, GS or Grindsky has put everyone on notice and is willing to be the dark horse of this tournament. So how exactly did Grindsky do it? Well, teamwork and well-thought drafting has been the keys to success for Grindsky. Unlike other teams who have a quote-unquote star player, Grindsky prefers to play as a team and stick well to their win condition. In fact, Grindsky has MVPs across all roles, which means that anyone could pop off at any moment. Expect the same for the playoffs as they try to repeat their season dominance over Oasis Gaming. Now, for our solo player highlight, of course, we will highlight our Baron laner and Tante. Well, Tante mid-season, right? He got a bug, right? He had to be hospitalized, but props to this guy. He has been a solid rock in the Baron lane. His most big champion is Darius with 12 picks, where he has showed flashes that he could carry the game by himself. His best game of the season was when he had a 10-0-6 Darius game, I believe. So in a meta where bruisers shine best, I believe Grindsky will need him in tip-top shape to advance to the next round.
I like how you highlighted, bruisers shine best in this type of meta, and I'm sure all eyes would be on Tante. But let's shift our attention over to Oasis Gaming and, give the mic to Crazy Apple here to talk to us about Oasis Gaming and what they bring to the table, because I really think there's some twin magic that we got to talk about when it comes about Oasis Gaming.
Right. As we all know, for Oasis Gaming, they also have a history getting into here, the WCS, after the qualifiers. They do have the twins, Demon, Kite, and Dragon. But let's go back a bit to the start of this year. They are our C-Ball representatives. They have come into this tournament hot off a victory there in that tournament. And we had a lot of expectations, especially on the twins, Demon, Kite, and Dragon. They are in the boot camp. They are playing together, and Dragon, when he shifted from the mid lane to the support, has allowed him to really have a lot of effect on the game alongside his twin. And we have seen this guy always roaming across the map, as well as affecting every lane as well. So I do expect coming into this series, Demon, Kite, and Dragon will at least have a good showing and will be the pivotal key in terms of getting some of these victories. But at the same time, one more player is our highlight here. The solo player highlight for Oasis Gaming will be Escilla in the Baron lane. He is still also a key member in terms of getting the victories for Oasis Gaming, although I feel like he has been a bit 50-50 on some of his performances. But if week 5 Escilla, he has shown a lot of really great performances. If that week 5 Escilla gets here in the playoffs, have that playoffs buff, have that playoffs performance, I do see Oasis Gaming being able to take a lot of games away from Grindsky.
And you mentioned it, Oasis Gaming really has to show up now because they've gone through some rough roads, I would have to say. They've definitely seen their fair share of adversity. And Grindsky, if you compare their trajectory, Grindsky was really up and up, while Oasis Gaming, I think they built some character. They got some XP buffs with the adversity they faced. So let's move on over to the head-to-head between Escilla and Ponte. Talk to me, Autoluz. Grindsky, you say moves as a unit, but how will the matchup with Ponte and Escilla play out?
Okay, so this is a rare occurrence in where I will drop a bomb.
Okay.
I mean, for our co-talent. But I believe that the Crazy Apple did place Tante as his best Baron laner in the league. So.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw it on his social media post. So I would say that, it's just fitting that we have Crazy Apple here in our desk, and Tante versus Escilla is our highlighted matchup. But if you look at their champions, it's actually pretty much the same. Escilla, very well documented that he will go for the Darius, he will go for the set, and one of his pocket picks, Fiora, we haven't been seeing it as of late. Meanwhile, Tante has been so reserved, going for the Darius as well. But if there is the Riven ng Pinas title, I would give it actually to Tante. So this is a very, very interesting matchup. As we saw a very interesting matchup as well between Azar and Devil J. Expect this as a part 2.
Right.
Okay.
Adding to that, it's really the new items, Divine Sunder and Hullbreaker, has really put a lot of spotlight in the Baron laners and also the solo laners here in the WCS. And I agree, it's going to be part 2. I did put Tante as my best Baron laner in the league, and I think it's not the gap in terms of the skill is not a lot. For our Baron lane, especially here between Tante and Escilla, because the moments where Escilla shines, the games where he really takes over, is even I would say similar or even more than some of the games that we've seen Tante shine. And in terms of a difference with these teams, I just wanted to also have more of a macro view. Oasis Gaming right now will be fielding Eta for the jungle position instead of Renzi, and he has shown that he's really good at propping up his laners in terms of the early game, having those early game camps. And with the help of Eta, I really think if with Isilla, they could really set him up to carry the games here in this series.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that because yes, Etaf will be coming in. I know Autolose, you got some numbers when it comes to talking about Etaf coming into being, I would say one of the key factors for Oasis Gaming in getting the victory here, and also we have to bring up the LFA magic that they can capture.
I mean, do you want me to just bring out the numbers and let it speak for itself? Okay.
Please do.
All right. Well, for Renzi, the record of Oasis Gaming in terms of games is 7 wins with 13 losses. Meanwhile, if they field Etaf, the other jungler, or actually it's hard for me to say the other jungler, but yes, Etaf, 10 wins to 4 losses. So this could be the LFA magic that we are, or that they should be, focusing on, because then again, against Grindsky, series-wise, they're 0-2 against GS, and now that they have decided to really go all in with Eta, things could really go interesting.
All right, I like that you segued into a little bit of a history lesson because we got to go back to predictions. And I think we were actually pretty solid when it came to these. We're in another consensus here that we did side with Grindsky. There it is. Screen cap moment, 5-second pose for the cameras, guys. So there you go. Let's start with Crazy Apple. May I know your thoughts on why Grindsky will win this series and by how many? Like, is it going to be 3-1, 3-2?
Okay, I know the graphic for the talent predictions of the top 2 teams here in the WCS at the end of playoffs is already up. And if you've noticed, me and Poch both have Grindsky there.
The Grindsky boys.
So, it's no doubt that I'm rooting for Grindsky here. I do think that they had the most growth here in the WCS. This so far in the group stages has shown them having a great growth in terms of the coaching staff and also the play that these players have had. They still have their mechanics, but their macro understanding of the game has just been so outstanding so far. But in terms of this coming to this series, I do believe it's going to be 3-1 in terms of the score. I still think sometimes Grindsky gives a little too much up, and Oasis Gaming could take advantage of that, and that could be the one game that they get.
Dang, copy paste my answer to his answer because he made some very valid points. I just like the journey, right? From last year to now, it's like night and day with how well they're performing. And you gotta love a good underdog story. And they really proven time and time again that they are not one to look past. So Grindsky, I would also say 3-1. How about you, Autolose?
I'll go strictly by the numbers and say that the Grindsky dominance over Oasis Gaming was not a fluke. Number one, I believe that Chinese One is actually performing even better now with Grindsky unlocking his potential. In fact, he's number 1 in damage per minute for all the junglers that we have here. Remember that we have a talent that really wants to have that karma buff or karma being picked, and I believe that Grindsky could actually make it work. Remember that this is the team that really loves to play carry junglers for their squad. Now the question is, again, in patch 3.1, we saw that the carry junglers was targeted a whole lot, but by the extra 1 minute for the penalty, by the less 10% when it comes to auto attacks. I just trust the process that if there is one team that can really make it work, I believe it's Grindsky Esports. So Grindsky Esports for me. And as for the series score, I believe it's 3-1.
3-1. Oh, so we're all
the same. We're all the same.
Okay. We'll figure out how we're gonna do the consequence. But for now, I think the casters are ready. The players are ready. I hope everyone watching at home is ready because we are about to see Grindsky Esports versus Oasis Gaming. Casters, take it away.
I painted this picture for twice in a row now during the group stages that this game is the battle of the desert. I'll make it thrice now. The heat of the sun in the sky versus a small body of water in the desert. The Oasis has dried up twice now. It's a good thing that the residents still find ways to keep it back in its form. And we're gonna be your tour guides for this matchup. I'm Dash and I'm here with Riku and we'll tour you around the desert. I hope the Oasis hasn't dried up just yet.
I mean, that's the hope, right? Because you mentioned twice in a row now, Grindsky is able to take wins against Oasis in the regular season. It has been a struggle because, again, we've seen Oasis be that big 50-50, right? They've become either, we see games where they're incredibly strong and sometimes, you know, we're expecting a lot more. So I'm curious what Oasis we're going to be seeing today. Just as you mentioned, do they still have water in the tank or in the desert? Or is it slowly drying up?
Yeah, and this is gonna be what they need to do for Oasis. They have lost twice now against Grindsky, so they need to flip the script, and that is now on the playoff if they want to fight against a Palais on the brackets. And right now, Grindsky still has the playstyle, and what I love about the Grindsky is that, like what the panel said a while ago, they are the team that is most likely gonna put up the karma on the board, which is what you like, right, Miku?
100%. We've been waiting because Shen and Karma are both open, and Shen already been picked once. Karma, not yet. So this could be the time because, yeah, I super agree with the panel. Bambi played Lulu mid last time as well, so there's a big possibility because Chiani's plays carry junglers. You need that support, you need that CC to buff you up. Karma is going to be a viability.
I like that they always have the respect onto Demon Kite, especially with the Vayne and the Corki that he always picks up. But right now, they need to have priorities on those champions. And as you said, Bambi picks the Lulu in the mid lane, so they don't want that factor on the hands of Grindsky.
Yeah, this is like Enchanter Heaven so far with the bans. We're removing Murkan. They're removing all the supports in the Dragon lane so far. Some can be flexed in the mid lane, but the story still continues. There's a lot of picks. Jace is open. I mean, Karma's open for sure, but Jace is open. Set is open. I mean, there you go. This is really towards Tante. We've seen him being very consistent, being the main engager.
Let's go.
I am so happy. There you go. It is going to be Oasis picking the Karma. The Karma can still go towards mid or towards Dragon. It's still a very big possibility. And I don't know. I'm so curious what is going to be paired with this Karma.
I still have the big possibility of Edap going for this Karma, to be honest, because Dragon plays a mean engage support. That's why if they want to get that safety, they need to give this to Edap. But what's great about what the set factor on Grindsky did is that they don't want Isilla, Week 5 Isilla, to come out during the playoffs, because Week 5 Isilla was so strong with Set.
Yeah, exactly. So that is a very understandable pick. So now it is going to be the J. Still a lot of flexibility, still a lot of mystery in the draft of Oasis, and now that they picked up the Ziggs, it's still a pretty decent matchup if ever it's going to be Karma Ziggs at the bottom portion of the map. It will highly depend on what your pair is going to be for you to be able to, what do you call this, to either dominate or stabilize the lane.
I mean, Tactical holding on to the Ziggs. We have seen during Game 1 from Team Secret also a while ago that this Ziggs could pack a punch, a big punch, that Grindsky could leverage for them in order for them to have favors in lane, the wave clears, and also the damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb. And having the Rakan just makes it easier for them to land that.
Yeah, and exactly, right? Because it's so... We talked about the Seraphine earlier that could be a potential counter to a Karma lane if ever this is going to the Dragon lane. But Rakan also works super well because Karma, again, super short range, you're going to be in range with the Grand Entrance, meaning with the quickness, you're not going to move. You're just going to die if ever that's going to hit. So this is something that they have to take into account for. But with the Riven now being locked in by Oasis, this is looking to be a very all-in composition so far. Oasis can go all in or have at least a big disengage, depending if the Karma's going mid. Edaf can still play this.
But Grindsky, you know what they're going for here. They're gunning for the engages. They want to go in with the showstopper and the Grand Entrance also. On their side, what's great about this is that this Set and Rakan could work together, because if one of them was on the other side, it would be hard for them to go for engages, which is good that Grindsky took this in their hands. And the bans coming out are all on the jungle. We're seeing the Kazakhs, we're seeing the Fiora, no Qeon, you're not going to have a great day today.
Yeah, exactly, right? But there's so many still. I mean, You can count on Grindsky to pick unorthodox picks in the jungle, and we did see the Shyvana being played by Qeonese, not only picking it but also making it work. So that is still a very big possibility because this is also all dive with the Ziggs being supplementing the consistent damage from the backline. So I can't imagine being this route. So there you go.
Okay.
At the beginning of the panel, I mentioned Varus Ashe is also very good with Karma because it compensates the lack of mobility. With Karma, you have shield and movement speed, so this is going to help Demon Kite a lot to reposition and make sure he's going to be in a safe distance and maneuver around the battlefield.
This is almost the same script as an Ezreal or Illusion Karma, and that's what's good about this Varus pick, because they have the range and also the damage that they can deal in the bot lane. They're gonna be hard to deal with. But with this, the Ahri on Bambi, we all know how that works. The Ahri on Bambi is really a menace to deal with, especially when he hits the back line. If he hits the Varus, if he hits the Karma, that's a potential kill already. And they need someone to finish that off on the side of Grindsky. They need a Lee Sin or something in the jungle that is the potential quote-unquote DPS that they can go for.
Yeah, considering the fact that they've been playing around Qeonese for a while now as well. So I really like this so far. You know, Rakan and Ahri, that's double charms. That's going to put a lot of these, especially melee champions on the side of Oasis and vulnerable champions. That is the answer, right? There's two answers usually if you see a Varus on the opposite side. Either you get an Olaf or a Jarvan. Wait a minute! Hold your horses!
Okay.
Soraka! Double enchanters. Okay. So this is gonna be a Karma mid and Soraka bot lane. This is a very vulnerable bot lane because Rakan has a lot of heavy engage. So this might be tricky. But if Dragon keeps his distance, then he's gonna be fine. So I'm still curious who's gonna be the jungle. It could still be Riven or Jace here for Etaf.
Okay, what the problem here is for me is if you want to have a double enchanter on your side, you need to have a hyper carry. But right now, they don't have that. So I'm kind of thinking if this is the right way to go for Oasis, because Grindsky's composition, because you have a lot of members that is easy to take down, the Ahri just is enabled, and the Mega Inferno Bomb just has a lot of targets that he can go to. So Grindsky is in a safe spot from here, and also the Olaf could just run through the back line.
100%. Like, I'm super 100% biased against with Karma, right? But looking at the Olaf, looking at the Rakan, these are really scary, heavy engaged champions that can immediately go to the Soraka and just eliminate her. So basically, you remove Soraka, no heals. And we talked about how Karma is easily outranged. Because you can just you need to go near so that you can take advantage of your whole entire skill kit. And when you do that, you're near the Rakan engage. Qeonese can just go in as well. So I'm very worried about Varus, but I'm curious to see the duo though, because we talked about this before. Karma plus a jungler with a lot of mobility plus the shields. If ever Etaf is going for Staff of Flowing Water, that's additional ability haste for Etaf's combos to come in as a Riven. So I am expecting that to come up.
What I really like about the Karma in the mid lane is that it's a safe pick. Most of the time, yes, she's not going to be able to get the priority, but at least she's not going to give kills to the enemy team. And later on in the fights, in where it's just 4 minutes, 8 minutes, you have the timer right there, that those fights are going to happen, and the Karma would just help you rotate a lot, especially your jungle. Etaf would just have a greatest time right here, because with the way that Karma works, she enables a lot of the engage from the Oasis team composition, but the only engage that they have that is solid is this Riven.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I'll put the shield on you, you dash it, but it's not exactly the most reliable thing because it's if you compare it to Rakan, it's more reliable, right? So it will heavily rely on Demon Kite to hold targets down to make sure anyone from Grindsky will not be able to escape. Because first of all, Qeon's on the opposite side. There's the Ragnarok to just delete your CC. There's Bambi who has Spirit Rush. There's Bo who can just go back into the backline or whoever is closest. So they really need to hold targets down. There is a tether coming from Eduf, but it's not as reliable. You have to stick to the target to make sure it takes it.
Bambi is going to be the target, and that's just on the key burst. Force the flash out of Bambi. The hold is going to come in, and they're not going to continue with the fight. The damage from the inner fire, not enough to take down Bambi, but the flash coming in from Ataf. He gave in, and Charles was able to hit it. The first one comes in, but at least he was able to trade it out.
Yeah, that was a really good trade. Bambi with an amazing reflexes, able to charm in to get that punish down, but still really aggressive coming from Oasis. I love the aggression coming into this first game in their series.
Yeah, it went well for Eta, to be honest, but it's a good thing that Bambi was able to answer back. That charm I wasn't expecting to actually just hit on the perfect time before he gets CC'd. And that's why he was able to get the kill anyway on the side. And now, with this, that just pushes the script. The Qeonese could go for Eta whenever he wants to, but because he knows that the presence of Eta is here, he's not gonna risk it.
Yeah, better safe. It's really, really scary because Edaf is there with the Karma. Might be a quick 1v2. Able to cancel out. I mean, at least it's not almost the objective spawning with the Rift Herald and the Dragon. So they're totally fine. So when I look at this composition, there are two things that could possibly explode. We could see what Demon Kite exploding like what we saw from Chewy earlier, or we could possibly see Azilla because Jace has been winning a lot of games during the regular season. So this is where Oasis can bank on. Long extended fights as well are in their favor because of the Soraka heal. We'll see if this dive will come into fruition.
Yeah, grand entrance onto Bo, but they're not going to be continuing despite his tactical doesn't have any mana on him. So Oasis is just going to push this just for them to have a great reset on here. They're going to be baiting the reset because Eta is waiting. He does have the Wind Slash onto him, and that's the target from the Chain of Corruption, and that's the kill. What a great combo from Oasis.
Yeah, Grindsky most likely just wanted to finish the wave first before going home. They wanted to prep that out because every time, because they're going for the reset, they're going to for their positioning either in Rift Herald or the Dragon. So it's quite unfortunate, but at the same time, really nice early play coming from Oasis. And seems to me, Edda gonna pick up the Luden's Echo first for the Karma, just to make sure that they can match more wave clear in the mid lane.
Yeah, they do have the item too on Demon Kite, so this wave clear, or rather, this objective taking would be easier for them because Ari on Bambi would have the items, but Tactical doesn't. So this is something that Oasis could leverage in their favor just for them to take this objective on their hands. The Rift Herald is going to be the first target for Grindsky. What Oasis wants is just to take the Manta Drake.
Yeah, they don't have as much information. Again, they can't walk up. It's too risky. There's going to be an Olaf. There's going to be two Charms going to be meeting you. It's too risky. Again, they have two champions that are very, very vulnerable.
Mountain Drake is tanky, so that's why they got the time to go in. Bo didn't risk it, didn't want to go in, and he popped the quickness already. But that's still good. They're going to be taking the mid lane turret.
I think this is a pretty good play. Oh, Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption was able to hit onto Poe. That's a lot of damage, and this is going to be the power of their composition right there. The Rift Herald onto the Mega Inferno Bomb, but still not going to be able to take the tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're still pretty okay. Grindsky unable to fully utilize, I suppose, and take First Blood Tower for that bonus gold for everybody. I think it's pretty okay because again, they have the potential to get catches. They have the Bambi bow. Oh my.
Oh no, Bambi is left alone. The flash and the charm again was able to hit. It's a good thing that they have the heals in order for Eta to be saved, but not enough. Bambi is just such a beast with this array.
Yeah, Bambi is playing out of his mind. That's such a really good Spirit Rush outplay. Even Eduf's ult didn't hit at all. He's just that mobile. And we talked about this before. There is going to be an issue with the CC, and the only reliable one would be Demon Kite. There is still that big wind up for the Karma ult, so you need that secondary CC to hold people down unless they're caught in the middle. But we're talking about mobile champions here on the side of Grindsky.
I cannot believe that that actually just hit again. I mean, that's just a deja vu moment for Eta, but now they're going to continue to fight the Chain of Corruption onto the Ragnarok, not to be able to do anything, but now he's low in HP. No follow-ups with the damage, and they're not going to get anything except for Bambi has been get, and the Cherub is won't be able to get on the backline, but Bambi is still going to take down Oasis, gets one out of the kill from a while ago.
Yeah, Spirit Rush was... Whoa, what am I doing? Ooh, speak? Spirit Rush! It's still not over!
Yeah, they're not done. Bo, now low on HP. They got the tower in the mid lane, but they're going to take the bot lane tower, but the Mega Inferno Bomb would make it a bit harder. The Panadinga was able to survive, and Eta is just going in against them, and the Chain of Corruption, nothing right there. The Piercing Arrow just hit, and Tactical is now low in HP. The flash from Demon Kite would just secure the kill.
Yeah, that's the super scary part, right? Wait, Tante over here.
Oh, they still want to go for a fight. Tante is in the right position to go for the showstopper, but there's the haymaker, the kill coming in from Bambi again. When Bambi is up, a kill is going to happen, and that's what Grindsky is pushing the limit. And the Piercing Arrow was able to hit the flash, and the hit again from Demon Kite. Able to get the kill and the tower for this side.
That was... How many fights did we see there, Dash? I feel like those were 3 fights where Oasis didn't actually go home. And that's the thing, right? When you're with the Karma, you have the ability to keep re-engaging just because of the shields. The shields are in a very low cooldown. So it's so easy to keep, you know, going back and forth in these fights and re-engaging, and that's exactly what they did. There's just so much. And the fact we talked about the heals, right? They can keep overstaying because they have heals. Even if Oasis is low, okay, Soraka here, Dragon's gonna keep healing everybody back up. So for Grindsky, if they go in, they have to make sure they finish the target, or else they're gonna get healed back up again.
Okay, I can see the reason of the Soraka factor now, and it's breaking in their favor. Because of the delayed CCs from EDUP, Dragon could double down too with the silence. That's why after getting the hold, nobody is gonna get out. And that's the lockdown that Oasis is going for. And also the safety of the, like what you said, the safety of the Soraka is what keeps Oasis alive. And now, Grindsky needs to think about that factor now. They need to take down Dragon before, or rather, if they're gonna take fights, they need to take one down as fast as they could before the heal comes in.
Exactly. They have to burst someone down immediately. So I am expecting Grievous Wounds items to come in. They're gonna just do much.
Yeah, Blade of the Exile tactical. He has been knocked off. Nothing. No answer. And that's just a kill on their side. Beautifully
done by Oasis here. And again, you know, Grindsky just wanted to clear some waves to make sure that they have room and space to get this Rift Herald. But Oasis, because of that pick, this could be free unless Chinese activates Ragnarok and then steals it.
We don't have Isilla yet, so this is a 4v4, to be honest, until Isilla comes in, so they can contest this if they want to. They don't have the Blade of Exile. The Charm was able to hit, and the Guardian Bar is just going to take them all down, and that is not a great position to be in on the side of Grindsky. They need to run away from this fight. They're being chased down. Race after Showstopper at the 5, but nothing. Tante just sacrificed himself just for Grindsky to be able to get out.
But this is going to be a 4v5. They want the Infernal Drake for that additional damage buff, but the absence of Tante, that means Bo will have a lot of pressure re-engaging or trying to stall out this one.
Yeah, another 4v5 right here, Riku, and exactly what exactly Oasis wants every time that objective comes in. Now, Grindsky is in the back pedal, but Qeon, we just tried to get it. It doesn't have it in the flash anyway, so yeah, he's just gonna throw the undertow.
Yeah, no Ragnarok even. I mean, that is one of the key factors on how we'll be able to get to steal objectives, press Ragnarok, and then smite it down. But Oasis, because of that sacrifice, because again, Grindsky also doesn't have disengage. So their only option is to either do that, sacrifice Tante's life, or someone will eventually be left out on some of these fights. So Oasis, I mean, the gold lead so far, just 1k gold deficit. It's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, and look at the safety. Ragnarok has been popped. Chain Corruption, and now on the next fight that is going to happen is a good thing. It's going to be in the mid lane. That damage from the piercing arrow was K. But almost getting it. I was afraid for Qeon right there.
Now that could have been disastrous. Really nicely done Mega Inferno Bomb to clear the wave, but there's still a cannon minion, so they can still auto-attack a little bit on that tower.
Yeah. And based on what we said a while ago during the drafting phase, but before that, Riku, Oasis is gonna go again onto Bambi.
Bambi,
what was that timing? Bambi is just scary right now. I'm just scared on what he can put up. He does have the Charm, does he have the Spirit Rush? He does have one left, and he's not gonna be hitting that, and then it's gonna be a lot of ultimates gonna be able to hit. And look at the backside, Azilla was able to take down 2, and that just gives away Grindsky. They'll lose all their members. Tante is the last man standing. 5 members are still alive on Oasis, and they just terminate Grindsky.
Now that is an ace. Now they can open up more of these towers, get more gold in their hands, and keep rinse and repeating this, because Grindsky, they have to strike first for their composition to work. They have all the tools to eliminate people from Oasis, especially how, low mobile, at least for the Dragon lane like Demon Kite and Dragon. But if Oasis strikes first, it's so hard to escape. You have to use your ult, like the Ragnarok, like the Spirit Rush, like the quickness even to try and escape. And that's not something you want. You want these tools to be available for the next fight.
6k gold lead, I mean, up to 7k right now is very big for the hands of Oasis. And like what we said a while ago, I was kind of iffy on the part of Oasis drafting the double enchanters on their side, but because they don't have any consistent DPS on the side of Grindsky, this is good. Oasis composition is good against burst composition because there's no one to whittle down the heals from them. But Azilla is gonna get chased down. Charm would be able to hit, but the Stasis would be able to buy some time. He doesn't have the flash though, so he's just gonna get taken down the bot lane. Smart play from Grindsky.
Yeah, no wish available from Dragon just yet either to help prolong that entire series of events. So that's a really nice pick from Grindsky. And I like what I see, Oblivion Orb, just to try and mitigate, what do you call this, cancel out some of the healing that's coming from Dragon as well. So we'll have to see what the next fight is going to look like.
Okay. Eta and Eda, one position, comes into Bambi, doesn't have the Spirit Rush, was able to hit the Charm, not gonna be able to get a kill. The Gathering Fire was perfect, and they secured the kill in the mid lane.
Crazy, crazy. I love the aggression coming from Oasis. I love how they're using the Karma and Riven. The jungle and mid duo, Etaf and Edaf, love their names. And look at this, they're splitting the map at the moment.
Yeah, mid lane, grand entrance onto Etaf. He has been taken down, and this is what Grindsky wanted all along. They get the trade, and they need to back away. They don't have the consistent DPS because Dragon Factor is just whittling down on Grindsky.
And no ults available anymore. I mean, Bambi still has Spirit Rush. The next dragon is going to spawn. So Cloud Drake going to be very important for Oasis to keep, roaming around, because what we've seen earlier has been, what, a 2-3 split at bot and as well as mid. So if Oasis wants to keep furthering their lead, they definitely want this. Do they have the space? Could be. If Grindsky is able to get a cheeky charm, which I think is highly possible, because there's not a lot of wards at the back of the Dragon Pit, or actually on the pit at the moment.
Okay, they're starting it. They're starting it, because they know that Etaf is not alive still, and he's taking some time for him to travel onto this fight, and the damage is just whittling down on Bambi. He's now low in HP, but they still... The Dragon! Oh no! That couldn't go any worse than Grindsky. They lost 2 members together with the Cloud Drake, and Etaf is still not done. He does have the flash, can flash onto Tactical if he wants to. He comes in, he uses the key burst, the Grand Entrance won't be able to hit, and Etaf is gonna fall down. The quickness will be able to save the teammates, and they're just getting them all right here. That is just so good from Grindsky. 1 down, and Tactical is gonna be next, and 4 members are down on the side of Grindsky.
I'm so happy to see that happen for some reason. The Karma ult stealing the dragon, and that's, it's one huge donut and fitting so well in a big circular pit. It just fits so well. This game, Oasis, full control.
Yeah. This donut talk is getting me a bit hungry, but still.
The
Oasis
donut.
Oasis just made this game look so good, because no DPS on the hands of Grindsky would. This is what's good about the Soraka. When you pick Soraka in the game, if you don't have DPS, the Soraka would just keep healing. Because after the burst, and if members of Oasis survives, they have the wish so that they all get healed after. So it's like nothing happened after that fight.
Yeah, there's just, aside from the heal, there's so many shields. There's no particular item answer to cancel out the shields. And the fact that Edaf is building full AP, got the Rabadon, so AP ratios is going to help the shield even thicker and help sustain Oasis whenever they'd go in. So this is incredibly starting to be very difficult. And Solari, the Locket rather, being picked up by Dragon, which means more shields for Oasis.
Oh, this is just looking from bad to worse to Grindsky right now. This Karma, as Riku said, yes, ban the Karma if you can, please. Because Oasis just used it so well during this game that they can make sure that they enable Etaf every step of the way. The Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. Now they don't have any ultimates to use, and they're using the Chain of Corruption. Good spacing from Oasis. The Gathering Fire is just to keep them all together. And there you go. The AoEs from the members of Oasis are just taking down Grindsky, and they lose 3 members, Tactical and Qeon. What are they left to do? The Baron is going to be the next target.
It's crazy. It's crazy. No Tante, no Bambi. I mean, Qeon doesn't have Ragnarok anymore, but he's buying Teleport. He wants to go in.
What? Really? He wants to go in? He doesn't have any Ragnarok, so he's gonna get GC changed. But remember, right here, Qeon made the risk, but the risk is not enough. And Oasis still as healthy as they can be because of the heals from Soraka.
It's so hard. They can take these long drawn fights again because they got healed, they got sustained, they got shields, they have re-engaged because of the shields. It doesn't have to be a chain of corruptions. It's just the low cooldowns basically helping again, just with the movement speed and the shields to go near and just rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, for Grindsky, they're very ult reliant. So after you spend your ult like the Spirit Rush and the Ragnarok to escape from the engage from Oasis, Oasis can go again basically.
Yeah, it just makes it harder, Riku, that Oasis just does have the Mountain Drake too to double down on those shields. That's why they can't burst down Oasis as time and time again. Grindsky just loses on that. They do have burst, but not enough to take 1 down. And that is where they're losing ground right here. Especially the Tactical even didn't go for the Rabadon Statcraft second item. He went to go for the spammy, going for the Archangel Staff. So that, yes, it's good, but it's still not enough for them to get the burst that they want to go for.
Yeah, and usually you get to want like a Rabadon's, but they're forced to build Morello because there's just so much healing coming from Oasis.
And that is the Soraka factor. When you have a champion that forces you to make one item, that is just a losing matchup right there. And now Grindsky is just having a hard time right here. Low HP already, and Qeon can't even do anything. The Mega Inferno Bomb dealt some damage, but not enough. Look at those shields. He's almost full HP. Oasis, they are just making sure that this Atap is so healthy, and this game just ended with a bang, with shields, with heals on top of Atap.
This is just game number 1, Dash. We saw not only the Karma, but the Soraka picked up.
Oh my, yeah.
It's just, okay, so when we look at the group stages, right, the regular season, it is Grindsky, especially their last encounter, it was a dominating finish by Grindsky. But looking at Oasis now, they look so confident, they look so fresh, they look so new, they know what to do with their composition, and they're not afraid to pick these in the playoffs. So I really like what I'm seeing from Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, Oasis with the confidence that they built right now is so different from what we've seen during the group stages. They have the hard time fighting against Grindsky, but now they know the bane of Grindsky, and it's healing. Yeah, and it's working. Healing and shielding is the way of the game for Oasis, even though that it's really hard to pull off at the early stages. They were just, look at this, look at the way that they play. They are so confident of what they can do because of the shielding and also the healing from the Soraka and the Karma.
Yeah, and the fact that Dragon doesn't have to be nearby to give a heal with the Wish, that's a global heal, so Dragon can just catch up later on, put down the Wish, everybody's healed, and then heal manually with your skill too, and it's really hard. I mean, it was a 3rd item Oblivion Orb, but at the time it was Oasis already basically winning all of these fights, and we're already ahead and having all the dragons in the world. And again, as long as Oasis keeps engaging first, they're gonna be fine, because Grindsky needs to engage first with their composition, because they're forced to use their ults as a way to escape and more of a defensive maneuver. But these are tools that needs to kill.
What also is super underrated during this game was Edap's Gathering Fire. The Gathering Fire disrupts a lot of them, and that's why they can't even continue to go for fights. I haven't seen Tonte get a really great showstopper. Just one. I saw one. Great showstopper to Facebreaker just to survive. But still, on the hands of the Gathering Fire on Edap, he can't even get close, because it's super hard to make sure that he can get close, because there's only one target. It's only Edap that is in front of them, and the showstopper does need one target, but Edap, it's not a really great target to go for Edap, because he can dash out of the way even. And now with his Demon Kite, Globe Prepaid Player of the Game, this is very well deserved. He deals a lot of damage. I was doubting the damage that he can deal, but he proved me wrong. I like that.
Yeah, we've seen like 2 incredible Varus today, and one of them is Demon Kite, and he's the player of the game again. Really, again, safe in the backline, just dealing all of these piercing arrows, and he's always on cue, right? Whenever any of his team gets a stun on someone on the opposite side on towards Grindsky, maybe even a slow coming from a Karma, he's ready to utilize that small window of slow and then put that piercing arrow and then pierce through the hearts, I guess, for game number 1 through Grindsky on this first game. It's crazy.
Yeah. Pierce through the skies is what they did during game 1. We still have 2 games. This is what's great about the... This is what's great about the best of 5. They can still turn things around, but the momentum, if you snowball the momentum, it's hard to come back from it. So Oasis just have 1 notch in their belt, and they can use that for them to get more games against Grindsky, or they can even win the series and put Grindsky down in lower brackets. But before we go for that, everyone, we're just going to be taking a short break. Having your casters for today, I'm Dash, and I was here with Riku, and let's wait for game 2 and see you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
The Oasis hasn't dried up just yet, and we're still going for the game one, winning on the side of Oasis Gaming, and Grindsky has a script that they need to fill. It's not a tall order, they did this before, but Oasis right now is very different. The execution right there was picture perfect, but right now, we're gonna be your casters for today. I'm Dash and I'm here with Riku. Game one was such a blast, Riku, because you had your karma. What can you say about it?
After waiting 4 games, we finally had a karma game. But not only did we get karma, but we got Soraka. I think double enchanters into, usually we see double enchanters into something where you can build up with like a hyper carry, maybe a Vayne, Kaisa, or maybe even a Master Yi or a Jax or something like that. But it was very different. It was more of a very, what do you call this, early to mid game. It's incredibly strong early to mid, especially if you pair it with something like a Riven, because you have Riven has a shield, Karma has a shield, you can dash in, and after the stun coming from Riven, you make sure that the tether connects. So, and the fact that they have a lot of heals, it really forced Oasis to go separate to the usual build path that we see, and investing more on, okay, we need Grievous Wounds, we need to slow down, or rather cancel out some of the healing coming from the side of Oasis, because there is a lot of healing.
Yeah, and the biggest problem there for Grindsky during game one is that they can't finish out anyone. That's the problem. That's the problem when you're facing a Soraka. You need to finish one just for them to have less people to heal to. And that is the reason why they lost on the side of Grindsky. They didn't have enough space for Bambi to pop off. Bambi was great, but he didn't have enough space for him to make sure that the charm would hit on Dragon, and Etap is the only target also that Tonte could use Showstopper too, and that just gave him less options to go in, and that's why he wasn't able to make sure that the Showstopper would be able to hit and Facebreaker onto most of the members from the members of Grindsky. I mean, the members of Oasis.
Yeah, most of the time it is Spirit Rush and Ragnarok already gone for key ults to kill targets, and the shields just mitigates a lot of the burst coming in.
Yeah, and also with the Soraka, the silence from Soraka, just make sure that you won't be able to get the combo. That's just so hard. But right now, Oasis and Grindsky, same bans all over the board. They're still getting all those enchanters and the supports just for Bo to not have and Bambi to not have those champions in their side. So now, Grindsky, they need to choose. Would they ban the Karma or not? Because a while ago, Karma was a menace to deal with.
Yeah, exactly, right? So either if they open up a Karma in this particular draft, what strong picks can gain backline access? And usually what are open, if you don't ban the Karma, a Camille, perhaps a Set as well can be selected, or maybe the Jace, because Asilla was incredibly strong in the Jace, so there we go. We're not going to be seeing a Karma game this time, but with the surprises that we saw earlier from Dragon, we could see a different enchanter again.
Yeah, because a while ago, Oasis just made sure that they have some damage and also some sustain for them to get on those long drag-on fights, and that is what they use against Grindsky. But Grindsky now onto the second phase that they gave Asilla this set. But Grindsky always knows the answer for this set. That's why they were able to give it, and most of the time, Tonte wins this matchup whenever he's given the Darius.
Yeah, the Darius is still open for the taking, and also Galio if they do want to go Galio Gragas, but I think that's a little bit too overkill unless they want to put, Bambi Gragas, Galio Gragas. Wait, no, I didn't say that. Bambi Galio rather. So it is a big possibility. That means you have strong engage and strong disengage already from whatever Oasis is going to build up.
Yeah, Oasis wants... If this is the composition that they're going for, every time that I see a Gragas first pick, I can see a Senna getting picked on the side of Grindsky right now. So Oasis needs to be careful of that. If they want to make sure that the Senna doesn't come out, they need to pick on this first rotation. They can pick the Senna Galio on their side, but okay, this is a tactical game, so the Lucian is going to come out.
Oh, I love this Lucian pick. I mean, if he does take off, if Tactical takes off, it's just going to be incredibly hard to shut down a Lucian unless you have something that has a little bit more of scaling, and it could be a Corki. I mean, the only answer usually, the next best thing, if no Kaisa or Vayne available, then you go for the next best thing, which is a Lucian and a Corki. So I can't imagine Demon Kite picking this up unless they go for another route, which, we're going to get the Ziggs. We're going to get wave clear. We're going to get priority so that we're not going to be susceptible to dives even.
Yeah, and they can really go for that. But the Fiora has been picked up, and with the Fiora, that just gives way to another layer for Oasis. Yes, they want to go for fights, but there's an option for them to go for split push with the Fiora being on their side, and we all know how strong Hullbreaker is, especially for a split pushing Fiora.
Now, speaking of split push, this could potentially be a possible 1-3-1 configuration if ever we get to see Riven or Fiora ahead. This is going to require a lot of space for them to work with. So if we're going to do a 1-3-1, that means Demon Kite should have a lot of range, should have disengage. If he's not going to have a lot of range, he should have disengage if ever Grindsky jumps onto the 3-man stack in mid.
Yeah, Corki could come out here in the side of Oasis. If you see a lot of a triple AD composition, a Corki could come out, or even an AP on the bottom. But if it's Demon Kite, I can see our Corki come out better. Yeah. And also, there's a Galio possibility still for the side of Oasis. So they can get the Senna and the Galio if Grindsky won't ban it.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of options. You're right. Like, there's still the Senna to pick, at least if ever the Corki gets banned here on the second rotation of bans coming from Grindsky. I mean, it doesn't have the same firepower as a Corki does, but it provides a lot of utility for the 2 carries on the squad. Really? But look at that. Grindsky decides to ban out more AP carries on the board.
Yeah, that just... Are they baiting Demon Kite to pick the Corki or the Senna? So I think that's exactly what Grindsky wants to go for because they still have the last pick, so they can arrange the composition based on that. And it's a good thing that they banned the Graves because that is a good thing because there's still a possibility that Dante picks that out or Chienix picks that out. They are losing on the damage on the side of Grindsky, and banning the Graves doesn't give them that insurance in the late game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They still can pick a Corki bot and then Lucian mid. That means there's a lot of firepower rather. And we talked about disengage. That's double disengage. It's not a Gragas Janna who were the king and queens of disengage, but it's still king and king that does the job here. So
there you go.
There you go. Oasis decides, okay, we're gonna take the Corki. You removed Ziggs, you removed Lux, and I like this so far, but they need disengage. But the best disengages are gone. Janna is the only one left, but that's not a tanky disengage champion.
That's not a dragon champion.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but okay, so that's good. So Seth is a dragon champion. So yes, that is gonna come out to the Oasis side and end up going for the Bambi. End up going for the Airy. I'm so sorry.
Are you predicting what's gonna happen? I mean, Edaf went for Bambi multiple times earlier. So
I mean,
it's true.
The analogy in my brain is that if an Ari comes out, that's Bambi. So that's why I said Edaf is a Bambi. But sorry. But still, Grindsky picks out the Lee Sin. So based on what Grindsky does have, they are going for a full early game composition, which is good against what Oasis has right now. They need to ramp up the Corki and also the Fiora. So they don't have a lot of damage options in the early game, which Grindsky could use. And this is basically a Grindsky playstyle that the script is always in Grindsky if ever they push out a composition like this.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard. I believe they did play this when they last faced off in the round robin. It was tactical on the Lucian, and it was a 13-minute game. That's how fast and incredibly ahead Grindsky was against Oasis at that time. So this is looking to be, tactical in the backline. You got Bo and Bambi making sure that tactical is okay, and there's that early game presence, early game pressure that Chienix will provide on the Lee Sin. And I'm loving it. I love this solid Grindsky comp, and I mean, it's looking to be a possible 1-1 because when I look at Oasis's composition, they may struggle a little bit to head towards the early game if Grindsky really hammers down the hurt on the first 10 minutes of the game.
But if Edda pops off with the charms right here for Grindsky, that could potentially be destructive. But we all know Grindsky does have a lot of bruisers on their side, so it would be hard for them to pick off just one on the members of Grindsky. So Oasis, as you said, they would have a hard time. They need to put Escilla on a favorable position on the... Oh, they want to go for a fight here in the bot lane. Based on how it looks, if Bo hits one, if Bo gets a concussive blow, but they're gonna go for the safer route.
Yeah, this is a very classic, Braum and Lucian combo, which has stood the test of time in League of Legends. It's just so easy to get the passives down because of the, passive of tactical with using a skill and getting all the attacks in the world onto target.
Yeah, going in the bot lane, though. Now 1 HP, the flash from Demon Kite would be able to get the kill there, but Tactical wants some blood. It wants to get the kill, and that's going to be it. He will be able to. And Dragon now ticking on HP. He doesn't have the Haymaker, so he needs to be careful and backs away. Doesn't have the flash, that's why Grindsky wasn't able to get, but at least a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it is going to be a trade, but it is still Demon Kite getting that first blood in their favor, so that extra gold is going to help, help Demon Kite reach get that peak on the Corki versus Tactical. I mean, the strength of Tactical is definitely, rather the Lucian is definitely on that big level 3, so Oasis just has a lot of damage if they get the Haymaker down, the Facebreaker rather. They have better trade, I suppose, after Bo gets his shield down.
Yeah, and I really like that Ataf again, going for the Riven. This is just a very great Ataf champion that he always can find ways to start a fight for the team, like a key burst or even the broken wings could help them start the fight. And that is exactly what Edaf wants to do. He wants to enable Demon Kite. He wants to enable Edaf. So that is what they're looking for here. They're not looking for any fights because at this point, they won't have any kill potential yet. But the bot lane a while ago, they proved me wrong, but they can still just chill out for now.
Yeah, they can definitely just clear the wave, make sure that they have priority because Braum and Lee Sin can get scary for dives.
Yeah, for sure. But still, with the vision here onto Chienix, he just needs to back away from this. And right now, because of that, they can go for any play around the map. They can go for mid lane right here on where Etap is really latching onto if he could. But also, Just not the vision there, so yeah, they're not gonna be continuing any fights still from the map. Solo, I mean, people are just playing it safe right now, but Dragon, oh no, has been stunned with a concussive blow. He has the Haymaker though, and that's not gonna be enough damage for them. The door is just making sure the Tactical is gonna survive. One more Valkyrie, and he gets the kill. Oasis, would they be able to get this? That's a Winter's Bite, and Bo, the muscles on both of these people. Dragon is gonna be the next one on the chopping block. They will be able to hit on for one, and that's at least a trade again in the bot lane. What are this bot laners, there's dragon laners are doing? They're just punching each other.
Ever since week 5 started, the action and the first blood would always rotate around the dragon lane no matter what the pick is. Usually, Senna lanes are pretty silent, Ziggs lanes are pretty silent, but no. And no matter what, these dragon laners are pretty heated up when it comes to fighting early.
Yeah, what I was surprised there was Dragon came in with like 1/4 of his HP. And it's okay, because he still has the Haymaker to buy some time. It was enough for them to get the double kill. If Qeon wasn't there, it could have been worse for Grindsky. It's a good thing that he rotated right there.
Yeah, they were super confident that they would win that. As long as they focus their targets and their efforts on towards tactical, they're definitely going to be fine. Especially that they're ahead. Black Cleaver already completed versus, Infinity Edge towards tactical?
Yeah.
On the side of Lucian. So with that, Demon Kite has that big upper hand. And the fact that there's 3 tanky champions on the side of Grindsky will really help that Black Cleaver first item pick.
Okay, they were able to see the rotation in the bottom side of the map, so Grindsky wants to contest this. An Ocean Drake is not what you want to give Oasis, because if they get this long drag on Fight's axis, it would be hard for Grindsky. But now they're going in with the Charm, was able to force the flash, and the Valkyrie comes in. The package would be able to stop them from pushing in. That is good. Woo! And now the explosive cast would be able to disassemble most of the members. The Showstopper onto the backline was able to get it, and Dragon was able to get the damage with the Haymaker. And Oasis are just converging on the members of Grindsky, and Grindsky are disassembled, unfastened. But Bo gets 1 kill for himself. He's the next on the chopping block. He's gonna be roasted right here, and Oasis just got the win on the fight and the Ocean Drake.
Every single time Bambi does something amazing. That was a beautiful cast, but unfortunately, even though the setup was amazing, there was no follow-up. Demon Kite is already 3-4. He's already ahead in the game, and it was just so difficult. I love the usage of the package, just basically created a border so that Grindsky won't come near the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, they also go into the top side of the map. Azilla wants to contest this. Grindsky, they need to risk it because they want to not give everything to Oasis on this first rotation because they want to get the early game. Now, they're contesting this. No package. So if they want to go for this fight, this is the time. Nobody could divide them from getting in to the fight right now. But Grindsky, yeah, playing it safe. Oasis are disassembled, so this might be the chance for them to get a pick off on anyone.
Yeah, this is one of those things where both teams don't have key ults yet, so they decide to back away. But now ults are starting to come up. Oasis can engage.
Yeah, they can go for the engage. No Glacial Fissure just yet. They do have the Showstopper onto the Dragon. Was able to get Bo on the backside, and now Grindsky is not in a good position to get this. The Rift Herald has been taken, and Grindsky are just getting taken down one by one. And that's 2 members down together with the Rift Herald.
They get a Rift Herald, they get kills, they get a tower. Oasis is getting everything. I love the patience from Oasis. They know that they didn't have to start it. They had vision on the pit. They wanted to recuperate their cooldowns because they don't have key ults yet to enter the fight. So they waited. Grindsky started it. Oasis had positional advantage because everyone are going to be basically stuck inside that small area, which, you know, Demon Kite's going to welcome, Dragon is going to welcome because the Showstopper, it's so easy to initiate and get everyone basically hit. So I love what Oasis is doing at the moment.
They've been putting the lid on almost members of Grindsky. Right now, as we said a while ago, yeah, early game is the way for Grindsky to win. And if they don't get that win condition, yeah, actually they didn't get that win condition, so this might be hard for Grindsky. The power spike of most of these champions are the second items. So maybe on this next objective that they can go for, Grindsky could potentially get it. But Oasis does have a more gold. A 7k gold lead is a very big lead at this point.
Yeah, it's humongous, especially on top of the buffs, especially the fact that they got Demon Kite on the 3-2-5 lead is very huge. So we'll see how Grindsky is able to cash in any shutdown gold to get tactical back on track. So that's going to be the Solari Charge Blade pickup, at least getting some crits, I suppose, but for sure, raw damage will be needed still.
Yeah, good positioning from Oasis. They see the rotation from Grindsky onto the top side, so everybody is going onto there. The Rift Herald is like a slow burn for them to just rotate onto the top side, forcing them to go for a fight. Grindsky doesn't have any way of fighting them at this point. What is that damage from the big one from that rocket? So look at that. The proto build onto the target was able to get off the bow, and they can still go for the fight here. That was great rotation from Oasis. Now the top side is taking, they're going to be taking this tower down, and they can take at least one more bonk if they're just that confident. But right here is decisive plays from Oasis.
Yeah, because they saw Bambi at bot side, they were confident that, there's probably 4 people, and if a fight breaks out, we have man advantage. We have the numbers advantage. And the timing of the Rift Herald is so perfect because top side is open, Dragon is spawning, Cloud Drake is so perfect for Edaf, and also for Escilla if the 4-1 split push is going to be unlocked. Grindsky needs to open the map further, some more.
Yeah, they have the package too onto Demon Guy, but looking at the top side of the map, a fight is brewing, but they know. Grindsky knows that they can take anything anyway, they just take some towers, but Oasis knows the answer back to it. They have the package onto Demon Kite, so they're not risking it. Grindsky is playing it a bit safe, but they need to risk something, because if they don't risk something, Oasis is just gonna balloon this gold.
Yeah, this is starting to look really scary. It could be a repeat of game number 1. Gotta say though, I love Bambi's positioning.
Oh my, I love that long range spirit rush to the proto belt right there, but now it's going on to the side right there. Bambi has been taken over, but still not enough to get the kill there. He doesn't have the explosive cast anymore at this point, but they weren't able to take the mid lane turret. I thought that's gonna be it for Oasis.
I guess Oasis is gonna come back another time, you know? The rest of Grindsky is there, they can come back another time. They don't even have to wait for the minions. They can just walk up. If the rest of Grindsky are in a different part of the map, they can just bonk it like once and we're fine.
Oh my, Tante has...
Yeah,
Tante has been cancelled again. But looking at the items right now, especially for Demon Kite, I am really surprised that it's a Divine Sunder. I love the Divine Sunder pickup here. Because, you know, if you have the Divine Sunder, you can take down most of these high HP members on Grindsky, which is why the Divine Sunder is a good pickup here. Very smart for Demon Kite. And having the Black Cleaver just helps them shred down this calm position. And they also have a lot of AD damage anyway, which is great for Oasis.
Yeah, it's also really good for sustain as well. So Demon Kite's gonna be happy and wanting to keep this lead again. There's shutdown gold cash in available for Grindsky if they do eliminate him, and that Divine Sunder is gonna make it a bit harder to keep going for that.
Okay, that rocket launch is able to see them. Oh, that could have been great if Demon Kite just walked into the brush, but they were able to get the Rift Herald. But looking at the positioning, it's not good for Grindsky. Conversion from Oasis. This is a great positioning, but Bo was able to get them all out of the way. The door was so great, but Tante falls down. Edaf goes in. It does have the Charmy comes in, gets the kill with a wind slash on the Qeon. He's gonna be spacing his way out of this, but still would be surviving. Grand challenge on the Bambi is just gonna take down, but was able to get the kill. What was that? Dragon, the target for Tactical. Edaf now 1 HP, not gonna be able to get the kill. That was unfortunate. 1 HP on 2 members. That could have been equalizer for Grindsky.
Yeah, that could have been the comeback that Tactical wanted, but because there is no vision, he's not confident to walk up and face check some of these brushes and possibly be eliminated. So this is Grindsky wanting to just keep making sure that they're getting at least the trade or making sure that people don't die on their side to be able to push these lanes after a fight. But that's a Mountain Drake, and that's something that Grindsky really wants. Infinity Edge now completed. So there is that fighting power already available for Tactical. So as long as he's safe, as long as Edaf doesn't find him, as long as Escilla doesn't form a flank, he's gonna deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, Escilla will be the target, and the bot lane turret also to the Rift Herald right here in the bottom side of the map. And they're gonna get a really great bonk in the bottom lane, but because of this, they're not. Wait, they got it taken down. Wow, Oasis just not gives. They don't just give any chance for Grindsky.
Yeah, they were able to basically devalue that Rift Herald. I mean, that bottom lane is already close to dying, but it's still there. And Grindsky just decided to push mid, so Grindsky couldn't really overcommit at the bottom lane.
Okay, they got the Dragon's Race onto Edaf, but that doesn't matter. Look, top lane, because of them going all to the bot side, they're forcing rotations from Grindsky. Oasis is just free to take some more objectives along the map. They can take this turret on the top side though.
Exactly. I love the fact that Grindsky really wants to fight because yes, tactical, Infinity Edge, Solari already.
Oh.
But
yeah,
then
going for a fight. Apprehend onto Etaf. Would be able to run away. You know
Is he
how
gonna
much
live?
broken wings dashes are gonna go for. So they can't chase an Etaf in the bot lane even because they don't have that much sticking power on the side of Grindsky.
yeah, unless Bambi has a really, really nice cask and then into the
Yeah.
apprehend, that is possible. But because Etaf is a very slippery champion, well, Riven rather is a slippery champion, it's so hard to hold him down and make sure that CCs are going to connect. So
Yeah.
it's just incredibly difficult. Grindsky really wants to fight because they know that they can feed some more gold to tactical, but
Yeah.
Oasis not giving it to them.
Yeah, Oasis does have a lot of items though. Look at the package. A big one right here. Good positioning, but they were able to push out on Demon Kite. One member is going to fall right here. The Stasis is going to come out. He does have the flash, and also the safeguard has been taken down already. So Qeonese can't get anything. The Mountain Drake is free for the taking for Oasis again.
Yeah, that's looking like a 10k gold lead slowly going towards the favor of Oasis. And not only that, but map control. So far, this 4-1 split has been unlocked, and we haven't really seen the hull breaker just yet towards Asilla.
Yeah.
And Grindsky is already having a very difficult time managing this waves because every time they want to eliminate someone, either Asilla or Etaf, they're just so slippery to the point that somewhere across the map, you got Edaf already split pushing, mid lane's already pushed. So Grindsky cannot take a long time chasing people down from Oasis, or else they're gonna lose a tower.
And as we said a while ago, the Fiora factor is always, oh my, the damage from Edap. Oh no, his Ignite King, his Spirit Rush is up, but he doesn't really want to risk it on Edap because he doesn't have any vision on the top side.
Yeah, especially that Grindsky can easily punish overextensions with the Braum ult, with the explosive cast, being able to push you into the loving embrace of Grindsky. So I love how Oasis is still balancing both playing aggressive and playing safe.
Yeah, and the Asilla factor is just very hard for them. And now they're going in. Look at the face breaker and the showstopper onto Qeon. He wasn't able to move. And Grindsky just fell. But what was that? Edaf with a great charm again. And they take them down. Bambi's the next one on the chopping block. They're going for him next. This is the final nail in the coffin here for the members of Grindsky. They can end this right here, right now. Would Tante defend this? Yeah. They're going for the safer route. Yeah, let's just take the Baron.
Yeah, let's take the Baron instead. 20 seconds on Qeon, the jungler of Grindsky, to come up. Esila is still here split pushing, so there's a lot of things that Grindsky have to think about. Do we go Baron? No, we can't do that because Esila is busy pushing our lanes, and slowly but surely we're going to keep losing these towers. Oasis! It all started with the early game. It all started with Dragon and Demon Kite being super aggressive. Look at Bambi. He's going to try something here.
No explosive cast, but he does have the barrel. So yeah, they're waiting for the barrel to explode before they go in. That is it.
Don't
that
ask
is
it.
just sad. Yeah, Oasis just takes it pretty easily with the three Drake stacks also on their side. This is gonna be hard for Grindsky. They need to think about the next game at this point, because right here with the early game composition that they have, they can't turn things around right here unless some miracle happens.
Yeah, exactly right. It's the possible 50-50 Elder Drake fight, but the biggest question is, will Oasis even give room? If they get Demon Kite here, which is difficult because he has the package, you can just Valkyrie backwards, and basically Qeon will have a difficult time entering and disengaging rather.
This is what's great about the I think they're gonna go in there. Edaf goes in with the charm, was able to hit on the Qeon again. He's always the target. The stasis has been popped, and here comes the package. Would be hard for him to get away from despite the Baron on the bot lane. They're gonna take this tower, and the charm wasn't able to hit good dodge onto Bambi. But this is gonna be the end. This is gonna be the last fight. This is the last chance for Oasis, or rather for Grindsky, to fight this out against Oasis. Baron infused 3 stack Drakes, a lot of damage from Demon Kite. They're ticking down on the Nexus. They're focusing, and Tante 1 HP Surge Stopper right there on the back line was able to get the face breaker. They're gonna take them, all of them, and Grindsky can't even answer back. Tactical goes in, tries something, but the charm was still able to hit onto win. And Oasis takes game 2 against Grindsky.
2-0 start in this BO5 series in the playoffs for Oasis. So much confidence from all parts of the game. We're talking about game 1 and now game 2. From the very beginning, the first few minutes, the way Dragon, even though he was so low, he would just be relying on the Haymaker for that shield. and they're so confident, that they win the 2v2s. And I really love this confidence, and it's really helping, get Demon Kite ahead, get everybody ahead, and basically snowball the game against Grindsky.
I can definitely say right now, Oasis reads Grindsky like a book. Every time right here, when they try to start for a fight, Oasis always has an answer back. It's like they're playing a team secret here on the side of Oasis, and I love that I'm seeing that on the side of Oasis, and they're just always finding ways for Demon Kite to get the items, end up with the charms that he's putting out. He's like Bambi right now with how he played that area a while ago.
It's so crazy, right? Because Edaf would constantly dive in first. I mean, this is a beautiful cast we're seeing on the screen, but we talked about follow-up, and the follow-up wasn't there because, again, during the laning phase, Demon Kite was already pretty much ahead, so it was just so difficult to basically retaliate, even with the sweetest of sets that Bambi could do. It's just, lacking in the damage department to follow everything up.
Yeah, and it's also because Grindsky does have a very linear composition. At least on the side of Oasis, you have a lot of options. You can go for assassinations, you can go for big fights, and all of those can be covered by the champions that they have. And Grindsky does only have one option. They need to go for 5v5 fights every time. And that's why whenever they go for it, they have that option, but because they're not ahead, they can even use that option in their favor.
Yeah, it's so difficult, right? Because it's a Lee Sin on the side of Grindsky, and usually you want to get lane pressure for your team or alleviate pressure or get lanes ahead, but it's so difficult when you're up against Adolf, who's an Ari, who has Spirit Rush and can run away. So hard to Scylla, because CC wise you got Apprehend, but it's still not gonna hold targets down. Got Demon Kite with the Valkyrie, so it's just difficult to find a lane to try and gank, and every single time it is the laning phase, Demon Kite and Dragon finding leads for themselves without the assistance of Etaf. So it's really beautiful to watch these 2v2s. And I agree with you, Dash. The Spear Rush Proto Belt into the Charm, it's like Etaf was gliding in the map.
Yeah, honestly, this is well deserved. Globe prepaid player of the game, Edop just played the Ari so well. Getting that Rabadon stat cap for the second item just made him much more of a threat. Every time that the charm hits, for sure you're gonna get 2/3 of your HP shredded down by Edop. At that point, Grindsky didn't really just have the advantage, especially they have the early game pressure with the champions that they have. They weren't able to leverage is because Oasis just rotates around the map really well. And I'm really thinking right now, this Etaf ribbon should be banned. They need to ban the ribbon on Etaf because he's just enabling most of his players right here.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's usually junglers enabling mid laners, but it seems that it's a two-way thing. It's a two-way, it's a mutual agreement between Edaf and Etaf where, okay, I am going to be on the Ari, you're going to be on the Riven, and it still works. It doesn't have to be something like a Galio in the mid lane, a Karma in the mid lane, or a Lulu in the mid lane. It just works because they basically layer all their CC. If the charm hits, then Etaf's going to follow up with the stun coming from the Riven, and there's just a lot of mobility. They're just both very slippery, and it's just so difficult to hold them down if you don't have big reliable CC on the side of Grindsky. And I gotta commend, I love the second pickup on Oblivion Orb and Executioner's Calling, just really canceling out the healing from the Gragas and as well as the Darius over there on the side of Grindsky. So not letting them survive these fights at all.
Yeah, the long dragon fights can't even be an answer for Grindsky. Exactly, that's honestly what they wanted all along, but they can't even fulfill that script that they want to go for, which is really unfortunate for Grindsky. Maybe in this game 3, we're gonna be seeing them turning things around. It's really hard to turn things around on a best of 5 because you need 3 games, 3 consecutive games. You need perfection for you to get into there to get that comeback potential on their side. But still, Oasis are on a great momentum. I love what I'm seeing from them right now. But before we go on to game 3, everyone, we're just going to be taking a short break. We're having a casters, Dash and Riku. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge. with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
I would just like to bring this up. Historically, Grindsky just wins against Oasis, especially during the group stages. But right now, Oasis flips the script. Got a 2-0 against Grindsky right now into the playoffs, onto the upper brackets. So now Grindsky does have a tall order to come back from this series. But would Oasis close this out with this game 3? We're going to be your casters again, Dash and Riku. But Riku, what are your expectations for this game 3?
Okay, so
except for the karma.
Except for the okay, fine, Dash.
yeah.
You got me there. Okay, so so for Grindsky, I think this is the time where they can play around. They can play around Qeon. We've seen them before, where it is carry jungler on Qeon and then something like an Orianna or possibly a Galio in the mid lane just to help facilitate the carry potential that Qeon brings to the table. I mean, Gragas is there for sure, but it was very difficult up against Etaf and Edaf. The way, especially Edaf that plays the Ahri, is just so difficult. And the fact that, again, no gankable lanes on the previous game. So something with hard CC is what I'm expecting from Grindsky. And now that they're on blue side, I'm gonna say it, even though you told me no Karma. If Karma's open, first pick Karma. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, definitely. I can see it. If it, especially that Grindsky is the team that is gonna go for the first pick. They can get the Karma, but I'm really sure that Oasis doesn't want that to go to the hands of Grindsky, because if that goes to the hands of Grindsky, they're the team who uses Bambi, gives Bambi the Lulu. So now at least they banned the Riven for Etaf, so they're forcing him to use something different.
Yeah, if we look at the champion pool, or rather previous picks that Etaf used in the past, it's maybe Lee Sin could be picked up again. Maybe the possible Rengar in the jungle, but we'll see. Karma no ban. Grindsky really doesn't want to use it themselves, because Seth could be the first pick or Jace, because either of the two. If ever, are they willing to give Jace to Asilla again, who had a really nice performance in game number 1? I guess that's a yes.
Yeah, they're giving the Jace. And even this could also go to Etaf if it wants to go for it for the Jace jungle on his side, rather than having Asilla onto it. At least they have a lot of options on the side of Oasis. There's also the Fiora option that Asilla could go for, so that Jace could go to Etaf. So they have a lot of things to go into, but the Galio is also up, so they can still take it on the side of Oasis.
Yeah, that's true. There is still a lot of flexibility on the draft because we still don't know where the Jace is going to go. There is a lot of good win rates in the jungle as well. Even in the mid lane, it can snowball out of control. But they decided to take the Gragas, which could be put on the bottom portion of the map. So Dragon has been incredibly proficient in engaged champions. So Cask being used aggressively instead of defensively, body slams being able to be utilized to set up for Demon Kite. But look at that, it's the Kazakhs this time around.
The Qeon special has been put out already. They want the Kazakhs on the hands of Qeon just for them to at least make sure that this last game is not going to be easy for... I mean, it's not the last game yet. I mean, this game wouldn't be easy for the members of Oasis. Grindsky picks off a triple AD composition. This is what happened a while ago. I hope that they ban the Demon Kite, the Corki, this time around.
If only you can put ban players instead of a portrait of a champion. It's a portrait of a player. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So Oasis might ban out something like a Ziggs with a luck. So Grindsky decided Edaf was an incredibly scary player in the previous game, so might as well whittle down the choices. I love this Orianna ban because it enables the Kazakhs, but there's also the Galio still open for the taking for Bambi in the mid lane to facilitate again this what do you call this assassin plus global presence. Oh, Varus.
No, Senna could be taken by Oasis because they have the Gragas anyway, so it would be easier for them all
Corki,
to go in for the
course.
Corki. Yeah, they didn't ban the Corki, so it's an easy take. But would Grindsky go for the same lineup that they went for a while ago? are they gonna go for the Lucian again? Just for them to have the safety of a comfort pick onto this tactical. So that is something that I'm kind of debating in my mind, if they're gonna go for the comfort or would they want to risk this against Oasis.
That's true. They decided to,
Really?
okay, we're gonna play safe. We're gonna
And
pick the
Galio.
Senna. We're gonna put the pressure on Qeonies instead. Have all the utility, and you're right. It still could be the Galio. It could be set in both hands and Galio in the mid lane. But no,
Oh,
never mind.
okay.
We're gonna be seeing that big Moonfall. We can combo it with the Showstopper and then the Moonfall. Just make sure that you layer the CC to hold people down. We talked about this before. It was an issue where they couldn't hold people down, even though they had the setup. So
Yeah.
this can help.
Oh,
And of
no.
course, Edaf's Ari. I mean, enough said. Corky and Dion Kite, Edaf and Ari. These are really scary picks on Oasis.
Yes, especially you're gonna see Edaf again sliding around, ice skating
Yeah.
all across the map with the charm on his hand, and also it always hits. That's what I've seen during game 2, so that's what I'm afraid of. Especially that there's a lot of mid-E targets that they can take down on the side of Grindsky, but with the safety of the set, Senna and Set, Tactical and Bo would have a good bot lane matchup here because they're the winning lane for sure. Because Demon Kite would need some time to ramp up before he becomes relevant, but at least he does have the Gragas to help him mitigate some of the damage. The body slam to not get them confident on the side of Grindsky.
Oh yeah, I agree with you there because Senna has a lot of hold. It's a very long hold as well. You've got
Yeah.
heals, you've got range, you've got better trade with a Haymaker because of how thick your shields could get. So I really like this bot lane with Tactical and Bo. But so far, Demon Kite and Dragon have been feeling it for the rest of these 2 games. They're very fully synergized. They're very confident in the 2v2. So I wonder if this time around, if the junglers will be involved. Because when we look at it, Qeonies has a lot of firepower and Etaf has a lot of setup power. So we'll see how these things come together in this next game.
Yeah, and we still don't know what's gonna happen during game 3. Maybe this is the time for Grindsky to fight back and put their superhero capes right now in this game, because this is their last chance for them to stay in the upper brackets. And Oasis has a lot of room to work with, to wiggle in for them to get the first win here, but a bit of a fight in the bot lane. Just to start off, just to show everyone that Grindsky is still not done and they're still confident that they can take down Oasis.
Yeah, they're whittling down already the HP bar of Bo, which is, gonna scare off Bo a little bit into engaging and trading. So I like this start so far. It's the little things that count because we know how 2v2s in the bot lane can get really heated.
Yeah, was able to hit in the mid lane, the charm, but not enough damage yet. So they're just gonna be playing around each other in the mid lane, right?
And this is gonna be scary.
Oh, yeah.
Top lane.
Top side does have the shock blast and forcing Tante onto getting the honey fruit. But looking at both of our junglers right now, they're still on the bottom side of the map. I mean, on either side of the map right now. And I can see that Etaf could go to the mid lane against Bambi for them to force the flash already as early as now. Because if the Ari hits the charm, that could be anything that they want, so they can regank the mid lane after.
Yeah, it's highly possible too as well, right? Because it's Ari matchup is sort of similar to when you play against the Zed when the Diana dashes in.
Yeah, and as I said a while ago, there's the Sonic Wave coming into the Resonating Strike, gets the first blood already onto the side of Oasis.
Exactly right. When the Zed death marks, when the Diana goes in, dashes in, you just reserve that charm. And that, especially if there are no minion waves nearby, that's an easy charm on towards Bambi. And that's exactly what we said earlier.
Oh, they want to double down. They want to get 2, except for that trade onto the mid lane, and they got it. Grindsky. Yeah, they want to go for it, but Tante left alone onto the top side. Nobody's here to help him out. The riposte wants to buy some time, and Tante, the man, is up and alive on the side of Grindsky. They want to continue in, but Bambi, okay, he's just not going to continue with it.
There's just so many fights everywhere. This is such a heated matchup. I mean, it started with the bot lane, it started in the mid lane, and then top lane where Oasis wanted to take advantage of Tante being alone because they saw the jungler Qeonies at the bottom portion of the map, therefore no threat of a potential 2v3 scenario. But it didn't matter. Tante played it so well. He still had barrier. The fact that he still had flash, he didn't even need to use the flash for that 3-man dive, and they're still able to get Edaf down.
this is not what you want to happen on the hands of Grindsky. If you let them get the fights that they want, oh no, this is gonna snowball in their favor. So Oasis needs to slow the game down. Just for Grindsky to not get any kills, they need to play it safe. Because right now, they are on a comfortable position and you don't want them on that position.
Yeah, exactly. So Oasis will have to need to get prio in the lane so they don't get, you know, vulnerable to these dives. Instead, they're going to take the dives to them as we get to see Edaf and Edaf going bot lane.
But Qeon is also on the top side, so they might want to get some kills right here. But with Grindsky smelling Edaf from far away, they're not going to be continuing with the fight right there. But Qeon has been seen already on the top side.
Yeah, they already know. Wow. Half HP.
Yeah. Asilla, though, really confident. He just into the skies without any vision on that brush right there. So, yeah, the confidence is still there for the side of Oasis, and they can still turn things around. 20 seconds of the clock for the first objective. I hope that they have some items here. I can see only Tante has some item pickup here after he goes away, but Oasis does have two.
Yeah, that kill was very, very important. For Tante here. So this Shane is definitely going to be helping in the fights if ever Grindsky wants to contest. We're looking at the resets already. And even Grindsky starting this.
Yeah, Mountain Drake is taking a long time. So this is the cons of taking the Mountain Drake. But the explosive cast comes in, but the Showstopper stops Etap from going in, trying to seal. And that is exactly what Grindsky wants. The script right now is being read. No iterations whatsoever. And Grindsky is just zooming around. The curtain has been called.
I wasn't sure if Tactical and Bo resetted. Either they stayed because they know Demon Kai has to go home and pick up the package. So this is really nicely done coming from the side of Grindsky. And for Oasis, yes, we're going to get the trade instead. We're going to open up the map, especially top side, give more gold to Asilla, and then just let him do Asilla things like what happened in game number 1, where he has contributed so much damage output. In the meantime, though,
bot lane, package, Demon Kite. That's not a place you want to be in. You're gonna get taken down right here. Taste their fear. Isolation onto Demon Kite. He needs to run away, but there's Dragon to help him out. At least now, he's safer now.
Yeah, he's already pretty okay because he had Exhaust, able to deny any of the burst window.
Yeah, Charm onto Tante. The Shock Blast with the acceleration gate. Not gonna be able to hit. Now that just makes it so that it's easy for Grindsky to make sure. We'll look at the damage from Bambi, but the mid lane turret has been taken down. They're gonna go in, Dragon, the target, no more body slams over you, but he does have the Gargoyle enchant, but still not gonna be able to survive.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of pressure on the bot portion of the map from the dive that they did to opening up the map and removing bot lane tower coming from Grindsky. So I love this. Again, the draft, it's this whole game playing around Qeon instead. Tactical is on a Senna that is able to just give a lot of utility on these carries. So Grindsky on the right path.
This is the Grindsky that I'm looking for. The Grindsky that is aggressive and is gonna be like an in-your-face type of playstyle for against Oasis. And Oasis right now, they don't have the tools to answer back. They don't have Demon Kite ahead. He does have the Black Cleaver on his hands though, but there's not a lot of AD damage that he could help out with. He does have Etaf and Asilla, but at this point, it isn't as relevant as it should be. But now, Oasis needs to double down on this. Wait for them to get some chance to get some kills because they have the tower pressure in the mid lane anyway. Just use this in their favor.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So if you're on a Lee Sin, and as much as possible, the laning phase is very good for a Lee Sin, just because again you can open up a lot of maps, open up a lot of lanes rather, and then set priority, and then boom, set up a dive for the side of Oasis. But because the game is accelerating quite quickly with bot lane open, mid lane open, it's a little bit difficult now for Etaf to find these opportunities. And the only vulnerable lane that I can see now is top side, but everybody's there.
Okay, Tactical is here. It's a good thing that Demon Kite wasn't hit by that, and that could have been a great hold for them. And as you said, I definitely agree. Because of this, the acceleration comes into the mid lane. Dragon's Rage comes out. Tante was able to flash away. No more lunge for you, buddy. And you're gonna get taken down. Grindsky, no. This is a 4v5. This is not a fight that they want to go for.
Yeah, I think luckily for Grindsky, the objective hasn't spawned yet. That is the Infernal coming up soon. So if Oasis gets another pick like that, Grindsky will not be happy losing that Infernal break. So I love this coming from Oasis after getting a pick. Let's open up bot side to equalize the map.
Oh, the Showstopper onto Demon Kite. Was able to push him back to the tower, but though is really tanky. He can tank a lot of shots. So this is just an easy takedown. Their determination right here from Grindsky. They want to still go for this though. They have the Sonic Wave onto one. Resonating Strike would be able to hit. Too much for Grindsky. They're gonna lose 2 members, but Qeon gets one to at least get this for
Double
2
kill.
for 2.
Double kill, yeah. Etaf's on 4-1-0 and already matching Qeon here on the kill scoreboard. Even, and it's just like an exchange of shutdown goals, I guess, for both of these junglers. It's so heated. And speaking of heat, Infernal Drake is now going to be spawning, and both of these teams are badly wanting this. Of course, everybody wants Infernal, everybody wants some damage buffs. So Oasis now, good vision already established after resetting. Asilla went home, buying more items, and picking up Executioners. So we'll see how this fight's gonna go.
Package is up. No exhaust on Demon Kite, so they can mitigate damage from the members of Grindsky. So Grindsky is confident they can take this fight if ever they want. The Demon Kite goes in for the package, would be able to divide the fight. And now look at the back line now. Grindsky converging on the right target. Explosive cast wouldn't be able to do anything as much. Gold is just so tanky. Is still alive. Qeon is in alive. Showstopper comes in to the backside. Not going to be able to get the Drake onto the side of Oasis. And Grindsky are just converging on them. They are losing all their members to the side of Oasis. They're just looking at this. Look at Qeon flying onto them. And they just get taken down. Slash out of the game, removed from play from Neverland, and Oasis just left with Edda.
They are also rewarded with an extra Rift Herald as well. So not only do they open the map, not only do they steal the Infernal, not only do they win that fight, everybody is alive on the side of Grindsky, not even in danger at all of being lethal or losing their lives. Grindsky had a very comfortable fight earlier, and the fact that, you know, Edaf tried to flank, there was still a lot of information and a lot of expectations for Edaf to do that. So Grindsky saw that come in.
Yeah, and also what's great about this though is that they're still chasing down Qeon still. White Assault has been used for him to back away, but they're forcing the issue. They want to chase him down. That is bloodthirsty on the side of Oasis. They really want to get the shutdown goals if they can, and they don't want to go for it. Right now, they want to get to the top side, but is this the right decision? Yes, they need to get some shutdown goals, but they also need the pressure. The security that Grindsky is holding right now, they need to take that off. They need to disrupt that security that Grindsky has.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, they saw Qeon having no mana, so that was, you know, that was the green light for them to keep chasing because they know that Qeon can't retaliate. So with that, you're right, Oasis has to stop the momentum. They have to use the charm, they have to use resources and make sure they get Qeon because he's the most fed member.
Yeah, Stasis popped. Etaf can still get an easy Dragon's Rage, but the timing of the flash from Qeon was perfect, and now doesn't have the flash though, but they can still, there's no objectives on the map yet, so it's still okay.
Yeah, I think Oasis can respond again, can rinse and repeat, because they didn't use any ults, they didn't use any flash, so the trade wasn't in Grindsky's favor, but it doesn't change the fact that it is still a 6k gold lead on the side of Grindsky, but now they have their eyes on... Oh yeah!
Oh no, he has been cancelled and the Dragon's Rage comes down. Qeon is gonna fall! And this is what we were saying a while ago. Losing the security is not what Grindsky wants. Oasis was looking for that and they got it right now.
Yeah, they still have key ults, they have Spirit Rush, they still have the cask.
Okay, the move. The cancel onto Bambi, and he's now gonna pull. The Faces comes out. That's a low Showstopper right there. Face breaker at the backside. Etaf is just playing it so well right now. But look at Bo. Even though it's a support, he's just in face of everyone. He's just chasing them down. They're taking them all down one by one. Tactical and Bo. This duel just destroys Oasis, even though it's a 3v4.
Crazy. Look at the confidence of Bo on this set. He was so incredibly low. And then that face breaker, knowing the fact that a lot of the Oasis members are super duper unhealthy. And it was basically tactical, still pretty much alive.
No mana on Tante. He does have one lunge left on his sub. Oh no, he was able to pull out the Grand Challenge. Not good for Asilla. The regeneration is going to come out, but the flash almost perfect for Tante to be able to get that. Bambi was a little bit too late, but Asilla at least gets one kill against Tante.
Yeah. Tante tried his best to prolong that fight as much as he could so that Bambi is able to arrive in the scene and win that 1v2. But unfortunately, Asilla played that 1v1 at the early first seconds of that little tussle, and they were able to get that. Now, next dragon, that's the ocean. They need that spell vamp, they need that lifesteal for sure to get in these long extended fights.
Bambi and get the Dragon's Rage. Etap is just gonna take him down. The charm was able to hit. No stasis for you, buddy. Bumby is now gonna fall down, and they have the ultimate the showstopper onto the face breaker. Not enough damage onto the side of Oasis. There's an impending charm from Etap. They're not gonna continue the fight just yet. A 4v5 is what they want from the side of Oasis.
It's a 4v5, but they have no ults. This is going to be a problem for Oasis. This is going to be difficult.
Yeah, no package onto Demon Kite. Not going to be good for them, but they're still going to go for the charm onto Tactical. Goes into the target too. Disguise onto him. Low HP. The Dawning Shadow is not going to hit, and this is going to be it. They have the timing just right. Oasis is turning things around, but Low is just so tanky. He's not falling down. Qeon can't even get the kill. Demon Kite flashes into him. He falls down, and they get the ace. Oasis turns things around with this dragon fight right here.
Yeah, that pickup on Bambi was such a huge deal. Again, they have to keep rinse and repeating that. Get a pick before the big 5v5, make it into a 4v4, or 4v5 rather, before the objective spawns. And the fact that the Rift Herald, unfortunately, because the fight was so fast, even though Grindsky unleashed the Rift Herald, it didn't get a charge on the second tier tower. So that's how fast that fight was. Oasis was able to get that and deny the Rift Herald push. Now let's take a look at this match again. This is Edaf, or rather, Demon Kite's positioning here was just stellar. It was so hard to keep reaching him. Qeon tried to keep jumping in to reach Demon Kite, but he was so low. He was so unhealthy. So this is really nice fighting, clashing, coming from the side of Oasis. I love what I'm seeing. Divine Sunderer picked up already. So we talked about Sustain, we talked about Lifesteal and the Vamp. Now, Sustain is very important, and that's what we saw. Tactical.
That brush, Bambi gonna be the target. Oh no,
my
he's just gonna get
gosh.
taken down. Another 4v5 Riku. Oasis just forcing it against Grindsky, and Grindsky is just always going onto their trap. Now they don't have vision on this Baron, so they can get taken down again by this Death Brush.
Yeah, exactly. They have no vision, so they're forced to walk in. There are no shadows enchant to spot where Oasis is. Look at them.
Oh no, Etap does have the Dragon's Rage. He can get into Tactical. They do have him on his face. Tactical doesn't have any flashes. They were able to get the kill onto one. The showstopper was big. And now Grindsky turns the script around. This is our game. This is going to be the turnaround coming into their side. They were able to get the 2v3. This is going to be good. Just Qeon is still alive. They still have the damage to go for. And they take them down. The triple kill onto Qeon. And Etap is going to be next. That's going to be the takedown. Oasis falls. And this might be the game. But they do still have 20 seconds, so they can still chase this down. But I think Grindsky wants to end this.
Yeah, I think they can definitely end this. There's a lot of damage. There's a lot of AD power. And the next one would be Edaf spawning. Unless they want to play it safe. No, they're going to end the game.
They have the fortification still onto this Nexus. 8 seconds of the clock, and they would be able to end this Riku. I said a while ago that I hope this don't turn into a 3-0, and Grindsky, thank you very much, but that was just unfortunate for Oasis. That could have been their game, but Grindsky was able to get the early game, and that's why they got the win here.
Stopping the momentum of Oasis into that 3. Oh, they're mental intact. They're very calm and collected. They got to get Qeon ahead. They got to stop Demon Kite in his tracks in the 2v2 matchup. And I want to talk about Bo. His face breakers, his showstoppers were very, very effective, and they were focusing on the right targets. They knew that in the previous clash in the Ocean Drake was a big problem because Demon Kite was free hitting. What happened? They were able to hold Demon Kite down, eliminate one of the biggest problems, and then boom, winning the fight, winning the game.
Yeah, they're now up. The caffeine is kicking in for Grindsky right now. That's why they're getting all this insane plays that we've seen during this game. But Oasis, they're still stellar. Honestly, some all toned down on the mistakes that they had here, but they also were good on this game. They were able to get the takedown. It was just because it was hard for Demon Kite to find his place during the game. That's the reason why they weren't able to get this. Qeon was just making it hard for Edaf and Demon Kite to be on a favorable position, because Demon Kite could get, for Qeon could get into the backside every time. And also, like what you said, Bo during this game was just so good. He's always getting the right timings onto the showstopper. He doesn't use it to engage. He uses it to re-engage. And that's why every time they are surprised that the positioning is great for Grindsky.
Yeah, exactly. We saw so many key face breakers in this fight, and it just held important targets down for Grindsky to keep focusing on. That means if Bo is going to be right in your face, then your attention, like this is a very important clip. Like, look at this. Like, Bo
Yeah.
is right in the middle of everything, face breaker, smashing Demon Kite, and is alongside his teammates, and it just won the game. I mean, Demon Kite really had to have a lot of space, but Bo didn't allow to do that. Bambi, even though he wasn't present in that fight, he was still holding pressure. Oasis had to use a lot of ults and invest so much on Bambi to get him down, and therefore that next fight, they didn't have too much resources to protect Demon Kite.
Yeah, Qeon also played this game so well because
Yeah.
honestly, he was able to enable the laners, especially the bot lane. When he got the first gank there, that was a done lane because Demon Kite won't be able to would be decelerated on getting those item power spikes, and that's why it was easy enough for Bo to get those plays right into play. Also, because they accelerated the game, it was not easy for Etaf to get those easy ganks. That's why Grindsky just made it so that Etaf would be irrelevant at that point in the game.
Yeah, that's true. Qeon's presence was just a lot. The fact that not only did he do the dive on bot lane to shut down Demon Kite's lane, it also accelerated him, just as you mentioned. And he also stole the dragon earlier, the Infernal Drake. So he has done a lot in this game, and that's why he's the Globe prepaid player of the game.
Yeah, very well deserved for Qeon to be able to get this, honestly. But also, if I'm gonna be getting also a Globe Prepaid Player of the Game too, it would be onto Bo, honestly. Because honestly, Bo just played it so well. He just pulls the trigger at the right place at the right time, and that is really how you want to go for it. So yeah, Bo and Dragon are just flexing their set skills right now in this game. And Qeon is right now, the captain kicked in, and now he's carrying the game for Grindsky. So maybe it would be a bit harder for Oasis to turn things around onto Game 4, but we're still not sure of what's gonna happen because everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break before we go on to Game 4. We have Begin Casters for today. I'm Dash and Riku. I'm here with Riku, sorry. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Pag pinanghihinaan na tayo ng loob, where do we go? We go where our power lies. With Go Plus 99. 8 gigs for all sites, plus 8 gigs for our favorite apps. Let's own the future with Globe Prepaid.
We're going down this for the long run, everybody. This is gonna be Game 4 of Grindsky versus Oasis Gaming. A while ago during Game 3, it was the turnaround. Grindsky, the caffeine kicked in, and Oasis wasn't able to answer back against it. But now let's see if that is gonna continue to Game 4 and maybe continue to Game 5, or would Oasis close this out with this next game? Because we're gonna be your casters. Again, I'm Dash, and I'm here with Riku. And Riku, that was such a great game a while ago.
I know, it felt like, you know, Grindsky has basically saw where they can attack as Oasis's weak point, and that would be, and also their strengths, because they capitalize on, it's like hitting two birds in one stone, right? You shut down Demon Kite's lane, and also, you know, basically get Qeon's ahead in this Kha'Zix pick. So I'm hoping that they get something on Chinese again, something that could carry, and then Bambi is going to help facilitate that again. Either Orianna, Galio. That's why Orianna was banned earlier by Oasis, because they do not want something that can help Chinese survive in these prolonged fights whenever he dives. So that's what I'm expecting for Grindsky if they want this to go to a game number 5. But again, Oasis still has that lead. If they win this game, then they head to the second round, and whoever loses will go to the bottom of the lower bracket.
They always just ban the same two champions at the first ban. Yeah, they ban the Lulu, then the other would ban the Vayne, and that's just respect from both sides that they don't want to see that on the hands of Demon Kite and also on the hands of Bambi, and they're just really respecting that. I'm pretty sure that the Grindsky would still ban the Eta factor, which is the ribbon, like what we see there, and also the Karma could potentially be banned on both sides though.
Yeah, Grindsky doesn't seem like they want to play it, so Grindsky will have to ban it again. So set open. What else are the utility? Verisk is a utility, but it doesn't have the same sustain. And it seems, and so far in this series, Set has won every single game except the first game, which was in the hands of Grindsky. But so far, Dragon and Bo have been killing it on the set.
Yeah, they do get it with the Camille. Now it is open. Pretty much this is going to go to the hands of Qeon on the side of Grindsky. What is really great about this is they already have two solid AD base for the side of Grindsky. They just need to get something of an AP potential damage, and maybe ban Demon Kite's Corki after the second rotation.
Yeah, because what else would you want to do to get priority in lane? Either you put Tactical on the Ziggs, either get Corki yourself in the draft, unless Oasis picks Corki early and not allow Corki to get banned, or Grindsky has something up their sleeves. It's like, okay, pick the Corki, we're gonna be fine, we're gonna pick something that can match and even get priority in lane, and be able to basically set up a dive for Chinese here again on whatever he's gonna pick, because there's still a lot of mystery. The Camille can still go towards Tante. This Jace can still go towards Bambi. This can go in the jungle as well.
Yeah, this can go either way for themselves, but now with the Galio on their side, the Hextech Ultimatum to the Hero Sentence, the classic combo right there for the side of Grindsky would be easy enough for them to get to those right targets onto the backline for sure. Maybe ban Demon Kite's Corki right now. They banned the virus, yes, so that there's not a possibility of what happened during game 1. So also, what they need for Grindsky is also to ban the Corki so that Demon Kite would be forced to play another champion.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is this going to be a traditional marksman in the bottom side of the map? Because that seems to be the overarching theme. It's not the typical, they're going to be playing Ziggs, Lux, or something like that. It seems to be a very different case, especially because Oasis and Grindsky, at the second rotation of bans, they always manage to remove the AP carry. So Oasis, when we look at their composition and when we look at their history on how they win games, it seems to me they flourish a lot when it comes to getting the Corki, either towards Edaf or maybe towards Demon Kite. But this can be tricky because now that they've locked in Set and Rakan, means that they don't have disengage. Grindsky is forming a very all-in composition. This could be tricky.
yeah, they're going for the all-in. They go for the top side on the Akali for sure. I'm seeing Bambi going for the Jace better, but with the Draven coming out this game, Demon Kite is gonna pick that out. What's great about the Draven, to be honest, is that with the Rakan, it would be easy enough for them to snowball in the bot lane.
But then there's the all-in. I mean, game 1, there was a Soraka, there was a Varus, there was an Olaf on the other side, and a Rakan. No fear, they were fine. If they are able to play like that without the threat of this all-in, I think the biggest difference is Grindsky's composition is so much easier to execute. They have backline access. They can immediately target a Draven. They can immediately target Demon Kite. So what is Grindsky's bot lane this time? Are they going for AP? Are they going for?
Wait.
Nami Galio?
Yeah, or maybe... I'm not really sure on what they're going for here. The Nami Galio is a big possibility, but it could also be a Jace in the bot lane if they just want that like virus-ish playstyle. But I think it's bigger on the side that this is gonna be the Jace is gonna go to the bot side. So they have at least gonna mitigate the pressure from the Draven in the early game.
Yeah, it makes more sense, right? Because it could be like a Varus-ish where you have like ranged mode, you have the acceleration gate at least into the shock blast to clear a bit of wave, you've got sustain. I was thinking it could be Galio Nami because the strength of a Draven is snowball potential, having a lot of damage early game. And if you have a Galio Nami, that means no kill potential. You basically neutralize the lane because you're tanky and you have a lot of healing. But Galio for Bambi makes a lot of sense because while Hero's Entrance is global, it's not exactly fully global. You have to go near to get in range of your target. So mid lane is the sweet spot. So you can have lane pressure, you have lane presence either top side or bot if things get a little bit too sticky.
Yeah, and that is what they want. This is what's hard about this composition. As we said a while ago, it is a lot of surprises whenever you see Grindsky playing. So that's why they can go with the tactical on the Jace in the bot lane. This could go one way or another. We're not really sure yet. We just know that Draven in the bot lane has a lot of pressure. He does have a lot of damage, and if ever he would be able to snowball, that is what they want for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, very true. It's at least there's that movement speed and heal that tactical and bow. It's very innate for both the Jace and the Nami to stay away from kiting range from Demon Kite if they're going to play more defensively. So I see this a lot, unless they request Chinese's assistance, right? Because if ever Oasis do get priority, if they are extended, that means Chinese will be able to relieve a little bit of pressure. So that's something that we could possibly see.
Yeah, Chinese alleviating the pressure, as you said. So, but it's still on the top side of the map. So the gank would fall onto the mid lane, but it's Adaf with the Fizz, so it's not going to be easy for them. He's going to have an easier time getting away from the spike, but Demon Kite still, even though that we said the tactical would be able to mitigate some pressure, but no, it's because of the Draven factor. He can just go in whenever he wants to, and if it's on the hands of Demon Kite, it would be a bit easier. We all know how good he is, but oh no, he's taking a lot of damage. The Dragon doesn't have any more HP too. Tactical just made sure that they're not going to be overconfident.
Exactly. So because there is still that potential of punish, right? A bubble can hit you once level 5, a tidal wave can hit you, and because this composition from Oasis doesn't have disengage, if they are in the middle of a fight, there's really no way for you to go out. You're really stuck there, and you have to commit 100% to the fight. So for Oasis, again, all their things have to hit, but Grindsky, they can retaliate. If Dragon goes for the grand entrance, then boom, a bubble can hit, a tidal wave can hit.
Yeah. All goes well, that ends well. Demon Kite, does some damage, but Chinese is still really, they don't have that kill potential yet at this point.
Yeah, not yet. Unless, till level 5, Hextech Ultimatum is gonna easily get Demon Kite locked in the arena. And so I think that's exactly what I'm expecting, right? But of course, for damage threats, there's still Edaf here on the Fizz. He's still able to. There's 4 squishy members on the side of Grindsky, so the Chum the Waters combo everything on one single target is still available for the taking. So even if, let's just say, Demon Kite doesn't
to disguise onto them, but they can still get out pretty easily because the flash has been burned already onto Demon Kite.
Yeah, that's because they saw Demon Kite not having any mana. We talked about this before. If Oasis has priority, a little bit overextended, Chinese can relieve the pressure and go in, and that is exactly what they did.
And because they don't have the flash anymore, this could be detrimental on this next objective fight, which is the Infernal Drake that everyone wants to get. Especially a team like Grindsky wants to get this objective on their hands because they need that extra damage on their composition. Yes, they have the Chinese factor, but it's easier to get the damage onto Ataf right here with the Fiora. So if they get the snowball in their favor, Grindsky, that is what they want. They want to get the early game to snowball to the late.
That would definitely be the plan here. And they're going towards the right direction. Still no kills, though. I mean, Tactical and Tante are going to be one of the main damage dealers. And there's a lot of burst potential. And something that they could eliminate, I think, is just Demon Kite. Because Edaf can get slippery. Ataf also can get slippery, especially with a parry on the board and the lunge backwards. So yeah. I think Demon Kite will be the really juiciest target.
Oh yeah, look at the risk that they're taking here. Oblivion Orb, second item onto Tante. He just wants to get an easier laning time against Scylla on the top side. That's why he just went in for it, risking to not get the Divine Sundere before the fight on this objective is gonna happen. But because we have a Fiora and a Camille on the jungle, not gonna risk this just yet until they get their first item.
If I have to back away, look at the wards from Grindsky. That's 3 totems with the Scuttlers. So they really are prepped for this.
You want to take this 3k HP already on the Infernal Drake. Ataf could just launch in to place if he wants to jump
Oh
the
my God.
waters onto Bone. Not a good place to be in.
Ooh.
Oh, there's the grand entrance to the backside. Was
Oh
able to take the
my.
Infernal Drake onto Isilla. That is going to go good for the team. Hextech ultimatum onto Isilla is going to get taken down, but there's also the takedown onto the backside. He will have 3 members standing. The Demon Kite, look at the damage that he's dealing
Oh
right
my.
now. They're taking them all down. This might be the ace. The last one standing. Tante doesn't have any flash. Under the launch, under the flash, and that is Etta taking the last kill.
That Chum the Waters from Edaf was a big deal because Bo was forced to flash into his blue buff to make sure that Chum the Waters doesn't kill anyone or get affected by anyone in his team. Because he was so far away from that team in just that short burst window, Oasis was so comfortable because it's a 4v5. Look at Bo's positioning here. He's forced to back away, tidal wave out, so he had to like manually walk into the fight again. And with a Dragon stolen, Infernal Drake buff, more damage for the side of Oasis. And again, the story continues of Demon Kite being safe in the backline and everybody else from Grindsky are pretty low. This is beautiful, especially for Etaf as well, with the Fjord Jungle being ahead, getting early kills. Oasis is on the right track here.
Yeah, going for it, Grindsky. Again, even they lose the Infernal Drake, this is not what they want. This is not the position that they don't want to be in. That's the Repel taken already, and there's the bubble. But Qianese plays it safe, gets out of the way.
Dragon's grand entrance timings have been spot on to make sure that Chinese wouldn't be able to get a steal or a secure on these objectives. He's done it in the Infernal Drake take earlier, and he did it again on the Rift Herald. He will continue to keep doing this. So I love what Oasis is doing to make sure that this lead is intact, because look at that 301 already on the side of Etaf, and they can keep ballooning this up by setting up a gank or maybe even setting up a dive because, well, Bambi is all in his lonesome here at topside.
And this first item rapid and stat cup, that just is gonna deal so
Ouch.
much damage, especially that they don't really have a very tanky member on their side. Yes, you can argue that Bambi could be, but no, Bambi is going full AP, so he's not gonna be as tanky as he could be. And also, Grindsky does have a lot of juicy targets that Edaf could go for.
Oh yeah, for sure. Mid lane.
Yeah, grand entrance already, and the tidal wave would be able to help him out. Dragon can't get away from this, and quickness comes in, and that's gonna be the hero's entrance, but Qianese is sticking with the ignite. Oh, he was able to live with just a sliver of his health.
Nicely done by the side of Grindsky, but that's a 4v5, 9 seconds on the clock before he spawns. Rift Herald coming in.
Oh no, the taunt was
Wow.
perfect! Bambi was able to get it, but no, the Chump the Waters is gonna go in. They still have, the fluorescence of
Wow.
Edaf is just so much. Was able to flash in, able to get the kill, and now he doesn't have any more flash, but he was able to jump around, and still, the kills with a wins of 4 is gonna come out. They can still take down this mid lane turret. Demon Kite can be the target precision protocol, not enough for him to get the kill. Showstoppers in, and
Ooh.
Demon Kite is still alive, was able to get it.
Dragon.
Hook shot. It's just so much, but Bo is gonna be the sacrifice, and Demon Kite was still alive.
Really nice clutch there coming from Dragon, being able to provide shields for Demon Kite. He was already pretty much running out of mana, but at that point, it was basically a big tug of war, right? Like, it was Chinese getting kills, but I have to commend Bambi. Really good timing on the taunt. Oasis has to be careful for their aggressive plays. I mean, understandable. They want to keep ballooning up this lead that they have while they're ahead to make sure that Grindsky sort of, well, stays grounded in this current situation of the game. So they got to be careful. Bambi's taunts, Bambi has been performing really consistently. Win or lose in the game, he's been really good.
Yeah, Oasis with this. Going for it, Grindsky.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, they're playing around onto the objective Mountain Drake, but bot lane, Bambi's gonna be the target. They're going in. They are gonna be sneaky, but now they have been discovered. No people in range of a hero center, but it's still not in cooldown though, but he was able to, bamboozle them. Now Asilla is gonna get the brink of Grindsky. They're gonna go to the top side, and they're gonna be taking him down. And no answer whatsoever from Oasis, but the answer is good. That's a Mountain Drake.
Yeah, that's a Mountain Drake still for the side of Oasis, right? They've got that shields that will help them in these fights, especially that Tactical in the long run will be able to get painful shock blasts on the on Oasis's face. And I said whoa earlier because Bloodthirster already picked up by Demon Kite, and Tactical is still trying to ramp up, right? He's still trying to stack up until Muramana. That means it will take a while for him to be painful. Meanwhile, Demon Kite is already painful. Stormrazor And Bloodthirster, this is a lot of sustain, also shields, and a lot of raw damage already in this point of the game while they're ahead.
Yeah, lots of crits coming in from Demon Kite,
Yeah.
so it's just gonna be easy for him to just ramp up those damage. But we all know, at this point, in a composition like this, most of the time, a Draven really does fall off in the late game, but because they're all squishies, Demon Kite is just gonna get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, that's true. They have to be careful whenever, Grindsky just targets Demon Kite so easily because there's Hookshot into Hextech Ultimatum into the hero's entrance, but he's already picked up an Hourglass. So if he's trapped and he's a target, he can prolong and stay alive.
The Stasis Enchant would be effective for the team here. Shock Blast won't be able to save them. The Slack and now the Tidal Wave to stop them from pushing, and they're going to be taking on still the Haymaker comes out. There's a lot of death and still no kills whatsoever from the side of Oasis. They're going to be taking down the back line. Tante is just going to take him down. Demon Kite is going to be the next one to Chopping Blast Stasis to buy some time. He does have the Twilight Shroud, sorry, but now he was able to flash, and now Tante is going to fall down. Look at this. He was able to get in, and Demon Kite is still chasing them down and almost getting the kill, but still a 3-for-3 on both sides.
Everyone was just so low. It was almost a 2v2 where Bambi and Tante were just so low as well with Edaf and Demon Kite left. Looks like Edaf wants the kill.
Yeah, he can't take the kill here. Even without the Chum the Waters, he does have the damage, and he can go in. Look at this, but Bambi was able to survive just a bit. The Justice Bond is going to come in, but still not enough to finish off Bambi.
Now Bambi can get pretty tanky. Really nicely done with the playful Trickster to dodge the taunt, but it's still not enough with just the Rabadon still needing a lot, because that's a lot of HP, right? With Aroa being picked up by Bambi, so that's something we'll see.
Yeah.
Oh!
Edaf, the target. He does have a way to get away from this, but there's 4 members helping out them on this side. Oh, the perfect execution was able to buy some time, but 5 members is not... You're not going to survive this, Tante. You're just going to get taken down.
Yeah. I think Tante did not expect a lot of members coming from Oasis being there, so they thought that they could get ahead and see if they can eliminate Edaf and make it into a 4v5.
Or did he? Did he expect it and take down the mid lane turret? That is what... Because they were very decisive on taking the mid lane turret. I think it was expected for Tante that everyone is going to be there. That's why they just found ways to get some objectives around the map. It's a good thing that the timing and the waves is right for Grindsky.
Yeah, they wanted to equalize the map for sure, because that's the only thing that's lacking is the mid lane being open for the side of Grindsky. So that's them prepping for Baron, that's them prepping for Cloud Drake, and the fact for pick potential as well. The more the map is open, the more opportunities you can be sneaky and eliminate someone right off the bat, because they have the capability of doing so. Oasis though is doing the same thing.
They want to go for this, they want to risk it, but they have the Winds of War in Edaf. Just launched in from the waters. Not gonna be able to get a lot of damage because it's a shield of the run.
Yeah, it's also the Leandri's pickup is just also very painful against Oasis, so we'll have to see, because on the opposite side, IE already picked up for Demon Kite, so this is a really beautiful item pickup for this next potential fight.
Yeah, no deaths yet for Demon Kite. Now they're looking for the Cloud Drake. Grindsky doesn't want to give this to Oasis because that could just give Azilla the space that he needs for getting into fights. Look at the backside though. Azilla going in. Hero's just gonna come out. Showstopper not gonna be able to do anything right now. But look at that Oasis. The Tidal Wave was so good against them, but they're losing a lot of HP too. These guys coming in, but no finish off whatsoever from the members of Grindsky. They're falling down 1-by-1, but still it's a 4v3, and they were still able to get it on their side, but the Shock Blast is able to get 1 kill of their own. Qeon does have the hook shot, and now gonna back away. They have the shield around to help them out, but here comes Demon Kite. He's doing a lot of damage. Bambi is gonna be the next. Grand Entrance will be up in just a bit, but that's a lot of damage. They need to be careful before they move forward.
Yeah, the what do you call this? The Leandri sometimes can be very misleading, or yeah, it can be misleading. Like, you think you're not taking a lot of damage, but you're actually taking a lot of damage. Just slow dots kicking in. So I love that Bambi is able to eliminate Etaf there, because if ever Etaf survived, I felt like that was the time Oasis was going to do Baron, because they still had Rift Herald. They could put pressure at any lane, release the Rift Herald, and into that Baron pit. But because Grindsky, Bambi in particular, was able to eliminate Etaf, this prevented that, and therefore it's really good. But it doesn't change the fact that Oasis is ahead in this game. They have 3 Dragon stacks. They've got Demon Kite still unkillable. He has 0 deaths. And this is going to be a struggle. Again, Grindsky must target Demon Kite, but it doesn't change the fact as well that Etaf is a problem. It's 8-3-3.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems that they need to think about, especially that Etaf is so ahead. They can take this Baron pretty easily without any vision on the side of Grindsky. They don't know that this is happening. Oasis is just pushing them out of the way. They need to start the fight right now if they don't want Oasis to just take this freely. Now, they have the space. The Oracle's Lens was able to sweep out a lot of the vision from this part of the map, so Oasis is not going to continue.
Yeah, they're still not super confident in the big 5v5s just yet, because as we've been watching all of these objective fights, it is, if everybody's alive, Oasis wants Grindsky to start the objectives first, because Dragon has been so spot on with his grand entrance into quicknesses. He's able to target Chinese every single time, and that's why the objective has been stolen. This has been happening time and time again. It's because of Dragon's timing on his engages. So that's why Oasis doesn't want to start the Baron unless there's like 3 picks or they remote Chinese. But so they want Grindsky to either start, or they want Grindsky to be baited into a fight that they're not prepared for.
Yeah, 3 stacks on the Drake is just so much, especially for the Oasis team composition with the Infernal Drake just helping them out, dishing more damage onto their hands. It would be quite hard for Grindsky to fight against them, but now with the Baron, they really are trying to go for safety on the side of Grindsky, because one mistake could potentially end the game because of the amount of death timers that it could lead to. Oasis pinged a while ago the Ocean Drake, so we all know that they're waiting for it before they go in for any fights against Grindsky.
Yeah, they've got the proper vision to back it up as well. There is that teeny tiny ward by the blue side, blue buff area of Grindsky at least, so they're able to spot out anyone who wants to pre-position in that area. So they have that information. Now Oasis is using this small time window that the Elder Drake hasn't spawned yet to see if they can bait out Grindsky to a fight at the Baron, but because it's just 27 seconds on the clock, where Oasis can cash in on so much buffs because they have 3 dragons. They're going to get a lot of stacks into this. So Elder Drake is their big win condition, a comfy game for them to take this series into a win and into the next round.
Yeah, they want to take this Ocean Drake. So 3 seconds on the clock, but Oasis does have great positioning on where they are, doesn't give any info to Grindsky. It would take quite a bit of time for them to take this, but because they have the Fiora and Demon Kite is so fed, it would be hard for them to go for it. Now, taking 8k HP, they need to position themselves well. Half HP onto this Drake. This is going to be crucial right now. Oh, the Showstopper was able to stop them down. They're going to be taking this Drake pretty easily. And now here's entrance onto the backside. Look at how they play this. They're playing to backside, but Oasis is now ticking down. Demon Kite is still alive, not going to get taken down. Most of the members of Grindsky are now down. Chinese is the last member standing. And this is not what you want to go for, because that's a flawless round for Oasis. Nobody fell down on this side.
My god, if it's not Dragon ruining Chinese's day, it's Asilla with the timing of the Showstopper. He just wants the potential steal on the Dragon, and they're able to prevent that, and now they're going to end the game.
Yeah, they're going to end the game. Last person standing Chinese won't be able to do anything. The amount of damage that Oasis is doing is just terminating them, and this is going to be the game, everyone. Grindsky has been taken down finally by Oasis on this playoffs.
That is true. Imagine series in a row. Grindsky has been winning against Oasis, and in the upper bracket, look at them. They're jumping up and down. They're super happy.
Yeah.
And Fate doing a little bit of a dance. It's so nice to see them grow as a team. There were a lot of big expectations on Oasis at the beginning of the WC. Yes, it was a struggle midway in the tournament, but look at them now. They're so confident. They're so happy. They know what to do, and it's just so fun to watch this team.
The nerves for sure is now down for Oasis Gaming. Now they're facing the next one, the next step for their success right here. It's gonna be FLA, so it would be hard for them to go forward because Oasis right now, they just took down history. They have lost 2 times, as we said, during the round robins. They have lost 2 times against Grindsky, and now they double down. They back it up. The playoffs is now where they win. They get their revenge, and vengeance has been served. They play the so. They have a lot of damage, and Demon Kite going for the Draven was a surprise also.
Yeah, again, they're the team that has picked so many unique champions on the bot lane, right?
Yeah.
We saw the very first Jhin, I believe, from Demon Kite, and then they picked Ezreal as well against Grindsky in the new patch of 3.1 with the Divine Sunderer dropping and the Storm Razor changes. And now look at him, playoffs, the very first, I believe, Draven in the WCS, and it's just I have no words. It's so fun to watch this team.
They take a long time to take the one problem that I've seen from Grindsky here was because they are targeting a lot of people, they can't take down Demon Kite, which is the first threat that they have there. And also the backline access that Oasis does have makes it sure that they're not gonna have it. And Isilla, as we said, during week 5, he has been very stellar with the set. And again, during this game, he was able to show that he was able to stop Chinese from getting those objectives. He can't even get close. And
Exactly.
that's why it's so hard right there.
Yeah, that's the clip now showing is exactly the point that you just mentioned, right? If it's not Dragon ruining Chinese's day, I have to reiterate this. It's Scylla ruining his day. Imagine if it's not the grand entrance into the quickness, just stopping from Chinese to get get a potential steal. Because last year in the Icon series, the Camille has been one of the champions that gets a lot of steals. If it's not Olaf, then you've got Rakan, and then you got Seth just stopping you from going near the pit. Even you have hook shot and everything. That's just phenomenal to watch.
Very well deserved. Dragon getting the grand entrances and the quickness in the backline. Just for every time that they get the grand entrance from Dragon, the follow-up can't happen because it's already done. They have been CC'd in the backline anyway, so they can't follow up onto the flashes that Tante and also that Chinese was doing onto the back line right there of the members of Oasis. So that's why Dragon well deserved that he had the Globe Prepaid Player of the Game here.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, not only this game, but the series as well. No matter what, if he's on a set, if he's on a Rakan, he's still able to create these openings. And not only openings, but also prevent the enemy jungler from getting near the objective, but also preventing from anyone from Grindsky from going near Demon Kite as well. So love what Dragon has been doing on any of his picks, may it be enchanters, may it be these heavy engaged champions like the Rakan. He's been very, very consistent.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming, the growth of this team is just showing right now for the playoffs, and it's still really going down for it. They lost one game against Grindsky, but Grindsky just lost the whole series against them. And a while ago, we have been painting a picture that would the Oasis dry out? No, they won't. They still will survive and would be able to provide for most of the people right here for Oasis Gaming. Now, again, that was the last game of today. That was so much to take in, Riku. But before we go into it, what are your last thoughts about this last game?
Mind blown. The improvement again you talked about, because again, looking at the WCS regular season, it has been Grindsky winning every single match against Oasis, and the fact that their recent match up against each other were 13 minutes and 15-minute games. That means that's how Grindsky has been super duper dominant. But Oasis took it back and they reset it. They're fresh. They're pumping up some water in the Oasis. And now this is looking to be the form that we were expecting when they came into the WCS. When we saw them back in the CBL qualifiers, it's looking to be a very strong Oasis in the playoffs.
This might be it for Oasis. This is the final form of Oasis, or maybe there's still a final form 2 for Oasis during this playoffs right now. But still, everyone, that was a stellar performance for Oasis Gaming right now. But before we go and deeply analyze them, let's just let the panel analyze what happened during this game. It was just so much break in here for the casters desk. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Riku. See you guys in the panel desk for them to get their take on this game.
sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing
Welcome back to the WCSPH, where Oasis, not making history repeat itself, writing a new chapter, making our predictions irrelevant, making these two guys woo after every sentence. Autolus and Crazy Apple. Guys, we got to talk about this series because Oasis, man, they have reached a new level here in the playoffs. Let's start with Autolus. What was the changes that you noticed in how they played this?
Woo! Woo! I still believe that actually, rather than asking me the question of what changed, what came back actually is the better question. Because then again, I had very high hopes for Oasis Gaming entering this tournament. Again, during the qualifiers, they were at one point they were 6-0 in terms of series score. During the CBL qualifiers, they were top 1, and it came at the expense of Grindsky Esports and Final Adversity, which actually, in fact, they will face tomorrow. So this is going to be a very interesting trend because it does appear. Remember, the question that you asked me earlier today, Poch, was the LFA magic, right? The looking for adoption magic. Is it now back, right? And I believe that with Etaf being at the forefront of everything in the jungle, everything seems more crisp. The creativity is back, the confidence is back. We saw the Soraka, we saw even the Draven, and that just goes to show that Oasis is willing to experiment and play their style regardless of what their opponents play.
Yeah. Woo. Why are you able to set them? I also want to chime in on that one. Yeah, I agree totally with Autolus that what came back for Oasis and this form, especially with Etaf, is we've seen glimpses of this during the group stages, and it reflects as well the winning record that they have with Etaf as their jungler. And there's a really different feel to Oasis when he's the guy right here playing with them. They're more proactive, they make a lot of plays, and even though there were moments that it felt like Etaf was being a bit too aggressive, in the end, it still panned out for them. Game 3, though, was when Grindsky took a bit back of the momentum with them into their side, having a slight difference with the Senna and the Set, and Cheyenne's having that Kha'Zix. But still, Game 3 was a good showing for Grindsky, but when we got to Game 4, it was still all the Oasis show getting back here. Even though, it was close, but pocket picks all around. The Jace with Tactical and the Draven for Demon Knight. It was such a joy to watch this such a close Game 4.
Woo! There we go. Oasis Gaming getting everyone hyped up. I don't think this was a reminder of what they're capable of. Yes, we faced some adversities. They faced some adversities, but man, they are so... I'm excited. Like, I think this changes everything, and now we will head into our interview with the man himself, Demon Kite. I can't wait. They were jumping up and down. Super excited to talk to Oasis Gaming, so let's talk to them. There he is, Demon Kite. Yay, everyone's here. Hello, Oasis Gaming.
Hello
First
po.
off, congrats. Yay, there, everyone's
Thank
there.
you.
Okay, congrats sa performance. Grindsky and versus Oasis Gaming, it was 0-2 in the regular stages. Pero ngayon, you guys were able to beat them 3-1. How does it feel beating Grindsky in the first stage of the playoffs?
Masarap po sa feeling kasi parang last week pa lang tas sinasabi namin wala pa kaming panalo sa sa Grindsky tas parang inisip na lang namin na sa Cebol wala din sila panalo sa amin, parang gusto din namin na na ibalik yung dating namin, yung laruan namin. Kaya pinaganda talaga namin yung playoffs.
There we go. Woo! And it shows. It's so excited to see more of your performance. Apple, how about you?
Yeah, first of all, Demon Kite, congratulations on the series win. Sobrang ganda ng performance niya. Ay nakita ko doon yung performance niya ng Cebol and also the couple of their wins in the group stages. And gusto ko lang din sabihin na may bet kasi kaming mga panelists. So, me and Otolus, pagtapos namin sasabihin namin, magwuwu kami sa dulo. But as for my question, Demon Kite, this is more of a technical question concerning the game. Ikaw lang kasi nakikita kong so far na marksman player na or AD player na binibuild yung Storm Razors. Could you say why you're building this item more often and bakit sa tingin mo, it's a good first item right now? Woo!
Yes po. Sobrang I mean sa ibang champion ko lang siya na-try yung Storm Razor kasi parang sa ibang champion na ADC hindi siya ganun ka useful, kaya siguro 3 ADC lang kaya kong ipasok yung Storm Razor. Pero napaka-OP siya kasi mura yung Storm Razor tapos may attack speed na, tapos yung effect niya na slow, sobrang daya. Kaya sobrang useful yung Storm Razor ngayon.
Okay. Yeah. Nakita ko ngayon when you were playing Draven. Ang ganda din ng match na yan when you guys you really utilized the Draven. Thank you so much. Woo!
Okay.
Thank you.
And moving on to Otto.
Okay, woo!
Kailangan
Parang Demon Kite. So, this is a question na continuation din nung last time na na-interview namin si Edaf. Ang sabi niya is gusto niyang makatapat ang Fennel Adversity. And next round, makakatapat nyo na yung nire-request nyo na Fennel Adversity, pare. Okay, so bigyan mo rin ako ng glimpse or ng prediction. Ano sa tingin nyo magiging score nyo laban sa kanila?
3-0 po.
Yun no? Let's go! Okay na ako.
3-0.
Kami naglikod po,
All right.
3-0.
3-0 all around. Oasis Gaming, I think you've recaptured the LFA magic. Demon Kite, any messages or shoutouts you want to give out for everyone watching?
Sa lahat ng sumuporta sa amin simula regular season, tas shoutout sa nanay ko, tas tatay ko, tas sa kuya, tas shoutout din sa nanay ni Clinton, si Leore Pilayo, tas sa crush ni Renzi na si Andrea Shirley. Shoutout din kay Stephanie Bell, si Cowstep na nagpadala ng matamis na food. Tas yun lang po, sa lahat na sumuporta, sana patuloy niyo po kaming supportahan kasi mas gagalingan pa namin sa semis. Yun lang po.
Yeah, Demon Kite, thank you so much. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Good luck, and we'll see you tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much, Oasis Gaming. I think it's great that we have the Woo consequence now because that series really elevated the stakes now in playoffs. Like you mentioned, Autolose, we told everyone you can't expect anything with these because the top 6 already are fighting tooth and nail. Anyone can win this, and I'm so excited for how tomorrow is gonna pan out. I want to ask you guys questions, but I think you might lose your breath when you woo. So, any final thoughts before we shift over to the results? Crazy Apple, let's ask you first.
Well, for the day, apart from all of our matches have been 3-1s, it just has been a different showing, especially for the teams that we have certain expectations on. Team Secret showed that they cleaned up their execution. I think for me, the main shower of that clean execution and communications from their part was when they did the Thresh play along with the last breath combo with the Yasuo. That was so clean and crisp from them that I really saw the communications, how clean it was on their side. And while Oasis Gaming, we all voted for Grindsky.
We did.
They showed us up here today and showed the viewers why they are the CBOL representatives and why they are still a team to be feared here in the playoffs.
Woo! There we go. I'm not gonna chime in unless you say that. Woo, auto lose. How about your thoughts on the highlights today? As Team Secret coming into full form and Oasis Gaming showing everyone, you know what? Even though there's a 7th spot, they're still here, and we are seeing the brackets now. What a day 2 tomorrow.
Really, my reaction is I cannot wait for tomorrow to begin, because Team Underground versus Team Secret, we have painted this as a rival of old. And looking at the other side, Final University and Oasis Gaming, also another rivalry that we have been closely, paying attention to since the beginning of the season. So I could really just, sleep early and then wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow will be a new day, and I hope to catch everyone in attendance. Woo!
Woo! Tomorrow it's getting hotter and hotter, especially with starting things off Team Underground, Team Secret. That was like the match 1. Well, day 1, I think week 1, it was the last match, the main event.
Mm-hmm.
They're 1-1 now, but a best of 5. Who knows? We saw that Oasis Gaming, they can't run the full marathon. Can Team Underground do the same thing with Team Secret? But Final Adversity versus Oasis Gaming, another match. They faced each other in the CBOL qualifiers. I cannot wait to see how that one's going to go. So let's check out tomorrow's schedule. If you guys can't see it on the screen already, this is what we have to woo. I know I didn't lose this. I don't have to do it, but I'm so excited. And I think, Mika's definitely super excited to see also that she'll be covering UDG versus TS and FLA versus Oasis Gaming. Well, you know what? We still have to... on Sunday, it's going to be RRQ and Grindsky. They're just going to be waiting at the wings, but it's a lot more, I would say, spicier at the lower bracket, because that's the tournament lives on the line already for them to be able to represent the Philippines here in WCS. And I think, Autoluz, you mentioned like last week in Thailand, like the point differentials from the 1st and 2nd spot are kind of vast, but here it's like the 2nd place one in the standings and the 7th place spot, the 6th place spot in the standings. It's so close. So you cannot miss a single day of this playoffs. And also, you guys can't miss the PPGL giveaway. If you guys check out the Facebook page of PPGL, they are giving away an awesome gaming chair. Again, it's a pinned post. All you got to do is post a photo of yourself watching the PPGL WCSPH playoffs on stream. Explain your caption. Love watching the WCSPH. Maybe you like watching us do the consequences. Who knows? And which team you're rooting for. And make sure to post it in the public using the official hashtags, hashtag PPGL and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. You stand a chance to win these awesome gaming chairs. And winners will be announced on April 5. But I think there's going to be a lot to give away. So anyone and everyone can join this one. Woo! And
woo! Right.
All right, guys, and that's about it. I think for a day number 1, let me get your Rotten Tomatoes rating for this. Is this certified fresh day number 1? Autoluz.
Yeah, definitely a 5-star.
5-star
for a day 1. 5 out of 5 stars, because
we'll recommend.
We still haven't. Actually, the teams did come out with their own set of playstyles. Did come out with their own version of pocket picks, and since we are talking about films and ratings, I would like to throw a teaser.
Ooh.
Guys, watch out, because Underground will be making their announcement tonight about their roster.
Ooh, the teaser. Ooh. Okay, that's definitely something to look out for. How about you? You forgot your woo, by the way, Autoluz. I mean, I don't be a stickler. There we go. Woo! Is that a Nasus I hear? Crazy Up, how about you? Like, any final thoughts before we close this one out?
Yeah, same. I think it's a 5 out of 5. If any of our viewers just tuning back in here, seeing us in the panel, if you missed the fourth game between Oasis Gaming and Grindsky, make sure to look back to that because I believe that was the best game of the day.
Okay.
Woo!
There we go. That's how I feel it. And I just want to thank each and every one of you guys watching. And also, I want to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And this will be a lot of wooing. We would like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. Woo! The hashtag Redmi Note S11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. Woo! More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page. Woo!
There we go. And have the best time in the Rift with Globe Prepaid's Go Plus 99. Woo! I know I don't have to do it, but I will. Get wild with 7 days of 8 gigabytes data for all gaming apps. Woo! 8 gigabytes data for all sites and only all-net text. So you can always be prepared to take up any challenge in the wild. Woo! Rift. Download the new Globe One app now to register. Of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Woo! All right, guys. So that is day number 1 of the WCSPH playoffs. Tomorrow, you already saw the matches. We have some heated rivalries that will be reignited tomorrow, so you cannot miss a single day of the playoffs. That's Auto Lose. That's Crazy Apple. I'm Poch Spice. Thank you guys for joining us tonight, and we'll see you guys tomorrow in the Rift. Stay safe.
Woo!
Woo!
Come on.